So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. So now you're here again, again knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to EU League. We're now on Playday number 4. Thank you so much for joining us all through these days. And again, one more here today. I'm joined with my two homeboys here, Des and Hap. Guys, we're very hyped up for today. Some cool matches to look into.
It's definitely going to be cool matches, Gassan. I'm looking forward to a couple of them. We're going to be getting a lot more clarity today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if someone like BDS finally gets beaten today, but more on that later.
More on that later. Teasing is the play of the day. Let's take a look at our rankings and remind you guys of where we stand so far in the league. I love how this is. You can kind of see how everybody's evolving over the day. BDS, 3 wins, 9 points, undefeated yet 7 ones all over. Rogue, 2 wins, 1 loss, 6 points, 5 points for G2 at third. Vitality and Empire, as well as Tempra, actually, at 4 points each. 3 points for Virtus Pro, 2 for Navi and Secret, and Chaos at a singular point at the 10th place. That's where we stand at the beginning of day 3 of stage 1 of EU League. With the rankings done, let's take a look at our schedule. As usual, 10 teams, as you just saw in the rankings, means that we have 5 best of ones to go through. No overtimes, unlike what you see in APAC North on our broadcast. Empire v Navi is game number 1, Virtus Pro Vitality, G2 BDS, Rogue Chaos, and Tempra versus Secret. Guys, you look at this schedule, are there any standout matches that you really have something of a soft spot for?
Yeah, the BDS versus G2, I think that's a clear one. Right now, BDS have been able to 7-1 every single opponent they have met so far. Who can stop them? If it's not G2, then I don't know who can.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the exact case. That is the game everyone's very excited about, but in my mind, there are some other fixtures worth talking about. Tempra versus Secret is a massive one. It's like the two sweethearts of CL Season 11 have now both made it into Pro League, and they get to clash for the first time. Both got demolished, is probably how I put it nicely the other day, and I think they're licking the wounds a bit today, looking to recover and end week 2 strong.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Tempra Secret, there's something that kind of springs to mind between these two, right? I mean, is it Tempra coming out of CL? So you were just talking about it, CL success stories. Maybe something that we can see with Tempra, maybe some maps that they need to look into. That's for later. We're just teasing it for you now. Let's take a look, though, at our statistics before we start off with game 1 of the day. And as usual, this is the Reddit karma farming segment of the show. So let's bring up our operators, starting off with our attacking ones. And from then we can move on. Gentlemen, you see the ops that we got here. Why? How? What should we learn from this in competitive meta?
First of all, I'm going to say I'm going to be the first one to steal this karma, but no, we do see a lot of soft breach to come down. Both Ash, Zofia, and Sledge right there in that top 3 are relatively high percentages, but what is actually also interesting to see is that there is a lot of variety ever since that. Like, you see Termite, Norman, and Hibana following that up shortly to get away with the other hard breach. But after that, it's a bunch of 20 and 10%. So we're seeing a very diverse meta to involve right here. Not just the same 5 operators that get picked every round. So really good progress right here.
So that's their attacking side. Let's take a look at the defense and kind of compare and contrast as usual. Operator pick rates matter for the map, matter for the sites. When they're banned for the entire game. When they're picked, it's only for a specific round. So the numbers and the way you crunch them is a bit different. But it's always a back and forth, a tug of war in how these things are usually, Des. And you can see it reflected here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of surprised to even see Maestro slipping in just above Wamai there. We've been talking about the Wamai-Jaeger combo an awful lot lately, how it does force a kind of utility exchange meta, as I've come to call it. I want to touch on a few of the ones that are creeping in near the bottom there. We've seen a surprising amount of mirror between G2 and Empire. We saw it the other day. And Oryx equally. I think like Iana has kind of slipped under the radar. I know Iana had 22% pick rate for the attackers. Very, very good with the drone work that she can do. I call it drones. It's more like a decoy, obviously. And Oryx very, very interesting because he's been slipping his way up and down hatches, getting flanks on. We saw it come out of Navi when they played against G2 last week. So be keeping an eye out when you see those operators get picked up. Teams are starting to use them in pretty interesting ways.
I've been seeing a lot of Kali now and retaliation to the Maverick and Thatcher bans that have been so common.
Retaliation.
So, Derry.
Gotta do it.
Get out.
That's
Get out.
Okay, guys.
That's
okay,
smug face.
That's okay. I'm still here. Don't worry. It's good.
This is definitely something to put in the highlight reel, if you ask me. That said, though, let's take a look one more time at our schedule just to remind you. And this will be our last point before we head into the game. Empire Na'Vi is game number 1. This is our focus for the moment. VP Vitality, G2 BDS, Rogue Chaos, and Tempera Secret. So let's kick it forward with Empire v Na'Vi. And before we start off with our rosters, I'm going to preface things here. 2 former Pro League champions. How did they make it there? They ran through Challenger League, demolished everybody there, came into Pro League, and immediately won that subsequent season. Huge storyline, but it's been a while since you see them really perform, and both have been on rocky starts of this season. So let's actually go ahead and talk about their rosters and who they're bringing on today. I'm going to bring them up on the screen for you in just a moment. There it is, just load up. It's Team Empire. Des, what to look into this team?
I mean, you talk about Team Empire, there's a lot of history behind these guys, appearing at 6th Invitational 2019, making it all the way through to the final against none other than their arch nemesis in G2. I think this season so far, things have been not so much shaky for them, but maybe not as decisive as maybe we would have liked. However, we have seen some flashes of that old Empire, the one that was called the Russian Machine, that everyone came to fear. We've seen them snap back against a few teams here, but the problem for me is consistency. They need to be consistent today against Na'Vi, because of how fast Na'Vi like to come at teams, it's going to be hard to shut them down.
Oh, speak of Na'Vi, let's take a look at their rosters and what they are bringing for this matchup. Hap, anything you can tell us about the squad?
Just quickly to add here as well, like Na'Vi, of course, went through their CL Dream Run, but unfortunately, Doki received his competitive ban at that moment. They had to do it with Pi. They actually managed to do it with a substitute, which made it even more impressive. But Doki is back now, and especially in that first game, he managed to show up huge. But otherwise, it's actually Kenru that is leading the charge, that is there when he is necessary, when he needs to do stuff. And even though he's on that hard breach role, he definitely keeps the frags on running.
When you talk about hard breach, there's no one as good at that than Shepard, for example, for Team Empire. Has been performing excellently for the team. It's like Shepard and Bride, kind of 2 poles on either end of EU, performing so well on roles we don't usually get to see. You see a guy in hard support, and on top of that, fragging out of their mind. That is the sort of talent that we're looking to see here in EU League. But as usual, you guys have gotten used to it so far. It's our head-to-head time. We got 1 player out of each of these 2 teams. We're going to talk about them. There's Shepard, there's Kendra. We mentioned them very extensively. Why these 2 specifically to compare?
So in my mind, you look at these 2 as the kind of support backline, but Kendra especially this season, I think last season had a couple of times where he'd step up and get multiple frags and pull a round out of the bag for his team, but it's not been once or twice so far this season. There have been a good number of times where he has been the main fragging force for Na'Vi, which is incredible to see as the support. Same story for Shepard. In every single game they have played, he has been on a different attacking operator or hard support operator in each of those games, and still managed to find himself near the top of the scoreboard for them. So in my mind, these 2 are the big power players here, but they're hitting hard from the back, not at the front. Just make sure you don't ignore those like Joystick and Doki, who are going to be at the front, running into that building and looking to find some opening kills.
Yeah, and good to note here as well is that both Kendra and Shepard are actually topping off their teams in question of performance. Both have the highest rating on their lineups, and even though they are playing the hard support and that, well, the hard breach and that big support of Smoke, of course, they still managed to keep those in. And as you mentioned before, it's not something that is quite usual. And also on both these teams, the entry fraggers seem to be struggling a bit. So it's a two-sided sword, a double-edged sword.
Definitely so. Yeah, you saw that Shepard performance. Opening kills, plants, overall kills. The man is a machine. As you were saying, Des, maybe this is the sort of glimmer we're looking forward to seeing from Empire to get back into that old form. They played Coastline against G2 in the last Playday, tied, lost unfortunately against Rogue on Consulate, and in Playday 1 absolutely demolished VP, which is kind of surprise to everybody. That was definitely the biggest highlight of that day coming out of Russian Major League and the European Open clash. So let's actually take a look at a bit more detail, which is our map. As you've seen, this map, or usually these maps, have a big influence on how teams play, and that's a Villa for Team Empire. They had the choice, go to Oregon or to Villa, and they chose Villa. Des, I know you're severely disappointed that Oregon isn't in play right now, but why do you think, after both of you having casted EOC, that Villa is the one to go for?
In my mind, between these two teams, you can look back at the history and the stats of them both playing Villa, but I think the big thing comes back to me is the maps that they played on so far this season. And looking at Empire, the last 2 games have been Coastline and Consulate, a loss and a draw. It hasn't gone too well for them. So I think on their side, going over to a map that is more focused on being able to play strategically a little bit slower might come back to help them. My biggest fear is if they go onto the defensive side to kick things off against G2, they were very, very slow at snapping back against the aggression coming out of G2, and G2 just ran them over in quite a few rounds. So here today, we're going to have to see them being willing to roam. Maybe that's why they've gone to such a large map. But again, it's Na'Vi you're against here, and I'm just worried about what Na'Vi can do.
Was it Na'Vi played against Rogue on Clubhouse in the last Playday hap, and Clubhouse, if anything, is very similar to how Villa is, a very technical map where you have to have certain level of map control before you proceed to opening up, points of entry into a site. And it showed that Na'Vi were definitely not prepared to go up against Rogue and on that map. How is it today on Villa versus Empire?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see what it was actually going to be, what's going to be coming of Na'Vi. Like, how are they going to be able to fight against this Empire? Of course, Empire not in its best state. Rogue, on the other hand, is kind of leveling up as we go throughout this tournament. So it's kind of logical to say that Rogue wasn't such a good form and Na'Vi wasn't quite a bad one. So let's hope that Na'Vi can pick up their form again so they can actually show what they have, especially on this map. Because as you say, it's very similar to Clubhouse. You need these precise second executes to come in. You need to pincer from 2 sides at the same time. Let's hope they can do it today.
Something that they should be comfortable with. We saw their plays on Oregon in day 1 versus Secret, bringing out that Kali as well when necessary. Operator bans, I definitely expect a Thatcher to be out of there. Definitely kind of put that in your head. But the big question for me is on the Maverick. Unsure of where that is going to be. I don't know where that stands on you guys.
Yeah, kind of a mix, right? Some teams like to ban away the Mav and Thatcher combo, but on this map, I think you can get away with banning away things like a Hibana. Normally, because this map requires you to be opening things up from distance, a lot of that floor is soft. If you have a C4 player down below, they are going to destroy you if you're on a Maverick or a Thermite. So I'm expecting maybe more of a Hibana ban, but time will tell. Don't forget, of course, Doki's been playing that an awful lot. We saw him on Thermite the other day. Didn't go so well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we're going to have an Iana Lion combination. We've seen it in other maps, even Dokkaebi pulled out here and there. So first of all, let's see at what people think about this matchup. You can vote on all of these games and go on an R6 Esports EU. That's the account specifically for all of this. 56% to Empire, 7% for a draw. Na'Vi at a 37%. Again, vote it. Go vote. Go on Twitter right now. You guys always like to tell us what you think about these matches. This is the place to go. Guys, quickly, very quickly, scoreline, Des?
I'm with the 7%, 6-6.
Hap?
I think if Na'Vi can retake their form, they will take it.
All right, casters, all on to you. It's Na'Vi Empire on Villa.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. Thank you, Milosh. I am super keen for this one, Gio. I know how much you like watching Empire, so I feel like I know the guys were kind of saying, oh, it could go either way. Des was thinking the draw. I think I know where your heart lies.
My heart certainly lies with Team Empire, but we all know that Villa is not necessarily known for being their best map. So actually, Des might have kind of the right idea. I think it really depends on what it comes down to in terms of we've got to have a look at these operator bans first, because you have to remember, of course, Team Empire so far, they haven't faced a Thatcher ban at all in the EU League yet. And if this ends up coming out here at Villa, well, that could kind of hinder Cypher, who had a very, very good game in the third Playday, because he's always been taking on that role. You also have to look at some of these other players who are needing to be enabled a little bit more. Obviously, Joystick and Dan didn't have the best game last time. And Doki, they mentioned at the start, also needs to kind of have a fire lit under him a little bit. So there are many different facets here. But Maverick is going to be the first to go.
And that does beg the question of whether we'll see Empire ban out the Thatcher. I'm going to go with no, because it's, as you said, not a common ban for them. They like playing with it when it's in there. So this might be one of those rare games where we actually get to see Thatcher make it through the ban phase. What do you reckon, Empire? Indeed it is. So instead we have 2 out of the 3 hard breaches taken off the table, which means both teams will have to rely on that Thermite. Of course, the Thatcher will be there to get rid of any wall denial that the defense brings, but you still can bandit trick. Joystick. And also another thing that is added by the fact that Hibana ban comes out there is it means any hard breach has to be done up close and personal. The Thermite has to go right up to the wall and deploy that exothermic charge, which means he's extra vulnerable to C4s from operators like the Pulse, which we see very commonly on Villa. However, the Valkyrie, what has become a super staple ban here, now that Echo is off the board, banning Valkyrie means you basically don't have to bring IQ, frees up that attacking operator comp a little bit. So I like to see that, and then round it off at the end from Na'Vi with a Wamai ban, which they actually banned last week against Rogue, though that didn't help them in the 7-1 against them. So, I mean, I like what I'm seeing here. Not maybe the most typical ban phase, but still very enjoyable.
I think it makes it very interesting, as you say, and especially when you do look at those hard breaches. Obviously, Shepard's going to be taking on the Thermite, and we're going to have to look for a lot of support from his team. But interesting, actually, obviously not choosing to bring the Thatcher, even though he is available. And this 6th pick coming out from Na'Vi here, Kendrew on the Clash, is not the first time we've seen this. If you think back to their game they played against G2, there was a lot of shield play, and Kendrew was definitely one of those names that popped up as being a shining star in that game. So if this causes a problem for, just looking at the top there, it's actually Na at hashtag 39 semicolon V. That's their new name. If it causes a problem for Na'Vi, then for Empire, I should say, this could be a good start here for Na'Vi, because, well, we all know how much of a pain those shields are to deal with.
No, I really like this, and a great thing that you pointed out, Kendrew, there. In the game last week, where Na'Vi were pretty well dumpstered by Rogue, Kendrew was one of the highest rated players in that whole game. Not just on his team, Kendrew has been popping off. He was also instrumental in the game against G2 as well, but last week an 88% cost in a game where you go 7-1 against you. Cost is a percentage of how many rounds you either get a kill, plant them, or defuse, survive the round, or get traded. I'm actually really impressed by, so far, Kendrew's performance, and I'm hoping that he can be impactful here, and I fully expect him to be here on the Clash in this first defensive round.
Straight away, just going to start things off sitting here in the doorway of the master bedroom. That will obviously mean that if Na'Vi decide to come through and they want to open up that stat wall, they have to be very aware of the fact that that's just sitting right there. You can, of course, get shocked, and it'll make it a lot harder for them to deal with it. Also seeing a lot of presence down here in the basement. Joystick's decided to come straight in. He's going to be droning for himself, just to be sure that there's no one waiting downstairs.
Another thing we didn't quite mention earlier was this mirror pick, another operator that is very commonly banned but snuck through that ban phase. Like to see it here from Panix, another player who's struggled so far since joining Na'Vi to make an impact, but playing a very pivotal operator here. And in fact, on this stat and trophy defense with a very open hold, the strategy with the mirror windows facing the master balcony makes it very difficult for Empire to play inside of master, but it also leaves a gaping hole on the bomb site in which the attackers can exploit. And that's the one where the soft wall is next to the mirror window.
It's basically going to make it incredibly hard for Empire to start to make a move into these fights, and that's why you're seeing a lot of this presence downstairs. Joystick trying to see what he can get through the floor so he can try and dislodge those players. He's starting to have some presence here in the walk-in closet, and then there's the walls going to be open, but you have to bear in mind, I think it's Nello who's waiting there in the bathroom for them, ready to push them back should they move in.
I really like that play from Joystick downstairs to use that breaching round from Ash and shoot the little canister on the mirror window, and that completely changes things for Na'Vi, because no longer do they have an advantageous angle looking into Master, but there's this open window that the attackers, well, they have the superior weapons, they have the ACOGs, they can actually utilize that to their advantage, but a C4 is used to destroy the air jab on the Master doorway, and that allows Kendrew a bit more freedom, but it doesn't seem to matter because Empire do manage to punish Panix there.
That mirror moved very much out the way. This is going to give Empire a little bit more space. I say that, but Scythe is going to be going down as Save secures that kill onto him. So things still at the advantage here for Na'Vi, and you, of course, have that all-important clash still standing. The only thing is you have to be aware there's not as much presence here from Na'Vi anymore, so they have to be very aware of what the direction that Empire are looking to get in. Joystick and Shepard, actually, for that matter, Saves is really popping off here in this first round, and Na'Vi, it doesn't take them long to secure it for themselves, as Empire were really just held back. They were choked in from moving on forward.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Na'Vi. In particular, saves did find that 3K onside, and it shows sometimes you don't really have to overcomplicate things. And I was a bit concerned for Na'Vi after that mirror window was opened up. You would have thought Empire had pretty good control, and they did find a pick there as well. But Na'Vi just to hold firm and wait basically for Empire to start exposing themselves. And saves was very keen on those angles, and he made short work of Empire by the end of it. Another thing to note, I suppose, is that Kendrew, that clash, was never actually actively dealt with by Empire. And I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing this Capitao at all picked by them, because Capitao is one of those operators that Empire are so good at, in particular Scyther. He loves it. He loves using that utility. And it was banned against them by G2 when G2 were playing the clash last week on Coastline. So I would have thought that, especially with Na'Vi potentially using that clash, maybe if we go back to that stat bomb site later, I'm hoping Empire are going to bring that Capitao and start to harass that shield a little bit more.
It's actually very interesting that they've decided to switch over to Kali and forego the idea of having a hard breacher. Of course, when you're coming into this site, that means it's going to be hard to open up that laundry wall that you very typically see get reinforced, that Nello's shooting through at the moment. Instead, they're going to be going for the opportunity to get rid of any kind of electrification that's not going to be there. They're also actually not going to be bringing shields either, which you can, of course, use the Kali to get rid of.
Yeah, it's actually funny. Your Kali is most of the time thought of as a hard breach counter denial, if you will, or hard breach denial counter, like denying all those mute jammers, bandit batteries, electric claws, etc. But that only really matters when you have a hard breach. So I suppose Shepard is either picking it for the gun or picking it for, as you said, those deployable shields, etc. So I'm a bit surprised here from that pick from Empire, but I think if you looked at this operator lineup last season, where you've got an Oryx, an Oryx, a Kali, and a Warden, you'd be thinking, wow, this is, I guess the meta's changed a lot, and indeed it seems like it has. So I'm really enjoying this right now, and I'm keen to see in particular how Kendrew does manage to work that Oryx later in the round. He's actually right near a hatch, in fact. He can pop that with his Bailiff secondary shotgun and jump back up into Master if he wishes late round. He's going to prep that right now, in fact.
The opening kill there also going to Panics. Very similarly to before, as Na'Vi were able to get some of those early kills and put Empire at a disadvantage very early on. It's also going to make it hard if Scyther were to go upstairs and open up the floor so that Empire be able to have that vision down onto the site as well as those frag grenades available to them. Well, suddenly now that's not available to the team. And that's going to make it significantly more difficult for them. Here's the use of that Kali, but actually it's not going to last very long. Nello comes straight in with the shotgun. Great shot there. And that means the diffuser is also being dropped. Very hard to recover for Empire. That will be. Always. You can turn things around, but Kendrew's there just to deal with things. And that leaves just Joystick and Always on the side of Empire. Still not much closer from getting into the site. At the very least, the diffuser has been recovered, but they've still got to be aware of everything that's happening here with Na'Vi. And of course, when you do have something like the Mozzie, when you have the Oryx still available, those flanking capabilities are still quite strong.
That proximity alarm does go off there and reveal Joystick's position. He doesn't shoot it, but he does manage to walk outside its radius. And now he's just looking for a pick, hoping that there's a roamer hanging out in mud. And indeed, the timing does not benefit Joystick. There you go. Panics finds his second on the round. We're all looking at Always now, the newest player on Empire with low HP, looking to clutch it against 4 players, but he's not even going to get the first one there. Very nice stuff. Back-to-back defenses from Na'Vi.
You know, we wondered who it was who was going to have the advantage on this map, if it was going to be very even. And of course, it's still kind of early. Things could change. It wouldn't be the first time that we have seen one team have a very good first half and the other maybe have a very good second half. But so far, it's not looking very good for Team Empire. And I suspect the fact that they've allowed themselves to even come to this map, it does suggest maybe that they have been practicing it a little bit more. Obviously, everyone kind of knows this is not their favorite map in the entire world. But obviously, when you've gone such a long time trying to avoid it, it is going to set you up to not necessarily be completely ready for it. So now going to Aviator Games, and this is one of those sites where I would argue that it would be one of the most difficult to deal with that Hibana ban, because opening up the study wall when you can't stay really far away would be particularly difficult. You've also got things like the Vigil on the side of Na'Vi, so you're going to have that roaming capability, also denying some of the intel there for Team Empire, and the Goyo shields as well, which is going to make it a lot harder to deal with what is on site. That means you're going to have to use things like the Ash Breach Charge, like the Sophia Lifeline, no longer bringing the Kali, so you won't have that available to you. But I think getting into the site here may be the biggest struggle that Empire have faced so far.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, and it's funny for Empire, really, because no longer with that Kali, the operator that probably would have been good at countering the Evil Eyes from Maestro, the Vulcan shields from Panics here on the Goyo, but I guess Empire are pretty confident that they already have 6 explosives thanks to Ash, Sophia, and Sledge, so they're probably going to be able to deal with that, especially since the Wamai has been banned out by Na'Vi. So you'd hope that Empire can get rid of all this utility, right? But of course, they have struggled so far. You mentioned this isn't historically a great map for them. In fact, so far in the Russian Major League, they lost it twice to 2 not even Pro League teams in Fours and Crow Crowd. So I'm hoping that Empire have something in the pocket here that we haven't yet seen, because in contrast, Na'Vi had some great performances in the Pro League last season against some formidable opponents like Rogue on this map. So on paper here, Na'Vi should definitely be favored, but Empire, they're on a redemption streak right here, and they need to keep it up. They can't lose maps here to Na'Vi.
I think one of the important things to bear in mind about these two teams is they both have a very similar story. They both came in very quickly to the Pro League scene and found success and fame very early on. In goes those flashes to try and burn the ADSs. But now they're both on a redemption arc, wanting to prove that they can get back to the former glory of both experience. And so whoever takes this map and this series, oh, Panics, run away, you're going to get caught out there. Does take a decent amount of damage as Joystick does open up the floor there and get rid of one of those shields. But whoever takes this series is going to look significantly closer to redeeming themselves from the kind of fall-off that they've had. Scyther, all right, finally, he's not going to be the first one taken out. Instead, he gets that opening kill with a grenade nonetheless. It's a good start there for Team Empire. Things may be starting to turn around.
Yeah, very much so. And Dan to find a pick into maps as well. Great vertical play from Scyther previously with that grenade through the floor, and also notably Doki and Nello have been taken really low. Well, Doki's taken out completely. Surely Na'Vi can't salvage this one now. Kendrew and Nello both low HP, both attempting to hold this, and Kendrew knows he needs to make an aggressive play, but he looks the wrong way. Dan punishes him. Surely this isn't a flawless round here for Empire. Not if Nello has something to say about it, but with just about as low HP as you can tolerate. The Maestro here holding the Alder with that bullet hose. That plan's going to go down. He's not doing anything about it. He's just playing for the stat pad, it seems. But can't wait forever. Come on. 40 seconds. We want to see you do something. Empire's not going to let him just sit there. The Thermite to breach open the wall. Fully flashed now. Nello. This is not a great spot to be in. And indeed it is the flawless round from Empire.
Look, we've seen Nello do some pretty terrific clutches before. You never knew what to expect, but at that point, Team Empire had completely surrounded him. There was very little he was going to be able to do. I think part of the flaw in Na'Vi's defense there was the fact that they weren't fully prepared for a push in from the north side of the map, so it meant that Empire actually found it a lot easier to move into the site than they maybe would have had that defense been a bit more even. Because if you remember correctly, we saw a couple of shields be put at the top of the main stairs, not just one, and we obviously saw one in Classical Hall as well, because we saw Panics having to run away from it as it got blown up. And so it meant that there was a lot of effort and a lot of attention put there rather than elsewhere, and it sort of gave Empire a little bit more of an easier time moving in. But now returning back to that first site, and this is where Na'Vi found a decent amount of success. It looked almost effortless, but this time they've changed things up with a 6 pick, and no longer will they be bringing the Clash or the Mirror.
Yeah, which telegraphs a completely different strategy, and Empire clearly didn't quite read into that. They didn't predict the 6 pick because Dan decided to 6 pick off of that Zofia and instead bring the Kali, and I presume that that Kali was brought to... Oh, this is actually a toughie. It could be brought because they saw that the Bandit was being picked and they wanted a counter to that wall denial, but it also could be because of the Clash that was 6 pick off of by Kendrew, because Empire... the Kali, the little primary sniper rifle, CRX, whatever it is, one of those rounds will not clash the shield back. So a nice little counter, not the be-all and end-all, not quite as effective as a Capitao. So, oh well, we'll see how this works out for Empire. I have a feeling it's primarily just for that Bandit, but of course, the Kali does not counter the Bandit trick. So if Saves dedicates to that, we might see Empire struggle opening up this wall, especially since there are roamers on the side of Na'Vi, in particular Kendra, who's playing that Vigil once again.
Well, I am kind of interested, actually, because, of course, you could use Joystick to deal with the batteries, but we saw him get taken down really early on this site before. In goes that air jab, and that could potentially kind of trap Kendra here, as he's already in Master. But we did see Joystick get taken down early before, and if Na'Vi are anticipating him to be playing down below once again, maybe there'd be the risk of that happening. If you can rely on the Kali to get the wall dealt with, then maybe you don't have to risk the Ashe so much. But he is actually down here in the basement once again. Kendra will be the first to fall, and he's been a significant player for Na'Vi so far. Disappointing. But if Saves can find Joystick, this would be an interesting potential 1v1. He's just creeping on up the stairs, actually not going to be spending much time down in the basement anymore, but you can tell that he doesn't entirely know where the position of his opponents are.
Well, he would have known that Scyther was downstairs in Laundry because that's where he killed Kendra, as Kendra tried to escape Master via the hatch. But, of course, Saves off-site as the Bandit means that he won't be able to Bandit trick the wall by deploying those batteries. My goodness, BattleEye is having a field day. Good on you, BattleEye. See you later, cheaters.
Highest KD we're seeing so far. Joystick's making a really wide rotation here. And because it's such a huge map, it just takes forever. But it's going very, it's taking a lot more time than we saw before. Doki, you see, he's ready and waiting there on the red stairs for any of those potential flanks. There's the impact. That's going to prevent the wall from being open, but the flash wasn't really able to do anything to prevent that from happening. Frag narrowly missed there. Panix is going to get away with his life, but has lost a decent amount of health. Goomine's going to go down. That will prevent somewhat of a push, and there's less than a minute remaining, so Empire don't have much time to waste, as they have to get this wall open, they have to push in, and they have to try and get that diffuser down.
But not if Panix has to say something about it. Still an impact grenade in hand, and that thermite charge, the exothermic deployed once again. Doku finds a kill off site. Empire, as you said, so low on time, they still haven't gotten the job done. This thermite is not panning out right now. Empire have just about nothing going for them. Even though they've finally taken out some players on the roam, they still haven't breached into the bomb site. Now they'll have to make a very fast rotate to try to execute 3 versus 3, but no time to deal with saves here on the roam. Finds 2, doesn't even need to find a third one. Panix is going to clear that out for him, and there you go, Na'Vi to hold on. Empire looking lost on this attack.
I have to say, Saves is on a complete tear so far. We're only 4 rounds in, and it's not the first time that he's had a multi-kill like that. So having a pretty good day so far. But yeah, it really seems that Empire are struggling with that site in particular, and especially when it's so hard with the denial onto that wall, but also the fact that it's very characteristic of Team Empire to be going in for these very wide roams. We've seen it on a number of different maps. We're seeing it here on Villa. But because Na'Vi know what to anticipate in those situations, they know to expect that. They're prepared for them. And that means that they're bringing down those members of Team Empire. And once you get to that kind of late round where you're wanting to be able to apply more pressure, because it's so hard to breach onto the site, you need to get in and try and plant the diffuser. Well, suddenly you're so much weaker because you're lacking a lot of that firepower that would be really useful in those situations.
So Empire, we're looking at you now thinking, when is this going to change a little bit? Arvy's been doing really nicely here on their defensive side. Of course, there was that one flawless round from Empire, and it's quite funny, really, when the only round Empire have won has been a decisive win, and of course, that was on Aviator. So eventually, even if Na'Vi do win this round, they'll have to reattempt Aviator, or they'll have to go over and try out Living Library, which I would love to see, but I just gonna guess it ain't happening. But if we go back and talk about the previous time that Na'Vi defended this bomb site kitchen and dining, Empire brought the Kali instead of that thermite. They've changed it back to their original operator lineup with that thermite back on board, and I think that's definitely going to support a much more effective attack. In particular, if they try to go for a pantry push again, because if the Thermite can open up the pantry wall just through that window where Shepard opening up. It will really enable Empire to dislodge a lot more of those anchor positions and not just fall victim into that choke point that is the pantry doorway into kitchen. So hopefully we see something a bit more from Empire here, maybe a bit of a roam clear vertically as well, opening up holes onto the bomb site to dislodge those anchors. And hey, I totally believe they can make it happen.
It does make you wonder if, kind of similar to what you were saying on that last round, if the reason they bought the Kali the first time is because they were expecting Na'Vi to consistently and repeatedly bring her on each of their defenses, which they evidently didn't do. So now they've chosen not to, but Saves, I mentioned before, he's on a bit of a tear. He's going to bring down Always very early. Don't know if he was able to get all of those air jabs down, but regardless, the loss of that Nomad will be felt by the attacking team. Now they've just got to try and make their way in. And as you say, likely going to come in for this vertical push, which they struggled with before. Oof. Okay. One going down from each side. They got two there for Empire. Scyther joins the fray. That leaves just Shepard and Dan remaining. You do have the hard breacher, and he is carrying the diffuser. So that's still on the side here for Team Empire. But with just half the round remaining, it's going to be a pretty big ask. The wall there does get open, but Dan's trying to take in those angles, not entirely knowing where his opponents may be. And he's going against four of them. One of them's going to get him eventually, and it's going to be Doki. He's having a lot more of an improvement. Now, you've got to remember this pulse here can use the cardiac sensor to feed that information over to his team. Is it going to catch Shepard out? Nearly catches out one of the members there of Na'Vi, but he's not going to let it finish him off entirely. Instead, he has to figure out an alternate route in.
One drone in the pocket, plenty of time, but against four, come on, like what's really possible here? Yes, against threes may be possible, but you mentioned Saves, still alive, and has been turning up the heat for Na'Vi. Shots exchanged back and forth. Shepard, this is really just a consolation round, even if he can't get this victory, this clutch. Hopefully he can find a few kills to build back the confidence, because that has been the story here for Na'Vi. They've been doing away what they want with Empire, and there's been no retaliation successful at all. You see how much Saves wants that kill, throwing out the impact grenade as well to boot. Shepard, give it your best. You've lit up two of the players, but Saves for another one. He seems to be unstoppable here for Na'Vi. And now we look to the final round of Empire's attack for them to hopefully redeem themselves.
You'd hope that they would have the opportunity to be able to, and I'd say it's likely we're going to go back to AV. Yep, you said you were hoping maybe for Living Room Library, but obviously very unlikely that would happen. Now, so far, this is the only site that they've had any luck in attacking, and they are going to be bringing back that same composition that they did before, and they were able to secure it on a flawless. They came in, they surrounded the defending team, they got rid of the utility very quickly, and they were able to make them move in. And it was just Nello, I believe, remaining on the Maestro at the end, and he actually let the defuse go down, and when he was trying to catch those angles to see if he can catch any of those members of Empire at the end, he wasn't particularly successful. So I'm going to be very interested to see how it is that Na'Vi decide to adapt their defense on this site. As I mentioned before, they had a lot of focus of placing much of their utility on the kind of south side of this map. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was Scyther who got the first kill before with the frag grenade. And you have to remember, with the Wamai band, that means that things like that are potentially more likely to happen. And we saw much of those, many of those ADSs also down here on the south side of the map. So it means that you're leaving yourself kind of open a bit more. But you can already see the reinforcement here on the study wall is different to how they did before.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought up that Wamai ban, because I think that the fact that that has been banned is part of the reason why Na'Vi has changed their strategy here on that defense on the anchor. Instead of bringing the Maestro with the two Evil Eyes, the Goyo with the three deployable shields, two Vulcan shields now. Instead of kind of going for that, okay, heavy utility, forcing the attack to soak that up and use all their utility on it, that kind of very much on-meta playstyle, Na'Vi are like, okay, let's just keep playing into our aggression. It's worked so far. We'll play the Mozzie instead of the Goyo. We'll deny some drones. We'll keep playing that Vigil, which has been in all but one round so far for Na'Vi. and see if our aggression can get the better of Empire. But I like this, the adaptations from Empire. Dan safe outside this window to open up an angle, and he actually gets a pre-fire through the wall. No doubt a good read based on a call out from a drone. And that'll get the first kill in the way of Empire. Of course, remember last time Empire attacked this, they found 3 picks within not very much time and then overwhelmed the objective. And it seems to be that perhaps Empire is having just as much success now.
Well, we saw that drone of always just lingering around here towards where Kendrew is situated. So if Empire can get the intel of Kendrew's location while he's not using his gadget, that could be pretty key. So far, not seeing much as far as getting up towards him. But there is that presence from Empire down here on the bottom floor. Joystick's going to be moving on up, and actually Dan's going to be the one to get the next kill. Nello will be falling. He was the last one remaining on Na'Vi in the last round, and as you mentioned, a lot of those operators are the same. So also that same anchor positioning on the Maestro as he was before.
Really good control here for Empire, but of course the situation on Study is quite different to what you might expect, as that wall has been opened, so Shepard not likely to breach that one. Control of 90 is Panex, and to take out one of the drones there being flashed out, pushed backwards, but the onus here is on Empire to actually have an execute ready now, because they don't have control of Study, they can't breach one of these walls, and they don't seem to be taking control of the north side of the map. 35 seconds left, but that's another opening, and if Empire can keep running away with this numbers advantage, it might spell the round for Empire. Now 5 versus 2, and Dan is on a tear. He gets shut down there by Panex. A very nice shot from the Swiss player, but 2 versus 4 for Na'Vi. Just 15 seconds left for Empire on this push, and there you go. Panex shut down. Plant getting forced onto the ground, and it's all on Kendrew. The information isn't there. He denies the diffuser. He just has to survive for 7 seconds. He finds another one, but Empire don't let him get away with murder. And that is Empire to finally salvage that half and end it at a 2-4.
Brutal there from Kendrew, just waiting in the corner, and Empire not knowing where his position was. Great for him to be able to secure that kill, but obviously it wasn't enough. And Empire 2 at the half, as you say, will now be switching on over to the defense. This team, who aren't particularly used to this map and aren't particularly fond of this map, now have to figure out how they're going to live up to those defenses that were put up by Na'Vi. They're going to straight away be going for something slightly different to how Na'Vi did on this site. They are opting to go for that Maestro.
No.
Oh, no. They are going to go for the Maestro and the Ella, but as you just nodded towards there, that would be Kendrew appearing on the Monty, because of course, why not? He's been showing up on the Shield so far this season, especially this week. Of course, why wouldn't he be doing it once again? And I mean, I guess when you can't rely so much on those hard breaching opportunities because the Hibana and the Maverick are both banned, you might as well just use the brute force that you can with the Monty. Protect some of those other players on your team, and with the IQ as well, you'll be able to find some of that utility, some of that gadgetry that has been so there for the defensive side.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, look, let's address this one thing at a time. Let's go with the defense first and talk about the strategy that Empire intends to employ here. And it's the similar strategy that Na'Vi wanted to use on their first defensive aviator, and that is the utility soak meta. So you've got 2 Evil Eyes, 2 Goyo shields, a deployable shield on Scyther, none on Always, but that is so much utility to try and soak up, establish strong positions that is very difficult for Na'Vi to flush out. Now, with the Wamai band, it makes it a bit more difficult for Empire to protect all that. They're just relying on those 3 ADSs from Joystick, which will be pivotal. But of course, Na'Vi have tons of utility to chew through those ADSs and then destroy all of the util that Empire has brought. But more importantly, okay, wow, that's a Vulcan destroyed really early. A bit of a surprise there. But what I was going to say is, more importantly, Na'Vi have Monty, which is kind of a cheap way of dealing with all of this utility. You can brute force choke points much more effectively, but of course, it is that double-edged sword. Kendrew doesn't really have a viable weapon for one-on-ones. He might be able to get a sneaky kill with the P9 here or there, but if it comes down to raw gunfights and a numbers advantage, Empire will definitely be at the forefront. Now, Looking at how Na'Vi has taken control so far, really great map control take from the north side in contrast to the south side take we saw from Empire, and also dismantling that first Evil Eye. I'm liking this really early presence and control from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi have pushed up pretty aggressively. You already see Doki being droned in here by Kendra, and you've got Mello repelling on the window as well. So Scyther and Dan, who are sitting here at the corridor, they have to be aware of that and start to push in. That's going to get the shield. There you go. You hear it exploding. Wow. And so already Na'Vi have had a pretty swift effort at being able to get rid of some of this utility. This is where they're going to have to decide how they're going to move that in. Seeing this wide roam here by Joystick, very beginning to move into the site. He's just lingering here in the doorway, but he's going to have to be very aware of the presence of that Monty. Well, Doki, he's going to be opening things up. On to Dan. That's that Goyo gone. Na'Vi being very aggressive here.
Yeah, and Doki has been so impactful this round. He took out the first Evil Eye, took out the second Vulcan shield, and now Empire. All that stack of utility that I mentioned is really just dwindling away. And Joystick on that roam is taken out as well. He was that X factor for Empire to try and deny plant from downstairs, but that's taken off board. Now Empire, I think if Always goes for this aggressive peak up towards 90, he's going to lose it to Doki. Okay, no. Never mind. Always says, never mind you, Dev. I do what I want. And now Empire have pulled something back, at least a little bit. But okay, no, maybe a bit more than a little bit. The plant's going down from Kendra, however, and Always is eventually shut down after he finds Nello to hold it. But Scyther on the flank. It's a 1v2 now. This is very possible for the LR, but caught in the crossfire. Taken out. It was such a textbook push from Na'Vi. Empire did their best, but Na'Vi just too good on that one.
And absolutely heartbreaking there for the Maestro, who threw in both of his impacts to try and disrupt the diffuser going down from the Monty, and of course with the shield in the way, it wasn't able to get him. That allowed it to go down, and suddenly all these very aggressive crossfires, and Na'Vi Empire found themselves in disadvantage and weren't able to hold their own at the end. It looked like it was so close there, and that Empire really had a chance, especially after those great shots there from Always, which, you know, I'll be honest, I was with you. I thought might not work out in their favor. But moving here on to Trophy Factory, this is the site that Na'Vi were able to make very well when they were on their own defense. So once again, we are seeing the approach a little bit different from Empire. They're going to be bringing in the Oryx on Scyther on Oryx. So once again, you will be able to have those kind of flanking capabilities there. So we're also seeing his counterpart in Yana be played by Kendra. Now, this isn't the first time that we've seen the Yana get employed on this map. In fact, Vitality were using quite a bit when they came here to Villa. And you can basically use her as this human drone. The problem is they're going to have to face the fact that there is a mute on the side of Team Empire who has some of the intel that they tried to gather using her.
Yeah, great point there about the mute, and if Always is putting these primarily on the south side of the map, which is where he's setting up currently, I expect that will indeed, there you go, one in classical hallway. It'll make it much more difficult for Kendra to push up, especially if Na'Vi opts to go for a map control take, as they did in the previous round. But let's have a look at where the attack are shaping up. A couple players spaced around, but it does seem to be primarily on the east side, or more so directly hitting Master, and maybe a bit of a vertical take. Yeah, indeed. Look at this. I love this time management here from Na'Vi. Already Doki's ready and in. He's droning a little bit himself, setting up a pre-place, but also he's got two of his teammates droning in for him, and no doubt some calls on what's already been cleared. Now, Doki and Nello to enter together. Nello, with his electronics detector, can scan out where all this util is on site, in particular those mute jammers and those Legion mines, and there you go. That's an ADS taken out nice and early. Also detecting the bomb there. Sees some utility now in Bathroom and Astro. And of course, if there's any players lodged in these soft floor areas on the bomb site, Doki can also disrupt that floor and start to find picks through that as well.
If Empire don't have a decent enough road here, then this down here from Na'Vi is going to be interrupted. So that means that things like the frag grenades on the side of Yana in the hands of Kendra will be able to be used if those ADSs are taken out as efficiently as we've so far seen from Nello. Always is waiting down at the bottom of the red stairs here. So if Doki isn't aware of where he is, then he could find himself getting caught out. But the question is whether or not that will be before or after they get their job done. But Always clear that up. And he's having a pretty good game so far. This new player you mentioned earlier, who we've really been looking to put his name on the board, this could be the opportunity. Joystick also downstairs now in Mudroom. He's just trying to hold on to the flagpole because he, of course, knows there are still members of Na'Vi downstairs. That'll be just trying to open things up. He's going to be rotating back out now that he's done his job.
Yeah, I like this from Empire. They're just playing around, ready for Na'Vi to start exiting Kitchen, but I like this. Na'Vi have made a safe rotation through the pantry, but Snyder says that's maybe not so safe. The hole through the floor is going to finish him off, and Empire in such a strong position now. 5v2, make that a 4v2, and Joystick on for the flank. At the bottom Astro stairs, he finds Panic's now all on saves. He may well have a free entry into site, but it won't be so free once he's walking through a crossfire against 4 players from Empire. Look, even though you got 30 seconds here and 1 breaching charge, I don't see this being possible. Saves is basically just going to be doing that for now, saving as time ticks on. And Empire wait with their guns. Look at the players close in when that Kumine gets stepped on. And Dan, well, he's the one to close it out. It was a good round from the start, with always opening up with that first frag onto Doki, and I guess closed out by Empire as well.
I think one of the huge problems that Na'Vi made in that round is when Doki and Nello were starting to move towards the Astro stairs upstairs. You saw Nello using his drone so that they could check the coast, but they didn't actually drone out where Joystick was there in the mudroom. So that meant that Joystick knew that they were coming, and that's how Scyther managed to get that shot in through the floor. But also when you saw the players spending time around that area, Joystick could just jump out and get in that final kill. And it was a little bit of an oversight there from Na'Vi because they didn't do that kind of thorough droning there, weren't necessarily aware of Joystick's exact position. That really enabled some of that aggression in the mid-round from Empire that put them in that position at the end where it was just saves remaining on Na'Vi. But now, returning to Aviator, Empire obviously didn't win this round last time they came, so they do have the opportunity to come back. They are going to be playing very similar composition to before, so it's going to be all about how they utilize and apply the utility that they have available to them, rather than bringing new utility altogether.
Yeah, in fact, the exact same operator lineup for Empire, but now that they've seen Na'Vi do this northside take-in through Master, it was super efficient last time, with 1 minute 50 still on the clock. So that's 1 minute and 10 seconds into the round. Doki had already taken control all the way up to landing and destroyed the 90, the Evil Eye placed at 90, and the default camera for that matter, with his breaching round. So good stuff from Na'Vi on the previous one, but it seems like maybe Empire is going to change their attack a little bit. I really hope they put a bit more presence around that map control so it's not so free for Na'Vi, but it seems like that is in fact not the case so far. And with Panic's already on Head's window, basically any chance of Empire trying to re-roam is already gone. Doki's in Master as well already, and it seems like this is more free real estate for Na'Vi.
You can tell that Empire are trying to put a lot of stock in preventing that push as they get closer to the site. And I'm very interested to see what it is that Joystick does, because he did get caught out quite, early in the last time. He is downstairs. Okay, unsurprising. That's where he's been spending a lot of the time on his rooms before, and that is where he's been caught out. And you mentioned how the way that Na'Vi are positioned and the way they've been able to take space so far will make it very hard for the roam to deal with that. So whether or not Joystick will be able to find the value that he's looking for is kind of another question entirely. Yeah, in comes the Monty. We saw him actually lingering very early in the Aviator door before. And Doki, once again, very similar placement to where he was last time. He was able to just use those breach charges to take down that shield. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing again now. Oh, in goes the flashes, getting rid of those ADS. And there are actually 2 in the doorway. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Nice spot there, and in fact the second ADS there that was not burnt removes the last breaching round from Doki. So, of course, we still have the lifeline explosives from saves, which could be used to deal with that second Vulcan shield. But it seems like maybe Na'Vi are just going to fake out the execute for now. That's one smoke to deny those lines of sight. Shepard trying to get that angle, but of course always just responds with a gas of his own. And the second one just deployed there, as you would have heard from that sound cue, the gas bait. Saves primarily just going from that study side. The second and final smoke grenade from Kendrew goes out, and he's going to try and plant in the doorway. Couple pre-fires from Empire, but oh no, you got to pick it up. There you go. Kendrew finally gets it. He's not in the gas, so he can start to plant here, but he is struggling. And now Always and the rest of Empire are going to get that sound cue. It's all on Nello to cover, but the C4 deals with him. The plant does go down though, with a Monty alive in a post plant. Even though this is a 3v5, it's very much doable here to hold on to for Na'Vi.
This is where you're actually seeing these angles be shared, but there goes Scyther getting 1 and 2. He's starting to clean up Na'Vi.
Wow.
The disable is going down. It looks like Always going to be able to get it, and that'll be the round going to Team Empire, who, despite the fact that Na'Vi were being aggressive in their push in, they wanted to get in there nice and early to make that plant. Team Empire were just in the perfect position to all swarm in, collapse onto that diffuser, and take the round back for themselves.
That was just beautiful. I mean, I mentioned that despite the numbers disadvantage, Na'Vi are actually in a pretty good position. And that would have been the case if Kendrew had been able to hold off those players. Now, I didn't quite see it. I'd have to watch the replay to be sure. But I have a feeling there wasn't much utility used from Empire to dislodge that Monty. And you'd think, all right, Kendrew, if he has the extended shield and he just sits in that doorway, he can just block off the defenders from passing through and trying to take out his teammates, and then he can just move back so that his teammates can kill the person who's on the disable for that diffuser. But I have a feeling maybe an Elamine, a Grismot, was used to knock back Monty's shield for just a moment, and Empire overwhelmed the Montaigne and took him out. Not quite sure about that one. Would have to go and watch the replay, but however they did it, Empire to come back in a 5 versus 3 with a plant down is really impressive. So props to Empire for holding that down.
Yeah, that was really great. And now here they're going to be coming to Kitchen and Dining for their first time defending it. And they've brought the quadruple C4. We did see Dan get a pretty good C4 there in that last round, but they'll have 4 times the opportunity to be able to do that this time. Evidently anticipating Na'Vi to come and try and take a vertical take down onto the kitchen. And so we'll be looking to take advantage of that approach.
I think they're definitely going to be hinging on Dan to try to get that information. Maybe a bit of Shepard with those hacked drones from the Mozzie, but primarily looking at Dan with the cardiac sensor, who's actually using it right now to just suss out the situation, see anyone on the roof and where are they rotating to. And of course, he can call out to his teammates where those players are if they're standing on soft floor. And you mentioned 4 C4s. I mean, that's just so many opportunities for Empire to take out the Na'Vi players through the floor. But we'll see how Na'Vi decides to attack this. For now, it seems like they're clearing out the south side of the map thanks to Panix's drone there. And also, downstairs, early presence here in Living from Saves, now pushing in through Mud. I love this LMG on the Zofia, something we've seen by a few Pro players in the past. Really packs a punch, and of course, with 150 rounds in the package there, you don't ever have to reload. And I mean, that's very, very nice.
I mean, it's pretty great because it takes about 3 years to reload this particular weapon. I mean, as with any of the LMGs, but it'll be interesting to see if he actually manages to get a decent number of kills and dealing some nice damage with it. There's some of that utility being expended there, just being dealt. And Dan, as you say, using the cardiac sensor, of course, to be passing on this intel to the rest of his team. Now, it's interesting seeing this presence from Shepard and Joystick upstairs. Obviously, they're up here on the roam, and they want to be looking out for these players from Na'Vi, but it means that Shepard particularly, well, okay, Joystick, he's going to get traded out there by Nello, but it was a nice kill to see. Actually, Saves joining on. So both of those 2 roamers have gone down. And I was going to say that having Shepard upstairs, while yes, you can provide that roaming capability, you also kind of relinquish the ability to use the C4 onto the ceiling. It's something that we've seen him do very well, particularly going back to the game they played against Rogue, but it won't be there any longer. And Dan's C4 has been used. So if Always isn't, okay, he still has his. I don't know if Scyther still has his. Okay, there we go. So there's still 2 here on the side of Empire. So not all hope is lost from that perspective, but it's definitely a disappointment to have lost those 2 roamers, and now you've also lost your pulse. There's a lot of your intel gone. Doki's going to be going down by always, and he's very low on HP. Tosses in the C4. Scyther, he gets one for himself. So now it's a 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1, as once again it's just saves remaining. There's that LMG. So many bullets in the magazine, and many of them will be going into always. That leaves just Scyther remaining. In goes the lifeline. Sending in the stuns, blowing up what he can. And at the very end, he's going to be able to blow up Scyther as he goes down and Na'Vi secure themselves the round.
You love to see that. Save says, look, you can take out my teammates, not a worry at all. I had a good first half, and I'm going to have a good second half here to clutch it up with the Zofia LMG. Really impressive stuff from the Polish player there of Saves. Overall, Harvey, I mean, to be frank, I thought that, yes, their room clear was pretty good. They took out the 2 players, but they lost their Buck in the meanwhile. And the Buck being that player that's going to be opening up most of the floor, like, yes, you've got breaching charges, but you're a bit more exposed. It takes a bit longer to deploy those than the skeleton key, so you're a bit more vulnerable to the C4. But on top of those 2 picks, for Doki to push through China aggressively, even though there was no one to refrag him, and he did actually get traded out by the defense, him finding that other pick there meant that Na'Vi was still in a pretty strong numbers advantage. By the end of it, though, a 2 versus 3, I think it was, for Empire, and in particular, always to hold down that fort in Dining, to take out the 2 players that pushed in through Laundry. That was just so pivotal for Empire. Put it into a 2v1, but then, you know, there's just Saves, and he's nuts. So you lose. That's it.
Well, obviously, it's on match point here, so Na'Vi, all they have to do is get this one last round, and they secure the series for themselves. But this is a site that Empire were able to defend pretty definitively the last time we came here. Back on round 8, Na'Vi weren't even able to get the plant down. So unlike round 9, where they did get the plant and things got turned around, we went into the post-plant, Empire were able to secure themselves a disable. It was a different story when we were last on this site. So if Empire can recreate what happened before, well, then they should have a pretty good time at being able to drag out that match point and hopefully secure themselves the draw, as that's pretty much the best they can go for now.
Yep, good point. EUL does have draws, so best of 12 rounds with no overtime. Na'Vi have secured 1 point on the standings for tonight, which is not all that they'll be bargaining for, I'd bet. Na'Vi have played so well today here against Empire. I bet they're on for the full redemption to rack away 3 points from the match tonight, especially after getting dumpstered last week. So we're looking at Na'Vi and saying, okay, once again, this vertical take. As you mentioned, Empire successfully defended Staten Trophy last time, primarily thanks to always starting it off with a nice pick onto Doki downstairs, and of course, Joystick as well with that flank below. But now that Na'Vi have read into this playstyle a little bit more, read into where the Empire players are located, I think that'll help them a little bit. They're a bit more cautious of this re-roam attempt. What I'd really like to see is after Na'Vi have dealt with a lot of this utility through the floor, they just rotate up and go for a primarily master-centric push. If they've cleared out a lot of these positions, they should be pretty comfortable pushing through areas like bathroom, as long as you've got a drone or a single player downstairs to watch for those C4s on that re-roam from Empire.
Yeah, I mean, we did see those members of Na'Vi get caught out before, as I mentioned how Nello was going about his droning. And actually, you see Panix is doing a lot of the droning in for Doki and Nello down here on the first floor instead. There goes that Ash breach charge, and Saves is going to be opening things up with a kill onto Joystick. That was that key roamer that we've been looking out for quite a bit, and he was able to get a lot of value the last time they're on this site. So with him gone, that gives Doki and Nello significantly more space as they do their work down here on the bottom floor. Always waiting up here at the top of Red Stairs, but he's probably going to get droned out by Saves unless, yeah. No, they know exactly where he is now, so that makes it significantly more difficult. Dan and always going to be falling. It's pretty easy here for Na'Vi. Scyther, he turns things around slightly, but does get traded out. And half a minute remaining. Shepard, he's going to be dropping down after securing himself a kill onto Nello. 3 versus 1, and Shepard might have the opportunity to take down these players. But there we go. There's the diffuser going down, and suddenly he's got himself in a situation where he has to get rid of it himself. All these other 2 members of Na'Vi have to do is separate themselves out, form potentially a crossfire where they can take Shepard fairly easily, and it's going to be a pretty easy round for them. And yeah, okay, there you go. I was going to say, if they can secure it, they are going to take the win. That's exactly what they do, as Saves goes straight through into Shepard, and that will be a 7-4 for Na'Vi.
Back in form, it seems, after an embarrassing 7-1 against them last week. Na'Vi get their heads back in the game. Doki has awoken once again, back on entry. Get him off the thermite and he'll get the job done. Gotta say, Saves really did impress me that game, though, and it's not just because he had the most kills on his team, but so many impactful moments. I also want to credit Kendra. He may have gone negative and only gotten 2 kills, but those Monty plays and the way that they work together as a team was absolutely pivotal for Na'Vi to take that one. And Empire, maybe a bit disappointing 2 weeks now. They're going to go back to the drawing board and hope they can figure things out.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look back to Pro League, Empire were able to beat Na'Vi both Playdays in the last season. So this will be a nice turning of the tables there for Na'Vi. And I mentioned how, of course, they wanted their own redemption arc, and this is the start of it. And obviously, Doki and Saves really showing up. But I'm interested to know what our analysts think, because I think there's quite a bit to break down.
Thanks so much, James and Gio. Yes, what a game to start off our day. Gentlemen, before we kind of wrap things up here, it looked like Na'Vi were starting off so well on that defense, and they were kind of trying to move that forward as the game progressed. Hap, was it the strong suit that propelled Na'Vi forward in the first half?
Well, one thing that stands out against Empire is you need to be able to disrupt them. And, well, Na'Vi started on that with round number 1 straight away, bringing in a clash, opening up the entire wall right there onto the stat tree, basically forcing Empire to, well, get inside, feel safe, whilst they absolutely weren't. Later on, they managed to use saves for multiple, well, basically explosive endings of rounds, just going in for late round impact. So what Na'Vi was trying to achieve was tricking Empire into feeling safe, but then unleashing saves upon them, and well, and Kendry, of course, as well, with that clash to get these rounds in.
Weren't quite sure by the looks of what exactly to do, I think, coming up in quite a few of those rounds. Like, it was the late round place and saves, I think, as Hap said. A couple of times he'd come up behind Kendrew or come up red stairs in the 4th round and just gun people down. And my big question there was, where were the Nomad air jabs? Why wasn't red stairs covered? But either way, they got themselves completely caught out.
Yeah, and on the second half, Empire looked like they could recover from it. We saw some of their defenses that were so excellently played. They knew how to isolate the Monty, for example, that we saw, I think, in round 8 or something like that. Empire just kind of tried to fight back, but not strong enough, does.
No, it was unfortunate. They kept on trying to beat on the shield with the rock in one of the rounds. It felt like throwing the impacts at the Monties. He was planting inside of Aviator.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same thing we saw between G2 and Na'Vi, right? It's trying to deal with the shield. How do you get rid of it? And in that round, we saw Empire bring 4 C4s. They were playing a ridiculously strong roam game. Na'Vi not once really looked to shut them down in the vertical play. They just let them do it and said, you know what? We'll deal with that problem later on. But so many times it came down to the crunch, and Na'Vi were just unstoppable. Outside of that burst, outside of Aviator, it looked like really for the most part that Na'Vi were in control for the entire of that second half.
Well, let's take a look at our rankings and wrap this up for game number 1. You saw the victory there of Na'Vi. They're going to go up, see them there with 5 points, tying with G2. Rogue at 6 and BDS at 9, still undefeated. Only team undefeated so far in EU League. They're playing against G2 later on. That's BDS for game 3. But right after the break, we'll come back for Virtus Pro versus Vitality. We'll see you then.
5 seconds remaining. 15 seconds to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. I have James and Gio here with me on the desk. I'll come back to you in just a second, but first, let's take a look at our schedule. Gone through one of our 5 games, of course, 10 teams, 5 best of ones to go through. Navi beating Empire 7-4. Next up, Vitality VP. That's our match we're going to dig into. G2 BDS, Rogue Chaos, and Tempra versus Secret. Let's set the stage for Vitality VP. Virtus.pro, they finally showed up in the last Playday versus Chaos. There's been so much hype around them ever since Raleigh. Their European Open Clash and Russian Major League results were amazing, and that put them so highly rated coming into EU League. Gio, what is going on with this team right now, and what do we have to look for?
Yeah, I mean, you said it all there. They've got so many things going for them as per results. Here is our lovely roster: Shockwave, Pasha, Rusk, Emission, and WTG, but they've been struggling a bit, right, Milosh? And one of the theories that we have is maybe they just showed a little bit too much. Going into things like the European Open Clash, like the Russian Major League Finals, they're one of the only teams who didn't seem to be holding themselves back and hiding anything, really. And the concern is maybe that made the other teams a bit more prepared to face up against them coming into the EU League.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents. Vitality. James, they had huge reforms with Fabian and Rise joining in, but it looks like they're still yet to adjust to the pressure of playing in EUL with this roster.
Yeah, very much. And when we saw that first Playday when they were smacked around on Coastline 7-1 by BDS, we were thinking, wow, Vitality, it's going to take them a while, surely, to get their things together and start to really develop as a team. But since then, they drew Secret. And then last week, a dominant performance against Tempra on Clubhouse makes us think that maybe with under new leadership, Fabian himself self-declared best player in the world, maybe Vitality does have what it takes and they can fast-track their improvements to make an impact here in EUL.
If anything, Vitality showed that they can adapt to their opponents, and against Tempra, against the frag-heavy team from CL that we talked about, they brought the Monty. Perfect adaptation, but Monty's now played by everyone. So we'll have to take a look at a deeper look into that later on. Let's, though, compare one player from each of these two teams. We're going to bring them up. It's Pasha and Fabian. You see very close up there in the ratings, but lady and gentleman, why specifically these two, and what do we need to look at?
Well, I mean, these two take on very similar roles. It's interesting, actually, you see that Pasha's main attack is noted as Ashe. There has been a bit of a role swap. As per the last match they played against Chaos, we did see Pasha coming off of that more soft breach role of the Sledge and going on to that entry, taking over from Rusk. So a bit of a difference there. But obviously, you have to bear in mind the fact that Fabian's also providing a lot of that IGL responsibility too. So it's interesting to see those two players go up against each other because there's so many eyes on them.
Well, yeah. Let's go into our map bans. James, I will throw it to you for more detail on the map. I know I don't want to cut you off and take away from the great mind and what you have in that brain. After casting the last game, I'm sure you guys are pretty excited for it. So let's go and put that pick and ban up on the screen and see which map we're going to play on. It's Coastline, our decider. I know you're laughing. You know what? I'm going to throw it to you. As I said, James, please, clue us in.
Sorry. I was literally just looking at my notes and thinking like, oh, at least what are we not going to see? And I was like, oh, both of these teams banned the heck out of Coastline. So, look, I think it's safe to say we won't see Coastline. And then I was like, I guess I'll have to look at something else in my notes. And I mean, there you go, right? They let it through. Vitality obviously played this and got smacked about against BDS 7-1. And that's the most recent time we've seen this team play it. And then previously for Vitality, for Virtus.pro, I'm looking back. And I've got almost nothing. There was a 7-2 in the Russian Major League against a team called Crow Crowd. But overall, this is pretty unexplored territory. And I'm hoping that, especially on the Vitality side, that they've pulled things together a little bit and coming in a lot more prepared than they were against BDS.
Yeah, keep in mind, it's Vitality that had that last ban. They could either go for Oregon or for Coastline. So they're the ones that chose it, and maybe there's something hidden in the back there. Gio, what do you expect going into this?
Well, I would love to expect Virtus.pro to live up to their name of being that really frag-heavy team that everyone's terrified of, and you just have to look at them and they'll gun you down. And I'm hoping that they continue on with this role swap between Rusk and Pasha because it worked a lot better for them in Chaos. So I'm hoping to see a lot of that.
So what do you predict score-wise?
Okay, I mean, Vitality, I've got to say Vitality are going to win. As much as it pains me, as much as it hurts, Vitality have shown so much more improvement. So I'm going to say 7-3.
Okay, James, quick.
Impossible to guess, but since Geo and Vitality, I'm going to go Virtus Pro, and I'm going to say they'll repeat what they did against CroCrowd 7-2.
What do people think about this? Let's bring them up on the screen. You can vote on this at R6 Esports EU. Viewer pick ban. Tie. There it is. 70% for Vitality, and you're going for 25 to Virtus Pro. 5% on a draw. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to kick off Coastline. Who would have thought that this would be the map between Vitality and Virtus Pro? We definitely did. James definitely did not. Let's go into the game.
Well, who thought that we were going to be going to Coastline, Jess? Who did you think it was going to be happening, or?
You know, I always hope, because I love Coastline, and since we've seen Tempra do quite well on Coastline recently, they've shown that you don't have to play Coastline the same way we've seen it played for the past 3 years. So I want to see a little bit of that. I mean, James pointed it out. They've banned it so often against all of their other opponents. The fact that they're taking each other to it means that they're probably all on a bit of a new ground, fresh ground. So I want to see them break something new out.
The thing is, we know Virtus Pro, especially from the EOC, to be pretty good fraggers, so maybe a map like Coastline will be suiting them against a somewhat more strategical Vitality. But let's hop right into that map and see who is going to be the superior team right here, or if indeed we will be ending up in a draw for the little amount of people that thought that was going to be the case.
Exactly, and if you're not familiar with Coastline, ladies and gentlemen, it's one of those maps that has one of those center courtyards. There's not a lot of maps that feature something quite like that. Of course, Border taken out of the map rotation. You could kind of call waiting room that center area, but of course with Coastline, there's a lot the attackers can do, and that's why we tend to call it or reference it as an attacker siding map. So Vitality will start on the attack, and well, if they can pull things together here, they might do quite well, but I think Virtus Pro will, given their aggressiveness, and we've seen this before, Hap, surely they're just going to run out, do whatever they can. I mean, are we going to see a Nomad ban so that it allows them to do this?
I think Montaigne. I mean, Montaigne was a really impactful operator for Vitality. I think we can put it down like that. So it would be logical. No, actually, Capital, we're both wrong. All right.
They always ban Capital. It's like a huge comfort ban of pretty much all of the Russian teams. It's like if you can get rid of Capital, you feel better for some reason.
Well, that means Vitality has the opportunity to leave their multi open, something that really worked for them the last time around. Let's see if that indeed will be played here again, as the Ying is to be removed. Virtus Pro not going to be able to use that one anymore, but neither will Vitality. And I hear you gasp, and I think I know why.
I think Coastline's a great map to use Ying on, and oh, I love that. That's a mute ban. Okay, the reason that is so important is that Coastline is a map where droning out a lot of the defenders, especially if they're roaming or sectioning parts of the map, is really important. And I remember, you know, way back when, if you ban mute against Team Empire, another Russian team, it used to be really effective against them as well. So I think that's the thought process behind that ban.
All right, and as the Valkyrie is the last one to be removed, at least some of the information will no longer be siphoning into the defense side of things, making it a bit harder to go for these jump outs, that aggressive as VP might want to be. As Goga is seeming to be hesitating whether to pick Yana or Lion, so we might see 6 pick on that same operator. Let's go over to that Lion, and as the mute, no, actually a Dokkaebi. The mute, of course, also aids against that Dokkaebi. So that being banned makes the Dokkaebi a bit more effective.
It's good to point out what Gio also said was that Rask had a couple of his roles shift around, and the reason that's important to point out is because Rask had a really bad showing on the Jaeger, for example, for the first few Playdays. So I think they just turned around and went, look, you're not showing up, Rask. We got to put someone else on your role, buddy. That's just how it is, and well, that's why you got Shockwave rocking the Jaeger this time.
Shockwave, of course, we know that he can make a huge impact there. As did he just destroy his own evil eye? I don't think he did, but I don't see it anymore right there in VIP.
No, it's still there. I don't think
it's in
you
there.
can.
All right.
Yeah, it's right snuck in deep. And Penthouse first with huge openings. I see a lot of potential here.
There's definitely a lot of potential. Indeed, like only thing I'm checking right now, there's no ACOs unlike the Virtus Pro, but you still, of course, have the LMG on the Elda, so pretty effective at holding angles, but I think it's mostly going to be used to at least make the attack feel a bit uncomfortable as they want to go for their executes or attacks, as Basha right here. A little bit of a pre-fire to go through. hoping to scare off some of the attackers. That's his only job right now, just trying to scare them, make sure that they will have to deal with the potential of a win out anytime soon.
Well, it looks like Pasha running around causing a lot of issues downstairs isn't really in the minds of Vitality at the moment. They're more concerned with taking Hookah and across. And look at this nice little shield placement from Shockwave. This is what they want to displace, but he's got ADSs by his side as well. So they'll drone that out, but that's going to be a big issue for them because they've invested a lot of reinforcements and utility over there. So I hope they cook that ADS and then get rid of it. But look at all those lines aside as well. Every other defender could come swinging over and assist them. So I hope there's some roof presence here from Vitality to stop all of those rotates from happening.
Another damage being done right here by Shockwave as Bibu tries to waste the ADS but realizes there might be a second one. As the first one that was actually located in Hookah has been burned out, but it's still going to be one available on the top of Cool Vibes there. As Pasha gets the entry now, we'll be taking down Rise. That is going to be giving the entry towards Virtus Pro, something they desperately need. They need to start off strong right here, as Rask is going to receive a grenade from below. It's Shockwave right now to get the audible cue that someone is at the bottom of Cool Vibes, just destroying his barbed wire. But don't go off now. Gets it down onto Bibu. That's finally the kill secured. One that he started the gunfight with a bit earlier on. Tries to go even more aggressive right there, but Fabian will be winning that, and suddenly, well, it's a double kill actually from Fabian. Not quite sure how that happened. Hungry managing to pick up one as well. MVP suddenly on the back foot.
All of a sudden, this really switched around very quickly. It's almost as if multiple of the defenders just peeked right into those ACOGs specifically. I believe Fabian was rocking that as well. So he's still got one grenade in his pocket. He's got a lot of effectiveness going forward, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, there's a lot Vitality can do, even to the point where WTG is using his smoke babes. He's scared. He knows he's down on numbers, and well, they're going to start manipulating the site. They'll open up the long angle from VIP window all the way over into theater door. This is a great angle, especially if you have an ACOG, but we've seen WTG hit massive shots with SMG, so it wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to counter-peek this, but 20 seconds left, Hap. They don't have a lot of time to execute.
Definitely do not have a lot of time, especially with that C4 picking up. Fabian right there, usually played WTG now, getting a lot of damage done into one of the players, but not quite the kill. The gas canister will be tossed in, but will be doing not a single point of damage towards Goga. We'll be able to get the first one in, potentially. Goga goes down due to that actual gas canister, as he wants to go for the finish. It's the second down to come down. WTG knows this. It's going to be going for it, checking if there's any Claymore around. As he finishes the kill with the gas canister just for the PM, it's going to be the plant and the fuse to come down right here. Is Virtus Pro with the first one right onto Penthouse, a map, actual site that we do not see that often. But WTG managed to get that clutch down.
It's almost like I spoke it into existence. Like I said, you know, we've seen WTG hit some nutty SMG 11 shots, and then he goes, oh yeah, let me just prove that for you, Jess. No problems. I'll just put something on display for you here. 2 nice shots with really good recoil control through VIP was brilliant. Salvaged the round in what looked like a Vitality round in the end. So really well done by the support player, especially to play, I guess, quite passive. He did stay back behind his shield. His Go-Go shield wasn't destroyed, and he used that angle for the smoke babe, which unfortunately missed, but he was under a lot of pressure. So calm, collected, cool. That's what we like to see from anchors like that.
Definitely, Goga didn't want to stay in the same position that he was before, as of course that will be a very knowledgeable position. It's a default position. Everybody would expect you to be there. So he needed to move out, but then the actual smoke canisters got him in the process, together with a quick burst of WTG, dealing just enough damage to make sure the smoke did the rest. And all he had to do afterwards is just find the last member that was about on 2-3 shots worth of HP. And get some G11. That will go quick due to the high fire rate.
Yeah, that's what makes the SMG. I'm a huge SMG player myself, so I love to see some good recoil control, some good utilization of it. Right, exactly. So, of course, this time we'll see a Pulse on the board, and the reason I like Pulse on Coastline specifically is it's a very used operator on this map. I mean, you'll see them below trying to feed intel, use C4s, assist with their teammates where they can on where the entry is actually happening, because I mean, with Coastline, you're outside and then suddenly you're in the site, so you can get a lot of intel from the scanner quite easily by just standing underneath.
And definitely, basically every single site is accessible from the outside. actually every single site is accessible from the outside. There's a direct window you can hop into either from a balcony or on the ground floor, meaning that it's quite easy to get yourself some presence on that site. So the Pilsar was a welcomed operator, giving in that extra information. And well, now the Valkyrie is banned. You need to have something to get yourself some extra information. And talking about that, there's a drone right there, just spotting him out, and the pre-fire is going to be coming through from the top. And that is the Pulse taken care of by the information itself. Beautiful drone from Fabian, was not spotted out whatsoever by Pasha, and thus the entry goes to Vitality.
That was so good. I mean, Fabian took his time to work out, all right, he's right in the corner. I can wallbang this really well. I'm on the roof. I'm in a key position. And, well, like you said, a great drone. But, of course, they've wasted a little bit of time on this. They haven't got as much control as they wanted. And the Yana clone will go zooming on through by Goga. He's trying to collect a little bit of information, but good, really good droning from Vitality thus far. Pre-placed drones and entry drones have been quite good, and you'll see Russ get spotted out, and we spoke about him changing his role. Now, all of a sudden, he's on the Jaeger? I don't know what's going on.
We're playing musical chairs today, Jess. Did no one tell you? Did no one give you the memo?
No, I didn't get the memo. You know, the script usually lets me know in advance about what's going on, but
It is in the
I didn't get
script. Check
that.
page 27, Jess.
Oh,
Come
I
on.
knew it. Yeah, no, my bad.
Ooh, that's a good information
God,
coming down there. It's the Yana. Don't worry. I wasn't really saying it's a Gemini replicator. He's just going to chase it. Actually letting it run out. So the mission not choosing to go for the shot, which in my opinion is kind of a waste because that just makes the cooldown like 5 times longer before it can be used again. Because right now it's basically instantly allowed by Goga to be redeployed. As you can see, it's already active again. So I would always say shoot rather than let it live. He might have been afraid for someone to actually come right behind it, though. I'm not sure, but he definitely got a jump scare out as well, just like you when that Gemini just walked in like that.
Well, another Gemini will come soaring through Sunrise entrance, and Shockwave will dispatch of that, but he's also dispatching of a lot of smoke babes, and it's a little bit too early to be using them in that fashion, and you can see he's going to go down as a result. The Havanas are out in a little bit of a sideways, funky fashion. They should be able to vault through, but a good shot from Gogo onto Emission's head will mean they've got the entry they need. He's got the diffuser in hand as well, so he could go for a behind B-bomb plant. The cover's great. They'll shut down the person, try to stop the defuse, and now it's all up to Rask. We spoke about that role change, and now there's a lot of crossfires, of course. That means he's going to go down in mere seconds, and Hungary will finish that off after a really good round from Vitality, kicked off by Fabian.
I think what's important to say, even though it's 1-1 right now, it was actually Vitality that was in the last round as well in like complete control, even though they didn't get the entry frag down, but they still managed to get onto the side, go for a plant. It's just the after plan they did not manage to stick due to an incredible play from WTG. And I think it shows that right now Vitality is actually in quite a good spot with the current attacks. They're not using the Monty, something we said was very effective for them the last time around. They're actually all using their frag-heavy operators, or at least support. So I'm kind of happy to not see Monty for a change, and also see Vitality being able to win some attacking rounds right here. As the Yana gets swapped out for a Lion, that might be a bit problematic for Virtus Pro, especially with how we know the Romans like to run around.
Attackers need to locate
Another
and
sixth
defuse
pick
bombs.
there that we should probably talk about is onto the Kaid, and the reason I point that out, and I've been saying this for weeks, I feel like a broken record at this point, Hap. Every time Coastline pops up, Thatcher's not banned, but then no one plays the Thatcher. I cannot understand this logic, especially when it comes to Blue Bar. That Blue Bar entrance wall needs to get open. That's where most of the default plants happen onto B-Bomb. And of course, if you chuck a Kaid Claw there and people can't dispatch of it, I mean, you're going to waste a lot of time, and that's where they entered last time. So I think this is a great adaptation by WTG to just bring that Electric Claw in and stop those Havana charges.
Indeed, could be a very good addition right here from WTG. Just have to wait to see how it plays out. Of course, it will be no smoke. That will be in the book right here for Virtus Pro. See how effective he will be with the AUG that he's running, not the TCSG. Of course, TCSG has received a small nerf ever since well, the last season of Pro League. People
big
were
nerf.
A big nerf, and let's just make it a small big nerf, you know? Like, it's not being played as much anymore. The damage is significantly less right now, turned from basically guaranteed 1 or 2 shot into a 3 to 4 shot weapon. It's not really something you would like to have, especially not with the fire rate and the magazine size. AUG, therefore, much better, much more reliable. And thus you see WTG opting to go for that one as Rask here, just running around. This is something I said before. The roamers really like to be mobile from Virtus.pro. They like to run around. They go from room to room. And a line on the likes of Vitality can really be helpful in trying to clear these players out. As Fabian opens up the hatch, it seems like they're aware of the fact that he is in security. As right now, it's going to be the office to be opened up as well. And you see Hungry as well, like joining Fabian there on top. So it seems like they want to go for a collapse onto Rask anytime soon right now. It's going to be the E1D to come out. Should definitely prompt a push to come down soon, or at least some ground to be aggressively taken by the likes of Vitality. You don't just want to scan and do nothing with it. But so far, they haven't set foot into office yet, as they probably know Rask is in there.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a funny one. You hate to see the E1D sort of used in that way to sort of waste it. And you do expect this kind of peak, and that's a great peak there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2, and finally gets traded out as he gets detected. It's Rise who has to jump over Aqua Balcony to make that happen. But Rask played that really well, passive aggressiveness, not giving up that position too early. And now there's only a minute left on the clock. 2 good frags there on 2 of the fraggers. 3 of the Vitality players left to try and salvage this round. And I bet you there's an Electric Claw on the Sunrise wall as well. So there's even more they've got to go up against.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're going to be going for a blue take then, at least, as all the members of Vitality are around here. And something that is also a repeating factor is the fact that actually the time management of Vitality is not too strong. They always seem to be coming in for the last 20 seconds for a final execute, and you know how easily that can be dislodged if only the diffuser would be taken down. As right now we're counting down from 25. It's going to be a 2 and 4 situation. Rise now will be recovering that diffuser. Fabian is ready. Hungry is ready for support on that window, and it seems like they're just going to be running in right here. But he's all on his lonesome now. It's going to be the headshot from Rise to start things off. The default plant is secure, so that means he can go for it behind the bar right now. And as the Maestro is dead, that's the only form of denial they have. As Pasha right here will be going for a pre-fire just in time, right before he gets off the defuse. There's going to be Rise to fall and Virtus.pro to pick up a round, and this will be the actual first round where Virtus.pro was completely in control throughout the match. Round.
Well, looks like round 4 means that VP have things in their hands. We spoke about Coastline being a little bit more attacker-sided, and I would have liked to have seen a little bit more coordination from Vitality. Of course, those initial picks, and it was a minute 30, I believe, Hap, where suddenly they decided they were going to take office. And I don't know if it was because Fabian took too long to get the vertical control above, and that's what they wanted for their push rather than just forcing their way in through double door of office, or whether or not there was a miscommunication, misdrone. But I think leaving Rask alive alone in there when you have 3 attackers in close proximity to him was the wrong decision.
Why wasn't it droned? First of all, like, you've been dancing around him for about a minute. Everybody seems to be aware of the fact that he's in there, but yet not a single drone is being pushed in, and it allows Rask to peek like you can currently see, catch these 2 off guard as they would expect him to come out of security. And the E1D just a bit too late right there to be preemptive on that, because like he activated it at the moment he got peeked, right? So it's like it allows him to move through. If he would have been able to do that like 2-3 seconds earlier, that whole push could not have happened on the likes of Rask, and that would have been actually maybe the round for Vitality. If they might have been able to clear him up cleanly, like that was the thing. If they cleaned him up cleanly, then they wouldn't have been in as much trouble as they were.
Well, we're going to point out the Kaid again, and the reason we're going to point it out is because Vitality, they don't want the Thatcher. They think they don't need it, and that's okay.
What's a
because
Thatcher,
this time,
Jess?
I don't even know. I think he's got this purple ball thing, and it kind of explodes certain things behind the walls that are very integral for the Habana. But I mean, who knows what I'm talking about? Let's be honest. It's probably another band operator we don't even know about. But of course, that means that they'll be able to, hopefully the electric claws are on quad wall. That's behind Cocktail in Billiards. So if they've got that electric claw, then of course there's no opportunity for Hungry to open up the line of sight from the roof. So that could be really detrimental, and you could have, you know, the likes of Shockwave sitting in the corner waiting for that plant. And you said before, Vitality are taking so long to get to the execute, that could be exactly what they need.
That could definitely be exactly what they need. Just stall it out a bit longer right here as the Electric Claw will be basically denying anything to be opened up as Ras comes in for a huge flank right here, but wasn't able to get Bibu down off the board. And the opportunity to let the numbers advantage go into the favor of VP. But instead decided to go for the kill confirm on Rise instead of going for the second one in the form of Bibu, who then, in his turn, managed to get the kill on to Rask as they came in. So we are right now with the numbers advantage here for Vitality. They do need it because they do need to get their rounds in. So far not using the Monty yet, something we basically called them out for last Playday, as their multiplay was strong and present. However, this time we're going a bit more with the information game with Goga on the actual Yana, which I kind of like, especially the way Goga plays it, just running into sight, giving people heart attacks. Always the right way to do it.
Bomb has been located.
Well, a grenade comes soaring through to try and deal with that Electric Claw, but it will miss, and that's great. But WTG did pocket another Electric Claw. Surely he throws it out, and yes, he will. That's going to stop Hungry. Beautiful timed throw. And Hungry, if you didn't notice before, had droned the C4 player below, but ooh, a bit of mistiming there. Unless someone shot that
No, it was
off.
shut off. It was shut off by
There you
Bibu.
go. There you go. That was brilliant counter to that. And they're aware of the C4 below, so they're not going to be standing in VIP just yet, but a grenade will soar through the drone hole. It won't pick up WTG because there's an ADS there, so safe for now, but smokes will start to rain, and they're leaving it to the end of the round, but Fabian will pick up a mission, and oh, it's a 4v2. This is going to be extra heavy for VP. He's got a C4 in hand, but he decides the peak is the way to go, and yes, it is. He'll get two, just like Rask in the round before, and now, somehow, it's all up to Fabian. He'll need to pocket both of these kills in about 15 seconds. The smoke will cloud that player behind the bar, and, well, good crossfire there from the VP players. It's almost as if it doesn't matter which VP player you put on that anchor role, they know exactly how to clutch it up.
Definitely, and this is kind of the issue, right? Vitality seem to be so in charge of the round. They managed to bring it back to a 2-4 situation, and all they do is just, they swing out, and they pre-fire, and they manage to get 2 kills out of it, bring it back to equal grounds, and from there on forward, you know, Virtus Pro keeps on getting the kills in, and that seems to be an issue on the likes of Vitality. They need to make sure that doesn't happen. They need to have someone ready for it, ready to respond if someone, well, swings out like that, whether that be onto the main window, just someone repelling up there so you can instantly punish that, or just, I don't know, just someone maybe holding the angle as you want to go for the default plant. But it was definitely not the right play that Vitality played it there, and Virtus Pro, their aggression is really paying off so far,
Attackers need to locate and
as they managed to get
defuse
3 rounds onto the defense yet, and there's still 2 more to be played. So we're now going back to the penthouse, the site where WTG managed to end the first round with a 1-2 clutch, which was quite huge for the likes of Virtus Pro.
A lot of people are probably wondering, why is Vitality losing these attack rounds? I mean, they look so promising in the start, in the mid round, and then when it gets to late round execute, what's going wrong? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot be stretching out, elongating your mid round because you're just going to take too long to get to the execute. And by the time you get to site, you've got to deal with smokes, which are planned to know. You've got to deal with working out where the anchors are even playing on site if you're not aware of those locations. And for Vitality, they're leaving it to the last 20 seconds. So that's what's really going wrong here. Time management for Vitality. They need to speed things up. And, well, this is the round for them to prove that they've worked out what's going wrong so far.
Definitely true. Vitality need to find out what's going wrong, and they need to get on it quickly, as you can all see the scoreline right now. It's 1-3 for Virtus Pro on this map, where we would expect the attackers to be able to get some extra rounds in. And if they keep on managing to, well, get in trouble with time, it might just as well be VP that is going to be able to snoop off some extra rounds right here, even though they are in a big disadvantage when the round starts, due to their aggression late round when Vitality least expect it. And they should bring it back time and time again. So right now, it is, well, Vitality, 1 minute in, just a little bit of control right here into luggage. Bibu on the back. Rask still behind that bar. They're trying to deal with him first. There's drones available, but Shockwave is there to, well, assist as well. Play on contact as Bibu is now getting close. There'll be a pre-fire coming in. The grenade is going to get cooked, but he is going to get pre-fired just a small bit. That kill is going to be coming in. Rask survives that one, but not the second. And as Hungry and Rise will be clicking their fingers, it's only a 2-on-4 situation yet again in the favor of Vitality. Is VP going to be able to do it again or not? That's the question.
Well, they have what we call good time management this time. They've done it. They've brought the number count down to a 4v2, and that's very favorable for Vitality, and they have over a minute left. In siege time, that is huge. So they can take a little bit of time, drone out where the remaining defenders are. They should probably know where WTG is, given the previous round in his position. He's actually gone down to lobby, though. So whether or not he has any impact here, or whether he's playing too hyper-aggressive, yes, he is. Someone had a drone somewhere, and it's all up to a mission who, unfortunately, is going to have to scope everyone with the TCSG. And we said before, that's been nerfed just a small, big bit.
And definitely a small big bit of a nerf to come in. And I like how Goga actually baited him with the repel sound and then instantly went off to be able to peek him, managing to turn it into a 4-on-1, and that should be unlosable to the likes of Vitality, who have 35 seconds left. The repel in is going to be coming through, still has a C4 in hand, managed to get the first one onto Fabian. That's a down, second one to come in as well. C4 now being tossed in long, won't be able to hit in time. No, actually get it sniped. I don't know where it landed, but it might be Hungry that took it out. And as right now is in a 1-on-2 situation, he will be moving through. He will have to move through. But so far, I believe the last two members already went to the outside. No, it's stuck in the wall. That's unfortunate. A living drone in the form of Fabian is still aware and alive, able to give out some call-outs. As he is going for the plant, that is going to be coming through as well. Not going to be able to get the shots down onto a mission yet, but it is going to be the teammate on Vitality of Hungry that will be sweeping in to get that kill from the hatch and make sure that this round is secured.
Good post-plan positions from Vitality as well. You can tell by their setup and the way that they phase themselves on attack that they really want to prioritize the objective, which is fine. That's all well and good. But when you're running out of time, that doesn't work well. So it's good to see that almost as if we spoke it into existence, we wanted them to be faster. They did it. They did it really well. And that's why they had so much time to get the plan off. I would argue in their late round, they still were a little bit slow, but that shows that Vitality is learning from their mistakes very quickly.
Vitality indeed learning right here, managing to basically, well, snap their fingers, managing to get 2-3 kills out of it and instantly take that advantage, even though they lost the first initial gunfight. So right now going to the kitchen. Seeing that mirror coming out from the likes of Shockwave. There is no ability to look through an eventual smoke execute if Vitality would opt to go for that one. They won't, of course, as there is no smokes on the board, but knowing that Vitality love to play a bit of Monty, I wouldn't have been surprised if for this last round, knowing it could be kitchen, and Monty would be brought, you know, for just a quick smoke, reverse shield plant, nothing they could have done right there.
Well, we finally see the mirror in play. It wasn't banned because, well, Mute and Valkyrie were banned instead, and I love this. It's a double mirror setup, 2 ADSs. It's almost picture perfect, split down the middle of theater there, and whoever plays those mirrors will do quite well. I'm wondering whether WTG's vertical holes there, if that's just for them to be able to cover lobby as well, or whether or not that's, okay, that's going to be in front of the mirror. That makes a lot more sense. I was hoping they weren't opening up underneath the mirror. That would be a very detrimental decision, but of course, vertical holes is very good. And the reason those vertical holes would be there, ladies and gentlemen, one of the speculations I can make is that if someone runs up and plants, but it's a rush into service hub. I've missed it. It's going to be an in, but look, there's going to be an Eller in place to stop it. Good double shot, double kill there. That's going to be exactly what they need to stave off this rush. It's all up to Fabian and a mission now. Hap, can he do it? 2 down. I'm not sure about this. There's barely been a minute elapsed off the clock. They know exactly where he is.
He's going to be tossing in 2 of these frag grenades right here to potentially go for a pickup. But as soon as he does that, it might just as well come into an end. There's a mission peeking in, but he scopes it. And Fabian will be able to pick up the round because of that. As it was a very quick one right here. As I said, they could have just gone for a smoke plan execute. They didn't bring smoke, so they had to do something else. Well, the next thing on the line is to go for a quick rush through that kitchen service entrance door. And that's exactly what happened right there. Just ran through, managed to get the kills in. For a moment, it seemed like it would be going the other way around, but Fabian in the end reigning supreme as the God Emperor himself. And with that 3-3, right now the scoreline, Vitality, even though they had a rough start, are going to be able to bring it back at least a bit as they're now going over to that defense.
I mean, I'm there trying to give away the strat and why they're setting up. And whilst I'm talking about all of this, they just decide, you know, a rush strat into service entrance is the play. And I don't disagree. Of course, people were still setting up. So that's a good way to take them off guard. They were still making rotates. People were still placing some of their utilities. So a good read into the situation and a very dominant one into the first round of the switch. So that was a good play, at least a good read of it, I thought. It just got taken a little bit of advantage of there. And as we go into that half now, I think VP will be hoping they can repeat a couple of those dominant rounds on defense, or dominant in their gun skill at least, not in number count, unfortunately, on attack. And we'll see that Yana picked up again. I mean, we see Yana a lot on Coastline. I'm not sure what it is about Coastline that really promotes a Yana play, but I mean, paired with other operators, I think she could be good, but on her own, she hasn't seen too much benefit.
Now that's the thing, right? If you just rush in the Gemini, it gets shut down and that's it. You get the information, but hey, I think it's more useful if you rush in the Gemini, but have someone go right behind it to, well, use it basically as a refrag kind of situation, if you know what I mean. I think that's where the true strength lies, but we haven't seen that much yet from either of these teams. Of course, it's for this pro that just starts out on the attack, so you might see that being utilized here. Let Rask run in with the Gemini and then instantly have someone follow up on it as Fabian, aware of the fact that a Virtus Pro player is looking to be entering right here. And here you see it. The Gemini is going to be moving in. WTG is ready on a refrag. Now they know where he is. They're instantly trying to take a position right here. Is Bibu going a bit more aggressive as well? Could be coming in quite huge right here for his teammate Fabian, who is receiving some pressure. Especially if they start moving through into security, which a drone just now did, and Pasha is following. So Fabian will have to move soon. He's going to be seen at least for now. WTG manages to pick up the kill into Bibu. And with that, it's Virtus Pro to start off very strong on this first attack of theirs.
This is almost exactly the opposite of what Vitality have been doing on their attacks, and VP's turned around and go, we'll show you what time management looks like. We're just going to zoom in. Look at this. There's over half the round left, and they've been able to get it down to a 5v2. Hungary still has lobby control, but Rask will shut down Goga, and it's all up to Hungary. SMG, less than 10 HP, and, well, Hungary's quite a good player, so if he wanted to put together a clutch, he could. He knows where a couple of them are, but the pre-fires will give away his position. Diffuser's down, and he has a lot of work ahead of him. He needs to pretty much headshot 4 players in a row now. He's not even going to be able to capitalize on one, and, well, wow. You want to talk about time management, Hap? That is the round to go back on, and that's what every team should model their attacks off.
You can look like, how efficient was this, and scale it on a rate from 1 to 10. And you probably would be coming down on like a 9.9 or something. Like there's just small bits that you could improve on that execute right there, and the likes of Vitality. They constantly had the control right there. They were present where they needed to be present. As soon as they had side control, instantly it planned to go down to make sure there's only 45 seconds left on the clock for the defense to try and do something back. And right there for this pro show that they know too how to play this on attack. And well, that definitely will put a scare in on Vitality's side if it comes down that aggressively so fast.
Exactly. Well, this has been a little bit of a back and forth since we've switched sides. So at least that one round will go to VP, and they'll say, okay, in this second half, we've been able to start off strong. And, well, we'll see the Yana featured again. WTG rocking the buck, and he's been having quite a good game alongside Shockwave. We haven't seen a lot of him, but he's been very impactful for his team so far. So I want to see his ability to hold the flanks extraordinarily well. Coastline's a map where you can flank really well if there's a top floor hold, for example. So we want to see him doing his job, and we'll see whether Vitality decides to do a top floor roam or if they extend out on a horizontal basis.
All right. Fabian now, no, actually Hungry now, no longer Fabian on that pulse. We'll be blocking off that door. Maybe to gain a little bit of an extra sound cue. Also, the blue bar to office door. So 2 of them will be barricaded. Only to, of course, slow down the likes of VP a little bit whilst gaining some extra information of where they're exactly coming from because of using those sound cues. There's not just going to be a crouch walk-in. Actually have to shoot them open. As I believe there's a very heavy hold right here from the Sunrise bar coming out from the likes of Vitality. About 2-3 players located near the area. As WTG is able to move pretty far. Spots out a player here. That's a lot of damage done onto Rise. Just quickly put down with the CA. He is upping the pressure right here on the player into actual Sunrise. He cannot move much as he's kind of stuck right behind it. So he managed to get some drones in, so denying the information. It's going to be Goga to get the early frag.
Well, now he has an idea that someone is playing behind Sunrise Bar. This is exactly the intel he needed to be able to get those kills. And this moving in swiftly is what VP has been doing so well. So if they want to get this kill, he needs to move in fast. But I hope he has a refrag with him. Instead of a refrag, it's a team kill. And Rask is going to have to clean up his mess here. Mission will take out Goga. And of course, this is going to be a back and forth. But VP start to clean up their mess. And now a 3v3 with over the half of the round to go. It's still a kitchen defense, ladies and gentlemen, so they don't have a lot of map control. They also don't have vertical control, so this is a very one-dimensional push. This might come down to 1v1s.
It could just as well come down to 1v1s, and I think that grenade got lost in the communication right there, as surely it must have been called that he was moving in there, and at the same time a grenade was being tossed. We still have one man, though, on the potential flanking position, and that name is Bibu, sitting right here in security. He could have a key role. As soon as the execute of VP starts happening, he could be coming in from the back or from above even. As you see him rotate up now from those white stairs. It's going to be the plan for a mission to go down. VP should be covering this quite well. There's no C4 left on the likes of Hungry. And as the aggressive peak is now going to be coming through, the diffuser has gone. And that means that as the Sunrise bar control is completely in the, well, like of VP, they should be able to hold off this defuse quite successfully. They need to go for the peaks now. They need to go for the actual challenges, because if they don't, they're not going to be able to get that defuse down. 2 air jabs, they're popped. It's going to be Rest to be challenged. It's Shockwave in the meantime. That will be picking up the first kill, turning it back to a 2-on-2 situation. And Rask is not going to be challenging any bit so far. Still has a grenade available to him. It's going to be another kill to come in from Shockwave. This defuse should be heard. And as the grenade pops in from Rask, it is the round for Virtus Pro. Perfectly played out, even though they had some trouble starting it off. As that grenade perfectly cooked. Just landed right on him right there. Finishing it off. Winning the round.
Oh, the reason I gasped so hard was I was counting the amount of seconds that the diffuse was going off, and I thought if no one peeks him, he's got this. It's almost like a ninja diffuse. He needs to be careful. I had no idea that Rask was cooking, a grenade all the way outside, perfectly angled. That's a really good throw. It's like BC-esque kind of grenade that we're seeing from him. And of course, I mean, he had a really poor first grenade. That wasn't his fault, though. I actually think that might have done a little bit more damage had his teammate not have taken a lot of that damage. But that's a round well played here by VP, and they're looking stronger on their attack than they did on their defense.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, well, we said they are a very frag-heavy team, but they haven't been able to show it yet. As they were shut down pretty much by their opponents. Of course, they managed to get 3 points in against Chaos, which are currently at the bottom part of the bracket, or standings. Right now, they're going up against Vitality, a team that is in the middle, in the middle of the standings, but seems to be gaining some ground, especially after the last match. But now it's Virtus Pro that will bring them to a coastline, and I think this suits their playstyle really well, especially on the attack. Virtus Pro seem formidable in the way that they execute.
It's just so fast, Hap. Like, they get in, they're not afraid. Like, they know that shots are firing. Even if we saw WTG on the buck, he ran into blue bar. He knew there were lines of sight from lobby, but he still challenged it, and he still was very confident in doing so, even though he just bucked open the rotate between Sunrise and blue bar. So I thought that was some really strong confidence from VP. I'm happy to see them look far more confident in these past playdays than in the start of the EUL season. So good on Virtus Pro, getting out those sort of maybe nervous shakes of the start of the season, and they're really getting into their groove.
And they really should be able to get into their groove right here as WTG again putting some early pressure, taking full control here of the blue bar. Going to be opening up some verticals right now to make sure that this position right here, right behind the bar, is going to be unplayable. Spots a feet. Trying to open up just a bit more, but also knows it cannot fully extend himself in the blue bar, as someone could be playing on cool vibes and try and challenge him. Not sure if that actually opened up. The feet aren't definitely getting spotted right here by Goga. He also knows he has the SMG-11. If he wants to get the instant kill, he needs to be patient. He needs to make sure that the full burst will hit. With that, he needs to give, he needs some extra space. He needs the full leg to be exposed, not just the feet. And right here, WTG, able to go for the first one, will eventually land it. Goga a bit too impatient, I mean, and will try to go aggressive, and for that, gets punished.
That was a really good counter peek there from WTG. I know he'd opened up some of the holes himself, but of course to be able to peek up on a downward angle is always hard. And look at this, Vitality are kicking things off. One Elder kill and another Carbine kill. That's a great set of kills to get them started, but it's still a 4v3, still very possible for VP, but we wanted to see Vitality do something. Oh my god, this grenade, he's on such low health. It's going to actually air jab him into the grenade, but WTG will buck upwards and get the kill. That was so many different angles of which he had to watch out for, and now, oh, this is looking shaky for Vitality. A minute left. No Barb on the stairs. I don't know if there's going to be a Legion mine. Yes, there is. He'll walk straight into it, gives away his position. Beautiful counter by Bibu. Now it's going to leave WTG and Shockwave. They need to find out where these players are. And in fact, WTG has both of his drones, so maybe this is the downfall of VP. They're not droning enough.
And it might not be droning enough, and you can be as fast as you possibly want to be. They don't know someone is still available in that bar, right behind it, to potentially go for a crossfire as soon as they want to go for the actual jump in. Flashbangs now being tossed in. It's going to be the jump in as well. Instantly be shut down by Rice, who's now only Shockwave alone, but tries to run into that Cool Vibes hallway right there. Will instantly be taken down by Hungry, as he was just waiting for him patiently. He sees the man sprinting in like there is no tomorrow, and he will give him no tomorrow.
Well done from Vitality to be able to, get a really good number count mid-round. That's probably a really important part of the round, ladies and gentlemen. If you're ever looking at a match and you go, well, what's the important part? I mean, the early round is good if you can get some early picks. It automatically means that the attackers or the defenders need to change their strategy. But when it gets to mid-round, that's where, the good part of the sandwich is. You kind of think of it as a sandwich hat. You think about the two pieces of bread, the execute at the bottom,
Don't make me hungry
the
now.
entry at the top. I know what it's like, dude. That's why I'm thinking about sandwiches, because we're both hungry. That's what it is. But the mid-round is where all the crux, all the important stuff really happens. So for VP, that was not the sandwich they were looking for in their Vitality. They got exactly what they were after there. But VP still on top. Vitality need to change a few things. And I love that replay. Look at that. He gets air jabbed into where Rasp was cooking the grenade, but also where WTG was bucking upwards. Like, how many things can happen to one man at once?
I think Fabian really got some stress moments out of that one. He's like trying to rotate out, like rotating down, Cool Vibes guys, and then instantly gets blasted back. Skeleton keyed up. Nothing left of the man right there. Gonna be leaving some question marks on the rest of his team. Like, what happened to going Cool Vibes, Fabian? But Fervitus Pro is still leading with one round. Yes, they just lost the last one to Vitality, who managed to get their first defensive round in. Is just quickly putting up a new barricade there, just a fresh one, plus 5 points. That's all he does it for. Want to be on that MVP spot. Maybe Rice was getting a bit too close or hungry with the assists feeding up, so had to step it up a bit. But as we're waiting, it is gonna be Pasha wanting to enter quickly through hookah to drone himself in, though. It's Virtus Pro that you can see right here. They're eager to take early map control. The question is, where are they going to be taking it from?
Well, given they've got the buck, I'm hoping they take top 4 control. I mean, Kitchen's a really hard site to hold if you get that vertical control. So much soft breachability above the sides. Not so much in the service entrance part, but of course, you can buck on a diagonal basis over towards it. So if there's no reinforcements there, but Pasha, he'll turn on Fabian, and the self-professed greatest player in the world, well, he's showing that there's others who might want to take that title as well. And it was all up to that drone. So that was really well placed there by Pasha. He's a fragger. He's a droner. He's a flank holder. He can do it all.
And definitely can. W2G now able to pick up 1 and 2 Rise as well. And there's only 146 left. Bibu now being tagged up slightly as well. But we see that the Ash is ready from Pasha to move in. Goes for a bit of a shoulder peek right there. We'll be able to catch Bibu off guard as he goes prone. No more mobility left. As soon as you do that one, you're basically screwed if you don't land your shots. It's all up to Goga now. We start to slow down again. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock. going to be Virtus Pro that will slowly take the control they need, and as they open up the door, suddenly there's a random smoke right behind it popping up on the grass. And it's just a kill to come in. I don't even think no, it wasn't even intentional. My mission just opening up the door right there and finding the last player. It's going to be Virtus Pro right now to find a match point, and actually not just one, Jess, but actually two.
Well, that's what you want, especially when you're on attack. I don't care what map it is. If you're on attack and you put it into match point and you're doing so well and so dominantly, you should be feeling good about yourself. I spoke about it earlier with Dez. If you do really well on your attacks, that's more impressive than a team that can do well on their defenses. Attack requires a lot of coordination. There's time constraints against you. There's a lot of utility to deal with. So I'm really impressed by VP at the moment. Of course, we'll see whether or not that can carry them into a match point. If they win, ladies and gentlemen, if they get the next round or even the round after, they'll get 3 points. But if Vitality can bring it back, which they have no choice, they must win the next 2 rounds if they want to bring it to a draw, because there's no overtime here. So Vitality are put on the hot burner here. They've got to put these rounds on the board.
And they're going to give it them all right now if they want to be able to get the full tree on the board. Otherwise, it's going to be Virtus Pro to walk away with that W. And, well, Vitality definitely don't want to make that happen. I'm going to get at least 1 point out of this one. Might not be what they've hoped for at the start of this day. But, well, if you're taking Virtus Pro to a frag-heavy map like Consulate or to Coastline, you know that they might be, well, going out of their minds. Even though the past is not always the case of that, but it definitely suits them better than right now to play a clubhouse in their current form. And they're definitely showing it here. The frags are so clean, the trades are there, and the grenades are on point.
I wanted to point out there, and we'll give it a little bit of a hush. We'll see if Rise gets this. He'll actually fall off it, so he won't get anything. But I wanted to point out, if our beautiful observer could go over to Sunrise entrance for me, where there's an electrified wall with bandits on it, and there's also 3 ADSs right next to Goga. Guess what? A Thatcher could get rid of that all in one EMP, and you can bring breaching charges on a Thatcher. Am I Thatcher's best friend? Maybe. Am I trying to promote his use? Absolutely. There you go. I mean, there's no hard breacher on the side of VP. They 6-picked it out, but that's what we're talking about. You can get rid of that with 1 EMP. So come on, guys. Let's do it.
Also, thank you, Easy, for listening to Jess and quickly portraying.
Love you, Easy.
As Pasha, moving up to 90 here. Be droned in by Rask. You've talked about hot droning before, and that's definitely what VP is attempting to do right now. The drones are going in, spotting out on Cool Vibes now. They know there is a barbed wire there. Not sure if Pasha wants to use one of his breaching rounds on that. Nope, seems to be going for a flashbang to mask the sound of actually destroying that barbed wire, as well as blinding anybody that would maybe be near that would potentially go for a peek. But at least he opened up his own way right now. He made his own road to potentially cut into Sunrise later on. WTG right here on the pool table to avoid any C4 to be potentially thrown up on the floor. And with that, safeguard himself from that utility dump that Vitality might be able to use to try and get rid of him. Fabian, however, is in that blue bar, will be rotating into office. As you see right here, 3 people on the southern side of Vitality. It's Pasha to get the first one right from the kitchen. Now we'll be cutting through into Sunrise potentially, but he's still seeming to be worried about someone potentially coming up on the likes of kitchen, and that's indeed the case. Tries to move through service, but will soon be moved in, and it's not going to get spotted out. Pasha somehow wins that gunfight. This shouldn't have happened. Gets the triple kill as well. Bibu goes down. It's Pasha that will be able to potentially get it here. Swaps over to the pistol, but does not know where Goga went or where Fabian went. I believe it's Fabian indeed. And as the trade comes through right there, it's only Goga left. He has the diffuser down. But with 35 seconds left in the clock, surely is not enough time for him to keep on holding off on this. It's for this Pro to slowly strangle around, and flashbangs being tossed in. He will be forced to go outside, and that's the cleanup to come through. It's Virtus Pro to win it, with the final kill to come in from Rask. But a huge round right there from Pasha.
So impressed by VP. I was a little worried to start off with, but extraordinarily impressed with their tenacity, the way, their movement, their confidence. That is a win well deserved. Sometimes we talk about matches that we go, well, that could have gone either way. That was a dominant matchup from VP. They very much deserve that. And if you ever want to look at world-class attacking rounds and how you would do it, go through the attacking rounds from VP. They're extraordinary.
Extraordinary well played indeed, and Vitality not able to get a proper answer on these attacks from Virtus Pro. There's sure a lot to talk about right here, so let's just quickly kick it over to our boys and girls on the analyst desk.
Nice save, Hap. I saw what you did there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I got Gio and James on here. We're going to break down this game for these next few minutes. You know, VP looked very unpredictable on the defense. So much so, James, that they even played Penthouse. What was going on there?
I just love that confidence from Virtus Pro to straight out of the gate. You pick the least picked bomb site in Penthouse and Theater. Really great stuff. Love that. But also some really smart, aggressive plays. In particular, I want to highlight WTG. Now, he got the clutch to save that first defense round on Penthouse, but also there was a round later on when they were defending Hookah and Billiards. It was round 4. He was playing the Kaid and Cocktail on the bomb site, and the attackers had really good control. They'd established crossfires onto him, but he got really aggressive and picked up a 2K pushing through Aqua, and it was this kind of unpredictable plays from VP that enabled them to end the first half at a 3-3 with really strong defenses.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you have to kind of look at some of Vitality's attack as well on that first half. We saw particularly Goga getting a lot of free intel using the Yana, and that worked out quite well for them on a number of those rounds. But when you then go into the second half, as we heard Jess say at the end of the cast there, VP just had such a strong attack. There were a couple of really, really entertaining rounds. Of course, on round 9, seeing Fabian just be kind of yeeted across the room on Hookah, that was great. On round 8, we saw, you know, a bit heartbreaking where Russ got that frag grenade onto WTG, but then was able to clutch out the round with another frag grenade onto Hungry at the end. And then you had the flawless round in round 10. There was just so many great examples of roam clearing, great examples of coordinated aggression. And this might be the VP that we were hoping to see at the start of the season.
Well, let's recap our rankings then. We'll see where VP now stand in the EU League region. See them up here, and yeah, they're up 6 points now, tied with Rogue for that number 2 position. We'll see what happens later on as Rogue's match is in a couple games. Before that, though, BDS versus G2. Hell of a game, something that we used to talk about way back when. Let's go back to that, but only after the break.
Attackers have dropped the bomb. Reload.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in. It's time for yet another matchup, game number 3. This day is going by pretty fast, but we're all so super excited. Got Jess and Hap on the desk here with me. Both look at that, red and blue. Wonderful to see the coordination here. I got the brown, kind of a weird mix between the two. Doesn't say anything about the way that I commentate, though. I'm not going to bring that up too many times. Let's bring up the schedule for the day, and we can kind of go through things so far. We saw Navi and Virtus Pro taking W's today, 7-4 and 7-4. One against Empire, the other against Vitality. Next up, G2 versus BDS. We're going to bring up our roster, starting off with BDS, but let's just talk about them. BDS, hot off a 3-win streak, 7-1 each and every single matchup. Playday, amazing addition to the squad. Jess, fill us in.
I am so excited that we're seeing this version of BDS. Like you said, 7-1, 7-1, 7. I mean, are we going to see that again today? That would be a huge shame because G2 have been doing so well themselves. So you guys can see the lineup there: Rafael, Playday, Renshiro, Alems, and Shaiko. So many big names in there. I mean, people are starting to now realize who Playday is and what he, opportunity and example he can set in the team, even though he's a support player. I mean, for BDS, this is huge. They've got support players who are topping the charts by far, so that's a big feat.
Well, on the other side, it's G2. We're going to bring them up. 2 ties, one win so far. No losses yet. Top 2 in Pro League, Season 11. That was only a couple months ago. They come in. They're ready for it. A lot of Monty play with the squad. Hap, fill us in.
Yeah, you're talking about these 2 draws to happen in. They might have wanted to close them out themselves, and well, we kind of see them as the team that should be the team to be able to beat BDS. The question is, will they be? We will soon. But it's going to be Pango, Kanto, Citizen, and Virtue. Virtue not really able to find his mark yet here in the EUL, whilst Kanto seems to be living up to all forms, like back from the good old days when he wasn't washed up, as he said himself.
If Kanto's washed up, I don't know what we are. I'll just get it out of there right now. But we have our head-to-head ready for you. So let's bring up 2 players, one from each team. That's our usual segment. Uno against Rafal. Jess, Hap, why specifically these 2? And what do we need to look at?
I mean, I guess I'll kick it off, and I guess the best way to look at it is, I mean, Rafael is a support player predominantly. He's a flex on attack, so he's one of the ones you can definitely compare with Uno. You can see that the rating more sided towards Rafael, and of course, he doesn't get as many opening kills because he generally plays flex flank hold, but you can see on the likes of Dokkaebi on Uno, that's a good comparison to make because you can still consider Dokkaebi a bit of a flex, but they're using her as an entry as well. So interesting to see how those ratios sort of play out for both of these teams. I don't know about you, Hap, but I think Rafael edges out just a little bit. I mean, if you look at his cost, for example, he's got like a 92% or something like that. I don't know how Uno's rating there, but I mean, that's a good comparison to make.
I don't know his cost out from the top of my head, but definitely been impactful. Not really the true fragger really on the lineup, but still able to get these openings time and time again. So proving to be important for the lineup, enabling the guys like Kanto to push through and eventually clean house. So
I want to focus on more of a point you were mentioning, Hap, is that you talked about G2 being maybe the team that stops BDS for the first time. Yeah. And for people that are out there that don't know what's going on, we'll fill you in. BDS played against Vitality, they played against Chaos, and they played against Secret. They played against teams that arguably have not had enough warm-up comparison to the others, aka playing against Secret and against Chaos. And you talk about Vitality, still a roster that from Playday 1, we're not sure how to kind of get themselves in with the new 2 players, Rise and Fabian, on the squad. So right now, they're facing this full lineup that might be able to stop them. That's the reasoning behind these sorts of claims. We have our map bans up and ready for you. So let's put them up and see which map this game is going to be on. Again, 7 map pool. Ban, 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 ban. And Clubhouse is left. It reminds me of Bam Bam from Flintstones for some reason. But here it is. Clubhouse, super technical map. And it's G2 that had to pick again. Oregon or Clubhouse. People not shying away from it. Jess, Club, who does it favor?
Oh, I think it's going to be a bit of a difficult one. I think we've seen BDS do quite well on all maps, so it's very hard to say that they couldn't possibly transfer that over to Clubhouse as well. But I do favor the fact that G2 has worked heavily on their utility usage over the past, last season we saw them struggle with a lot of the utility moving people around in roles. I think they're more solidified now, so I think this is a great map to show which team's the best because a lot of people love Clubhouse, so maybe we can just say this is where the champions really shine.
Psycho Pengu's in the room, Hap. Let's be honest. Let's just put it out there.
I mean, they are friends again. I mean, was it OJP and they managed to, they're friendly. So it's still a bit of a thing going around. People claim Pengu managed to ban him back then, but they managed to actually get along quite well. So it's still, of course, a bit of a rivalry to go through that goes back a long way, all the way to Be Genius back then. So, we'll see who will be reigning supreme right here. Shaiko not really in his top form, but neither is Pengu, so
Okay, so that said, I am gonna ask for fewer predictions. So let's bring it up. We always want to see what you guys think about not only our production and what we can add to the stream for you, but also your social votes. Go on at R6 Esports EU on Twitter. Vote on every single match. 51% to G2, 5% on the draw, 4-4 for BDS.
You have to do it, don't you?
Was this done
No.
on purpose?
You have to do it.
Was this? I mean, look. If BDS can meme about it, everybody can. Let's just get that out of the way.
They had 44,444 followers just recently, and they managed to make a meme out of it. So
Very true.
that's a thing.
So I want to talk about your predictions because now we know exactly which map we're going to play on. That's Clubhouse. Jess, how do you see this going and score? Let's go quick.
BDS 7-4. I want to see it repeat throughout the day.
How?
I think it's smart G2 didn't go for a frag heavy map like Consulate or Coastline, and they're actually bringing it to Clubhouse and not taking the gamble. So I think G2 should be able to take it home right here. Maybe close to 7-5.
Okay, so we got all of that out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, I will have to preface this for a second. G2 BDS. Will there finally be someone to shut down BDS? Will it be G2? Will BDS continue their reign of terror? 3-0, 7-1, 7-1, 7-1 so far in EU League. G2 need an extra victory. They were top 2 in Season 11, last Pro League season. Who knows? That's all into the game to show us. BDS versus G2 on Clubhouse. Big game tonight. Let's go in game.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milosh, and the wonderful gang over on the desk. This is a huge game, James. I think we've all been excited to this one as soon as we saw it laid out after Monday's games. At the minute, BDS are unstoppable, 7-1 over every opponent, but G2, they came into the season, everyone's saying this was the super team to beat. They've looked a bit shaky, but have still overwhelmingly come out on top, I would say. Clubhouse is going to be one for the ages, I have zero doubt, but I think it's fair to say, James, we aren't without our concerns.
Yeah, for sure. It is a historic match here between these teams, but we are a bit confused here that G2 managed to let Clubhouse through the map veto. It has been their insta-ban for the better part of 6 months. The only times they played it in the Pro League and at Six Invitational, they got smashed. In fact, you might remember Reciprocity, now Oxygen, beat them 7-0 at SI on this map, and they also lost it to teams like Na'Vi in the Pro League just recently. So not historically a great map for G2, but they've maybe had a bit of a rework time to change their strategies, and hopefully they'll have something here because someone has at some point got to stop BDS, right? 7-1, 7-1, 7-1. They can't just walk all over everybody. That's not appropriate. G2 are going to try and put a stop to that.
All right, so ban phase we are into. Let's see what comes out of this one. I would kind of expect to see a Monty man maybe banned away by G2. BDS, I think, like playing this roaming game. We've said in the first few games, all we've seen them do, except for against Secret on Oregon, is just terrorize their opponents continuously. So I thought that might be a thing. Now that ban, that just tells you what is to come.
No.
Monty is going to be on the cards, ladies and gents, and it is going to be all down to BDS to respond. We've seen a lot of Monty lately, and teams have struggled to adapt. The final ban comes as no surprise. BDS, a big fan of this one, my ban at the moment, to force ourselves away from playing into this very anti-grenade meta. My biggest concern here is this plays so strongly into G2. They've got the Monty that can't be stopped by the Legion, and there is not as much anti-grenade capability on the map with them on my being banned away. Dare I say BDS has somewhat played into this first half here.
Yeah, I really love that. And as soon as you mentioned the Monty, I was like, okay, BDS, instead of banning it, they're probably just going to play into countering it, probably bring Smoke, a Legion, maybe an Ella every now and then. But G2 is kind of telegraphing what they're going to do here by banning out that Legion. But funnily enough, despite that, it was Uno who picks the Monty, and he's not the Monty player for this team, it's Pengu. So he's going to switch over to the Sledge. A bit of a fake out here from G2, but likewise from BDS, getting rid of that Valkyrie and focusing more on the Goyo. So what's funny here is that from G2, we see them ban the Legion, the counter to the Monty, and then actually fake out playing Monty, but get off of it. And then you see BDS playing that, banning that Wamai, which then maybe restricts a bit of that Goyo strategy, but then they bring the Goyo anyway. So both of these teams playing mind games right now.
This is the thing, right? Look back at the game earlier on between Na'Vi and Empire. Na'Vi on their attack started out with Monty in the first round. There was very little on the other side to shut it down outside of a Goyo. In the next round, we saw them switch over and bring the Legion, but there was no Monty. And then the next round, Na'Vi brought the Monty back out. So it is constantly a game of trying to kind of mind game the other side here of when are we going to bring Monty, when are we not? Because when we do bring it, you best be damn ready because it can be so obnoxious to deal with.
Good shot there from Renshiro to take out Citizen's drone. Never underestimate how big of a deal it is to take out a drone, especially for a support player like Citizen. Well, I mean, he's not typically a support player, but he is playing the Hibana, so you'd think he'd be in a somewhat of a supportive role. But as for BDS, it's primarily an anchor strategy, almost a full turtle. You do see this little bit of a lick of an aggression from Renshiro on the main stairs, but he's in a very safe position, a very low-risk position to get back to site as needed. But from G2, I expect it'll be a map clear, followed by opening up the hatches and deciding where they would like to execute. But there's a lot of utility on site, particularly those Evil Eyes from Rafale and those Vulcan Shields from Alems that will have to be dealt with in the late round.
One thing that I'm worried about with G2 here is their drone work the other day on Cafe against Na'Vi wasn't the best, especially when it came to going through a full map clear, coming in from top floor, going all the way down to second floor, then ground floor, before pushing your way in towards the actual kitchen itself. And it often led to blind rushes in the dying 30 seconds or so that made life very uncomfortable for them. And I think if BDS can keep them at bay for long enough, we may yet see a similar outcome coming in. That being said, G2 have got the vast majority of their drones left alive. They've only got that one currently dead after about 70 seconds, so already a massive improvement compared to the other day.
That's the moto hatch opened. Citizen also going to open stock hatch, but that kitchen hatch is always the most difficult to open because of the possibility for an impact trick from below. That said, it's only Rafale who does have the impacts. He's currently playing in church, so he might not be ready if G2 go for it early on. The EMP comes out. That may have been to get rid of the batteries on the church wall. For now, there is quite a lot of presence here from G2 looking at blue. Maybe tempted to go for a drop, but it's very dangerous to do so. I expect G2 probably going to try and leverage the control they have of Moto and hopefully even get the hatch open in kitchen just for that added pressure. But so far, it's not very clear on where the push is going to happen from G2.
They've got quite a few playing out towards the east here, two members and a couple of drones being thrown down here to try and contest Shaiko. Tells you enough. I think that there is some desire to clear that one out, but there's going to be a kill in towards the Adam stairs here, which makes things uncomfortable. Citizen entirely by himself does have the hatch open, but with Shaiko playing down here, they need him out before they can try and go for this push. You might see a split attack coming with someone else trying to push down another angle, but for now, at the very least, blue is a point of contention. There is going to be a trade kill back the other way, so it's into a 4 versus 4. With only 30 seconds left, though, beginning to worry for G2.
It looks like it is an execute through church from the Moto side. With this pinch from Citizen, he has this control, as you said. The nade took out that player in blue. The plan's going down from Pengu, but Alems to retake this control. Can he deny the plan? It doesn't. Oh, failed to deny the plan at the last second. But the diffuser went down anyway, I guess, here. BDS are fighting back, though, and G2 are all cleared out of the bomb site. BDS say, look, you can plant, but you can only get one kill. This bomb site's ours.
Pretty much, there was a bit of a fight around blue there. Understandably so, when that's where the push comes through. And G2, like we mentioned a bit earlier in the round, will try and go for that split attention. I hope you're having fun, guys. He's like, I'm trying to be serious here and win the round for us, and you're just messing around in front of me. What's going on? But no, I think for BDS there, it was still relatively controlled. They were happy to play for the retake there with the frags coming back their way. And G2 slowed down. It looked like for the first 60 seconds or so, it was in their control that they were setting up to take over blue. Just took a little bit too long to clear Shaiko out from playing in behind Generator, and you saw the outcome of the round from there. We'll give them some lean, like I mentioned, though. The drones did prevail for a long time. They were around for a good while and had the intel going across. It was just that commitment to the execute that was missing in points.
I think it was the retake from BDS that really won that round for the defense, and in particular, Citizen getting taken out in blue was that super impactful kill. It gave BDS another avenue to flank on through. I didn't quite see where Rafale got that kill onto Pengu from. I assume he just came through that double door from the hallway into church, and that does make you wonder, well, why wasn't there a player from G2 at the bottom main stairs? It's just such a staple position to cut off all of those rotations. And I'm not saying there wasn't for G2. It's just obviously very, very difficult to know from our angles. And I mean, G2, they had lost that player, and there was a lot of still work to be done. So, oh well, all in all, great retake from BDS.
I think Rafale's kill came from all the way back inside church. I'm not quite sure, but he was still on the stairs at the time, so it must have been a case of it being a nice long one all the way past Shaiko's head, connecting for a opening kill. It does take away some of the sting coming in from blue. So let's see how round number 2 goes. We'll see if anything changes up here. G2, it's pace that I need to see here against BDS. We saw what happened when Secret played against BDS the other day. It wasn't too comfortable for them. They gave them a bit too much room, and BDS were happy to snap back aggressively. One of the comments that I gave at the end of the game was to watch how much BDS move when they're sat under defense. They don't sit and hold a corner and do nothing. They will constantly try and push you and be aggressive. You could say the same about Shaiko. They're running into where he clearly sees bullets are heading and goes, you know what, I can still get a kill here somewhere. It's like being in the Matrix. He weaves his way around bullets and somehow still manages to shoot back and often finds himself a couple of kills.
It's a very loose roam for Shaiko at the moment. Presence trying to keep the pressure on for the enemy team, and of course also roaming around Lounge. Like that barricade downstairs to make it so that Shaiko can rotate blue without being pressured so much from Arsenal. And for BDS here with the Maverick ban, possible that G2 will intend to clear below to take out that bandit from a Lems. Of course, there's still the opportunity for a Zephyr trick, but for the most part, G2 are really hinging on this master bedroom side take. It's fairly unusual, at least as your primary. Typically, you would see teams at least open up those kennels walls and then rotate through a contact.
Even more so with the Thatcher on side, because it makes it a lot quicker to get the kennel walls open, as you spoke about there. So I'm not surprised there hasn't been a focus with that, but I guess the prize are coming straight through construction. Maybe it's more of a reverse. You get construction first, rotate over, and then look to take over Kennel's wall, which would make sense. And you can see the shield being committed above the bandit batteries as well on the Kennel's wall, just to say, don't care if you've got a Zephyr here, you ain't getting this one open. Well, guess what? They probably are going to, because Virtue's here on the Thatcher as mentioned.
I think the idea here for Lems is to continue bandit tricking that wall. Of course, you can use the Zephyr's concussions to cancel the animation of that bandit putting down the util. I think that the idea here with the shield is that it prevents that from happening, but Lems does get that bandit trick down. Of course, for now, Pengu didn't try to get that thermite charge on the wall. Droned out now. The question is, will the shield do the trick at protecting Lems? And nade's going to go in, all right, interesting strategy, and Lems decides to back on off and instead try and retake downstairs. So BDS not overcommitting to that position, instead ensuring that they have presence downstairs, and Kanto is the one from G2 to meet that pressure from BDS, and it's actually a player on the lounge door that's going to take it out now. BDS with only 2 players left. 4 versus 2 for G2. They've got a lot of the steps they need, but Playday on site to take down that player from Con. Really good positions here now from BDS. It looks quite good.
It does. I'll come back to the drones again for G2. There are barely any left alive, mind you. Not that they matter too much at this stage in the round when there are 20 seconds left, but Pengu should be finding his way in here to recover that diffuser and go for a plant. BDS have been all over the downstairs play. The vertical has absolutely been theirs, but with no C4, they've got to come back.
No way.
There's one upstairs. It's LM up on the stairs as well. Red stairs finds a triple. Can he hold this out for the team? No, he cannot, as that final kill comes across from Pengu. What more can you ask for from this man? In a 1 versus 1, he is the old reliable who will drag you over the finish line.
I got to admit, though, I was very scared there for Pengu for a moment. That bandit, Renshiro, was just so good. Managed to make that a 1 versus 1 from a 1 versus 3. So close, though, for BDS. I really like the decision there to abandon the bandit trick once they thought it was getting too hot and rotate downstairs for that vertical play. But G2 were just slightly more aware of that than perhaps I think BDS expected. Not only was there Kanto pushing in from stock, but also didn't manage to catch which player it was, but there was a player at the lobby door with another angle into lounge. And that crossfire really made it difficult for BDS to continue playing that vertical game to deny the plant. And eventually we were in a position where there are 3 G2 players who have the bomb site, both bomb sites I might add, and 2 BDS players who are off site. Now a great attempt there from Playday to take out that planter, or rather the diffuser carrier, in construction and make it a little bit closer. But I mean, it all came down to Pengu locking that in a 1 versus 1, so good on him.
Sometimes that's all it comes down to, is who clicks first or who clicks last. That little snap, by the way, from Playday. Oh, it's gross. You can see why he's been one of the top fraggers for this team since moving in from Vitality. And we touched on it at the time, at the very start of the season. He moved in as the only player on Vitality from last season being on a positive KD. And my God, was he positive, up there above plus 30, if I remember correctly. So needless to say, a very good pickup for BDS, and it has shone through in the last few days. Today, as we mentioned at the very start, is their big challenge against G2, though. And so far, pretty split between both sides. That last round coming very, very close down to it, I think. What'll be very interesting to see is when one side switches over to being on the, well, when they switch sides, sorry, and we get to see BDS really open up on the attack.
Once again, Shaiko for a very similar roam. For the most part, BDS doing things fairly similarly. Renshiro roaming downstairs as well, just to prevent this lounge presence. You'll also notice BDS opened up low holes in the stock wall to bar to prevent G2 from safely entering stock, as Shaiko has his presence in bar to take out those players. But Uno on for the roam clear now, being live droned ahead. He may well clear out these players.
Yeah, similar sort of spot here as well. Great angle being held by Lem. Normally you see a lot of teams make this about this small. I remember seeing an APAC being massive and I was like, huh, why is it so big? I'm not quite sure exactly why. I think it was for the variety of angles, but Lem's trying to hold, gets grenaded first, takes his eye off for just a couple of seconds and finds himself down. It will be the wall getting opened up, and Pengu is more than happy to take that free kill. A little bit of a misplay there from the Lem, not holding on to storage door.
Defender exposed.
I think he tried his best, but the angle wasn't quite there for him. At least Shaiko does redeem his team somewhat. Now, Citizen had used most of his utility, but a kill is a kill. Shaiko, though, being hunted by G2, they're very much aware of his presence, so Shaiko will attempt to get back to site as much as he can. He goes back up the main stairs. No presence yet from G2 here on the con site and through Master, and that's typically where we would see teams put at least some focus, but for the most part, it seems like they're primarily going for Garage here. Rafal put under the pump. The nade's going to go over, but misses.
Cooked too much. Overcooked, some may say. I don't think that's onto anything, and they are really trying to get him out of here with grenades, but nothing's going to come of it. Shaiko strikes again and picks up a double. All on the roam as well, mind you, so the longer it's taking G2 here, the more damage Shaiko is dealing to the back line. Still trying to get Rafal out of Garage as well, but he's just saying, no, I don't need to move because you guys aren't applying the pressure.
Playday once again holding down the fort when needed, and Rafal steps up quite literally. And Shaiko to find his third on the round. Very, very nice stuff here from BDS. I gotta say, credit to Shaiko. I know he kills on everything, but he always kept some kind of pressure on G2. I also want to point out Rafal there. The fact that he just laid down, stayed alive as long as possible meant it was very hard for G2 to find that opening they were looking for. G2 decided not to go for that master take as they did the previous round. They wanted to focus on Garage. And the most important thing there is taking out the player on Rafters, and Rafal didn't give them an opportunity. So really nice stuff there from BDS. Maybe a few missed opportunities from G2, but it is what it is.
It was rough because once they had that east breach open, everything kind of froze for them. There was no big rotation over to get construction open. There was a bit of focus in towards Garage. And it's hard as Pengu because you're still on that breach waiting to push in, but you just can't go running in front of that window. If there's someone waiting inside red, you are in the middle of a horrific crossfire and you will surely be brought down. As you saw from the Maestro, you mentioned it yourself. Stayed alive long enough there that there wasn't really a problem to consider. A little bit slow on the uptake from G2, and I think that is the biggest problem for them. Again, the sort of thing that we saw against Na'Vi was waiting too late into the round to make anything happen. It was exactly an opposite story the other day when they played against Empire. They were very rapid on the attack, getting plants down inside 90 seconds in some of their rounds on Coastline. But here on Club, and this is kind of the fear that you had coming into this as well, and we spoke about it before, was they're coming to a map here that maybe doesn't necessarily play into their strength.
5 seconds left.
I feel like G2 are definitely a team that can play that methodical playstyle, the heavy util that we like to see on maps like Clubhouse, Cafe, etc. But it is a bit concerning that they haven't played this map to any success recently, and it's their most banned map. So you're looking at what has G2 done to change things since the last time. Well, I guess they've made some kind of progress since 6 Invitational because they're not getting 7-0'd right here. But come on, they got to keep pace here with BDS. Now, for me, the thing that's surprising from BDS in this round is that they've picked the gym and bedroom bomb site instead of going back downstairs to Church and Arsenal as they did on the first round, as that was a flawless win for them. Or not flawless in terms of man count, but that was a win, in fact. They currently have an 100% win rate in this game on that bomb site, and it is unlocked. But they decided to throw off G2 a little bit. I like this thought process.
I really want to understand the thought process of why no Monty as well, given they've banned out for it as well. Even the bans coming out of BDS align pretty well to it. Why we aren't seeing it could be anyone's guess. You can see all the utilities starting to fly in, but they haven't managed to fully clear out the bandit batteries here. However, enough has been opened up, and they should be able to get the left one opened up in good time, inside about 60 seconds. That is good process, considering you're coming up against a Lem here, who was on the bandit against that wall.
Took a lot of utility, but they got the job done. And I believe Pengu still has both exothermic charges remaining. Uno still has one nade left as well. I know Kanto used a lot of his util and no doubt Virtue a couple of those EMPs. There we go. We have a look at it. Kanto has one one explosive left. I like the sledge pick here from Uno, despite them not necessarily knowing it would be bedroom. That'll deal with some of those castle barricades a little bit easier. And in fact, Pengu does have one exothermic left. For now, G2 looking to shift their focus onto logistics offers. Sussing out the situation is Virtue. Typically, you see teams have some kind of cash attack presence, and while Virtue is watching the flank right now, I don't believe G2 are hard committing to this. Virtue gets that, and Shiro red there. Very nice stuff there for G2 to catch off that, and they're just relying on Citizen here to beat a pincer in through cash.
Think about what we've seen so far. We've seen Shaiko off on a roam for getting himself 3 kills in the last round. We saw them all charging downstairs when the breach got opened up when they were defending into CCTV and cash last. It's only natural you'd assume someone would go rotating at some point. So like you say, a really good read there coming out of Virtue to catch Renshiro off. And it does put G2 into a 5 versus 3. And the most critical thing, I think, the reason why they aren't bothering with putting any heavier attention in towards CCTV right now is who the hell did BDS roam onto? There is no one to kill. Everyone is outside the building right now. So Shaiko's got to sit inside of sight and try and fight this one out. How does he still manage to win this one out? He gets a kill for himself, the second one for Playday as Virtue drops in. Uno's doing what he can, and G2 will close things out here. For a second, it looks a little bit shaky, but those 2 big fraggers in Playday and Shaiko drop at the very last second.
You got to be scared whenever the clutch players are going up against Playday and Shaiko, 2 of the best players in Europe, if not the world itself. So good stuff there from G to close it out. And I got to say, getting that man count fairly early on with 1 minute left, they were in a 5 versus 3 and that open jacuzzi wall. Now they'd open up the wall onto kennels as well. So Citizen could deny that aggressive play from CCTV onto that balcony. But overall, I think that G2 had the ground that they needed. They had the numbers advantage. And even though Shaiko and Playday tried to fight back a little bit, it just wasn't quite enough. So I appreciate the risk that BDS took going to that bomb site when downstairs was unlocked. It didn't work. That's fine. Move on.
All about controlling the roam game. It's the most critical thing to remember against BDS is stop them running around the map like madmen. And you should find you're at least in a better chance of winning than if they were the ones coming up behind you, as we've seen out of Shaiko already. Downstairs once again, as you say. Let's not forget what happened back in round number 1. It was the Monty 6 pick away, kind of served as a bit of a bait and did see BDS changing away from playing on the Valkyrie to playing on the Goyo. This round we're going to see it brought through pretty much by default. Anyway, there was quite a war over blue. They got that opening kill onto Citizen, I believe it was, up on blue stairs. So be looking out for that in this round. I guess for G2, it's the pace that needs to be seen on this attacking side. As mentioned a couple of times here, yes, it's all good containing BDS, but if you then can't either kill them or get the objective down, it's going to come back to bite you. Last time they assaulted here, they only found a single kill, and that was the one on storage stairs that we mentioned just a few seconds ago.
So for G2, what's the play? Likely to be very similar to the previous round G2 attacked this. So if they can be a little bit more efficient on their roam clear, you'll notice Citizen actually did not lose his drone in the prep phase this time. Only Kanto has lost the drone so far, and being the fragger, maybe that's not so impactful, not such a big deal. But you did mention Kanto was the first player to be picked, and that was pushing down those blue stairs. So of course G2 will have to be a little bit cautious of that aggression from those players on site. I like to see G2 go for a moto push and open up that church wall. With the thermite charge, I totally think there's a possibility here. Probably a bit safer than trying to go for a blue split push just into the doorway, because as we noted last time, Rafal was able to deny that diffuser plant, well, at least kill the planter after it went down, just by peeking in through a church. So opening up that extra avenue will really force these BDS players to be a bit more passive and perhaps expose them.
There's a call there to shoot out the top of church wall. Indeed, he shall. That's so they can C4 into the bottom of main stairs. Now that Moto is open, they're aware that there is likely going to be a push coming from somebody down these main stairs, and it's now a case of trying to find out when that push is going to come through. With church wall off, and what you'll see is some teams bring along an exothermic and some ex-Kairos and look to open up 2 sides of the church wall at the same time, normally the left and the right panel, because it's impossible for a bandit to be in 2 places at once, so you will at least get something open. Right now he's looking to keep hold of the far right wall, the one nearest those main stairs, as that would open up a pretty uncomfortable sightline all the way through church for the attackers.
Already we're seeing something slightly different from last time from G2, and that is Citizen to open up the kitchen hatch, and it looks like G2 is actually rotating for a kitchen side push. Penga opening dirt now means that instead of going for a blue moto push into church and execute, they're going for a dirt kitchen push into an arsenal execute, and this may well catch BDS off guard, at least slightly. There is some utility over there for BDS, and notice a lot of holes in the walls between the hallway and arsenal that BDS can use to deny that plant. Of course, also perhaps a few C4s in hand and those evil eyes, which can deny plant in the dire moments. In fact, no, 1 C4 left for Renshiro, so that may well come into play if the execute comes down.
Udon almost losing his life there. I believe that's, I want to say it's upstairs. in a spot where he's got nothing. I mean, again, look at the drones on the side of G2. We're coming down to the execute, and every single one is dead. I hate to keep on harping on about it, but it means they are playing in blind right here, and Pengu might find himself getting sprayed out. Do they even know? He's on the wrong side. He's baited them out here and drawn.
Wow.
Wrong side. Virtue finds a double, but it's 3 versus 3 in this post-plant situation. We've still got someone trying to push upstairs. Rafal pushes too aggressively, catches G2 unawares, and now it's down to just Citizen and Pengu, the hard breaches of the team, to make the magic happen. Make it a 1 versus 3. It's Playday on this smoke. No one can stop this man, but we know what Pengu can be like in a clutch. Sadly, it's not going to happen this round. And Shiro to bring him down and put BDS at 3-2 here after round 5.
Yeah, wow. Crazy stuff there for BDS once again. A retake successful, and in fact, it's the same thing that happened on the previous defense for BDS on that bomb site. A plant went down from G2, but BDS, they're happy to let that plant go down because they're confident in their retake ability. In that situation, we were at a 5 versus 5 with 23 seconds left. Now, I mentioned how G2 had opened up using an exothermic charge from Pengu, the dirt rotate, but they didn't decide to push through that. Probably a smart idea since it was a smoke player in there, but that meant that the smoke Playday had that control, had that power position in dirt right up until the end. And while that didn't deny the plant, as you mentioned, Pengu went for an off plant, something we enjoy seeing from him over the past few weeks in EUL. It meant that BDS still had these power positions for the retake, and because it was a 5v5 when the plant went down or nearabouts, it meant that BDS definitely had the numbers for that retake as well. So overall, really good stuff for BDS. I've got to credit G2 though. They've successfully planted on Church and Arsenal twice, but they're just losing out in the retake scenarios.
Definitely kind of a retake of nothing else for BDS, right? Like, they don't seem too phased by letting G2 inside a site because they're then happy to push out aggressively, like up main stairs, for example, and catch out those that are still remaining. So it's one thing to worry about, I think, is when it does come down to these executes. They are fast plants coming out of G2, sorry. They're smart plants. I love how it was against the hallway wall there in that round, because what we've seen coming out of G2 on Villa the other day was they're very smart 2 versus 3 with Pengu and Citizen. Managed to push their way inside of Aviator and plant in a slightly unconventional spot. Come off the plant for a second, spray someone in the head, then straight back on the plant again. So we know they're very good and smart about where they put down these plants, and this is all down to Pengu's reliability in these situations. Does a wonderful job of it. The thing is, they just can't hold on in the post-plant situation. Let's see if they can make this 3-3, because that would be a prolific result for G2 to come out with 3 rounds here on the attack against BDS nonetheless.
Couple of love taps there for LMs. Will Uno see this Valkyrie camera? The black eye, surely that'll get spotted out. What I was going to mention here is a couple of changes from BDS side in terms of the operators. We're going to have Valkyrie for one, but also no Bandit anymore. So they've decided, look, this Bandit trick ain't working. Let's abandon it. I also want to point out here that G2, they banned out the Legion. Our theory was that they were going to abuse that Montagne, as we've seen from them before, and Vitality as well last week on this very map. But that's all 6 rounds of G2's attack, and 0 Monty picks. In fact, they have brought the exact same 5 operators on the exact 5 players every single round of this half.
Yep. It is kind of a standard lineup, dare I say, for Club though, right? You need at least 2 hard breachers. Sometimes teams will bring 3. I personally think 2 is enough, especially when you have a Thatcher on side. You need some ranged soft destruction to remove things like the Evil Eyes or the shields, in which case that's Kanto and the Zofia. And then normally you'll see a sledge being brought along as the final one, because every single site in this map has some use for it. You saw earlier on Gym and Bedroom, you were like, oh, the sledge being brought along here to deal with the castles. Absolutely. They were fearing it was going to go downstairs, but making sure they had that on side either way was going to be good news for them. Interesting there, the second exothermic got used on the smallest part of the wall, but it's going to be a bounce back from that grenade. That is unfortunate. Down goes the grenade. Red kills someone at the back of it, I think. No, they shan't. As Playday charges forward, Kanto will find 2, but it's a 3 versus 3. Def with still a minute and 15 to play.
I guess they have time going for them, but all this team utility here. Kanto concusses Virtue there on the Kennel's balcony. Now, Kanto does have an explosive. He can make a rotate in the soft wall to his left, but no, he's just going to send that towards top red. I don't know whether he intended for that to be a concussion, but nonetheless, he regroups with Citizen. Now, Citizen does have enough X-Kairos to make a rotate here into the default plant spot. But remember, BDS still have 3 players alive, and Playday is in a great position. Ooh, nice shot there from Virtue to take out the Gas Babe. 45 seconds left, and as I was saying, Playday still has the ability to go below and deny the default plant. Ilems is already there, and he's a player with a C4. So, G2, you have to step it up. You can't go for a passive plant here. You have to commit. Is this pick going to happen? Virtue goes down. Kanto and Citizen trying to push Shaiko. They finally punish him, but at what cost? It's all on Citizen now for G2. 20 seconds now. He does have time, but everyone is down. Kanto steps up, but he gets finished off. It all happened in a flash. They didn't need the whole time, and there you go. BDS to go up on their defensive half, 4-2.
Oh, I've got to wonder there, what took Kanto so long to get up? Maybe he was moving through the doorway to get just tucked into the left-hand side there so he couldn't be killed if someone did push him from construction. But ultimately, with 2 down and a 1 versus 2 to do, it's a lot to ask for. 4-2 the scoreline at the half, and we've already broken that 7-1 curse that many came to expect from BDS. However, they are the ones in the driving seat, but they are going onto the attacking side, and who knows how much G2 are going to be able to slow them down. Going back into that first half for a quick second for G2, we clocked the lack of drones. We clocked the lack of speed at certain parts where it was required. That final round was maybe a little bit quicker than we were used to coming out of them, but outside of that, I would say it's been more of what we saw a couple of days ago, and it seems to be an issue with them on the larger maps that are more strategy-based. Things do slow down a lot in comparison to maps like Coastline, where they were trying to plant inside 2 minutes of every single round.
Makes you wonder the purpose of this Legion ban here. It's not once that they try to play them off them. And we didn't really see any plays from G2 that would have taken advantage of the fact that there was no Legion, like no cheeky little sneak in through this angle or whatever. I'm still a little bit confused about that one. Not to be critical at all, it's just obviously G2 knows what they're doing, but it makes you wonder. They could have banned anything. They left Maestro on the board, for example, Smoke on the board, which are operators that they are not bringing here on their defense, but BDS made very effective use for on theirs. So perhaps if G2 had banned out one of those, they would have had a bit more success at countering BDS's primarily anchor-centric playstyle. But nonetheless, I digress, and we move on to this round. For G2, a fairly unorthodox lineup here on this downstairs bomb site. They're going for a heavy roam. SSG strat in theory, but maybe some unfamiliar operators. No Castle, no Mozzie, but we do have the Mute and the Vigil with some information gathering to boot in the Pulse and the Valve. The former is taken out after getting 1 kill, but it's Shaiko gone down. So that's some hard breach and, of course, that Nuts player. Good stuff for Uno, even though he was traded.
You'll be more than happy as a defender there. Yes, you got traded, but taking out an attacker and a crucial one, not just in Shaiko for his gun skill, but also because of that operator. I absolutely agree. The big kind of saving grace for them, in my mind, is the fact that these hatches have been left soft, sorry. So I wouldn't have to worry about trying to get them open. But it does mean instead that they are without some utility. Not a massive concern either, because there is no Jaeger on side, so no need for the anti-nade that you're so used to seeing come out of most teams.
The real question for me on G2's defense here is why the alibi over the Smoke? Pengu is currently holding Dirt, which is Smoke's home turf. It is impossible, in most cases, to take out a Smoke playing here in Dirt. But Pengu's using those Prismas. Perhaps he's playing it for the impact grenades onto Kitchen Hatch and just using those Prismas to help out a little bit. Now, one of them was at bottom main stairs and one of them was in Dirt. Didn't catch where the third Prisma was, but this roam is still very much prevalent for G2. Kanto keen to find the skill here onto a Lems. Does some damage, but loses his life in the process. 4 versus 3 now. BDS have regained that numbers advantage, but half the round gone, running a little bit low on time. Using the concussions to make sure there's no one playing in Oil Pit. Maybe a bit of a waste of utility, but let's not forget, G2 still has this Roma in Virtue.
Wonder if the Legion comes down to the impacts. I'm not sure. Oh, that screams to me as the reason why, right? That's why they're bringing on the Alibi as a replacement, so you have 2 sets coming through on the current defensive side. Maybe knowing that on the side of BDS, that was never really going to be a thing for them in the defensive side of the first half. God knows.
What?
Either way, we do know one thing is that Pengu's going to find a lens for a wondrous angle down through Oil there by the looks of it. Almost finding himself naded out, but still going to find himself alive for now. Now it's down to G2 for a bit of a cheeky flank. It's Virtue coming from above on the Mute of all operators here. It's a 2 versus 3, and G2 are the ones in firm control.
All I care about right now is seeing Pengu get kills with the ACS-12, but his team isn't giving him the opportunity. Brudet, the last man standing, and he'll get caught off from a million angles at once. G2, it was very unorthodox, it was very G2, and they made it work.
Well, it just kind of shows some tactics, like I said, behind the Legion ban, potentially. Just meant that they couldn't be impeded by that. Again, I'm still with you as to why it wouldn't mean the result of a Monty coming along, but it is what it is. That's what we'll leave it at. Gym and Bedroom going to be the next site we head to, seeing that Kai being brought alongside the Bandit potentially, and I love seeing Mirror on this site. Looks like we're going to see Pengu bringing that one along here as well. We know how frustrating that can be when you stack up both of those mirrors out towards the west wall, on towards Jacuzzi, and see what the other side can do. But you know what? Pengu decides, I don't want to be playing that very stationary style of mirror window. I prefer a more mobile one. And so they go over to playing the Clash instead. So a lot of electrification coming through on this team.
I always love to appreciate G2's ingenuitive strategies and their flexible playstyle. I know it's the G2 vision is we don't have support players and flex players and frag players.
Not with this lineup.
No, you have 5 flex players, and we see that right now. In fact, I'm going through every single operator, every single player on G2 right now is playing a different operator to what they brought last round. In fact, there is no overlap of operators whatsoever. G2 bring 5 operators to the table for round 1, and an entirely different set of 5 operators for round 2.
10 seconds remaining.
And they are called flex players for a reason, I guess. It's not just a whole flex player, it's a flex team. And it's some of the strength that you give. I mean, you look at some players, I mean, even with how, I remember Doki tweeting on Twitter actually when someone was like, oh, why don't you take them to coastline? He was like, are you kidding? Take 5 fraggers to coastline? Are you mad? It's why you see him getting brought onto maps like this. It would have been an absolute slugfest seeing these two go up against each other on a map like that or Consulate. The club, as we see, is of course the one they are going to duel things out on. Let's see how Dream Bedroom shakes out though. For now, it looks like you're going to see Pengu playing up towards this west wall for when it does get opened up, and there's not currently any electrification down on that wall. More, I think, just trying to use him potentially to try and block grenades or something so that we don't see the bandits being destroyed. Heaven knows.
Perhaps the Clash is going to try and sit in the drone hole like we saw from Lunar Metal. In fact, that might be it. Yep, he's blocking the drone hole. I love it. It's a cheeky little trick there, and it means that Alems can't get his concussions inside to cancel that bandit trick animation from Uno. You saw it first on APAC, but G2, they've been taking notes, I guess.
Trying to knife the shield out the way. I tell you what, Luna, this is a shout out to you, my brother. Big love for APAC. They can't move him out the way, so this means nothing can get through to interrupt this electrification. They are at serious risk of wasting so much time if they can't make this work quickly. I wonder if they start burning utility on it soon, because right now, it looks like they're just bailing on it entirely and instead trying to force him out through an alternative angle.
But finally, they do get it open. There you go. Those castle barricades wasted out, and it did soak up a lot of utility for BDS, but they now can deny the bandit trick. Plus, just by a sightline. And of course, all those concussions used up for Alems. Well, one left. He's going to try and use that. I think that the bandit trick might still work. Surely not. Oh, there you go. But there's no more concussions left. Inshiro finally takes down one player. That's Virtue. But this is so much time wasted for BDS.
Why is it always Pengu in these situations as well? The player, the one that's going to be having this big impact in a round, whether it's the strange and quirky plant positions, whether it's the Clash wasting a solid minute and a half in keeping this wall reinforced. And the worst part is, they've got to do it all over again now because this wall inside the bathroom is also reinforced. So it's going to be a case for the attackers to have to swing over to construction side of things to try and make something happen here. It's not ideal as they do not have control of this main hallway, which makes trying to push inside the logistics so damn risky.
Credit to Shaiko, though, he's got control of construction. And of course, G2, one player down and also one gun down, as Pengu is playing the shield at the moment, does give BDS an opportunity here. Will they take it with both hands? 30 seconds left, and they rotate into construction for Shaiko. They need to step it up right now.
Attackers have recovered.
Shot comes through. I thought it was a headshot. Sorry from Breeder and to Citizen, though, as he's crouched down at the back of sight. Breeder is more than happy to say thank you very much. And somehow, despite all this time wasted, the advantage still sits with the side of BDS. It's a 4 versus 2, and Breeder is going to commit this plant. Hold down F like a pro and stick it out. It's basically an absolute rollover for the side of BDS. Doesn't matter how much time G2 wastes, BDS are patient and strike while the iron is hot there and completely destroy G2 before they can even adapt.
That Clash trick countered the Zephyr really effectively, and while it did eventually get dismantled by BDS and the Jacuzzi wall was open, it took 2 minutes. And so we're in a situation where G2 is sitting there like, okay, we're in a 4 versus 5 because Virtue got picked. There's only 1 minute left for BDS to take this, and they've only just got control of construction. That's G2's perspective on things. They're pretty comfy with that. From BDS's perspective on things, they're looking, okay, guys, 5v4, we finally got this wall open. Let's go. And they only dropped 1 player during that execute. That was so impressive. In the last few seconds, when it was, what, a 5v3, 4v5, whatever it was for BDS, to hold on and manage to force themselves through despite that early disadvantage, really impressive. And, well, G2 is clearly bitten off more than they can chew here, as BDS are very strong on their attacks.
always about the attacking prowess of the team that I look out for to see how effective they are. It's been a point of conversation today. Earlier on, I asked, how do you evaluate what makes a good team? Is it defense or is it attack? And Pengu even came back himself and was like, always attack. Like, he said it's easy, air quotes, to defend, so surely, Pengu, this should be easy for you. But on defense, it's pretty easy. You can afford to sit in a corner all round if you want to and just hold that corner, and you can win if the attackers don't push fast enough. But on the attack, that's when you have to piece things together. You have to do a bit of a game of problem solving, and it's all about pacing and timing. It is often on attack where we see teams start to slip up. So far, BDS pretty unrelenting. However, it has only been a couple of rounds. So let's see how this third round goes. We find ourselves on the downstairs for the first time. The last couple of sites have indeed been on the top. Sorry, we're heading into Cash and CCTV. A couple of rounds ago was downstairs. The last round, of course, was in gym and bedroom. First one to G2, second to BDS. This is where we get to see that kind of swing in this best of three on the defensive side to see if it becomes match point for BDS or if G2 start the fight back.
With that Maverick band, of course, BDS will have to do Thermite and Thatcher business, and the band is ready to trick.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Pengu here, waiting for the concussion to come through. It does affect him, doesn't affect Uno. The second one does, however, and the Thermite charge goes off.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
BDS
Attackers
do
have dropped the
have
bomb
that
diffuser.
key wall, that little tick
Kanto.
box checked, but Kanto, as you're suggesting, is very close here. Droned out, takes out the drone. Is he fragged? The info is there for BDS, but Kanto holds his ground.
Just
Takes
here
out a
to waste
second
time.
drone.
Yep. His whole objective is just, how long can I make you sit here around storage? How long can I make you worried about a jump out? How long can I keep you off that wall? And the answer so far is, well, quite a while, Kanto. Good job. You can retreat in peace, happy that you have completed your mission. 90 seconds down, and it sounds like they have at least got the breach open for now, so aren't in an awful spot, and they do have control of the balcony too, so aren't too concerned with having to worry about a Jaeger jumping out on them downstairs. The biggest fear is you're going to see exactly the same thing we saw out of Rafal earlier on, holding on the catwalk in towards the window. However, he's gone. Did he challenge that? He must have. They must have traded. Wow, okay.
Wow, and in fact, G2 are continuing to challenge here, and that allows Uno to retake Garage, but not for long there. Kanto get the refrag as well. What is this
Oh my
mess?
God.
We're in a
Chain.
2v2 now. At a 2v1, maybe not. I don't know. I'm a bit overzealous here. Finally, the 2v1. Shaiku wins that one. All on Citizen. Here, the Vigil. 1 versus 2. Lit up. Pushing up through Red Hallway. Such a difficult spot to be in. BDS have the time. It's their 2 best players here to clutch it up here against Citizen. But we have seen some clutches from him in the past. Can he repeat the feat?
A lot to ask for, as you say. He's all by himself on red. Swings out on towards Shaiku, but doesn't connect. A killing shot. Does get a bit of damage down. And here comes the plant. There are no C4s, but there are impacts on the side of Citizen. And he's got it all to do here. Going to try and find his way around the corner. Goes for a spray through the bomb, but no. Playday is 2 heads up. And once again, the import from Vitality continues to impress. This guy is looking phenomenal so far in this season of the EU League.
Everyone's talking about G2 Super Team, Vitality Super Team, Rogue Super Team. No, BDS. They came 4th at the 6th Invitational. They made 1 roster change. 1 player got brought on from Vitality, Playday. And it has been the key in the lock to unlocking BDS's success. So far, in the European League, no losses. He's on 12-4 playing hard support right now. He's playing Smoke and Thermite. And he has a 3.0 KD right now.
Good lord, man. For the longest time, it was Booncy, and he was kind of regarded as the big smoke main in the region, at least in the Nordics. And then you see Playday doing things like this, and it is nasty. Every single time I see a mute or a smoke main just kind of popping off and doing these kind of things, I'm like, I wish I could control the gun that way, but I know full well I will never be able to do so. 6-3, BDS at match point. It's not quite 7-1, but it's looking like a 7-3 over G2. And many will probably start saying, if that is the best challenge a team can give, just 3 rounds to be taken away from them on their stomp towards 4 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses. What team can stop them? You might look to maybe say Rogue at some point, might be able to upset the apple cart, I think. But with how things are shaped up so far, it just doesn't feel likely. Like, they beat Vitality, they've beat Chaos, they beat Secret, they're about to beat G2. Interestingly, on Monday, they face up against Rogue in that game I mentioned, and then they have Virtus Pro and Temper waiting for them as well. So it's going to be spicy, right? I look down that list and I think, realistically, Rogue are the only team I see beating BDS. Who else can stop them?
big questions here. BDS in such good form right now. And they could well come away from EUL in this stage with a flawless half. Or flawless just campaign, I guess.
Yeah.
Through the European League. But of course, G2, they won this defense last time here on Church and Arsenal. Actually completely changing their operator lineup once again. Going for something a bit more normal. No more Alibi, no more Vigil, no more Pulse. But still, pretty typical for this bottom floor. Let's look at how BDS take this one. Good progress so far with the stock hatch open. Only 50 seconds down. So again, really good time management here for BDS. But it'll really be those final moments for G2 that we're looking at. Can those smokes from Pengu be effective? Can the Evil Eyes and the Goyo shields impede BDS on this execute? Because that's where they shine.
I just look at Playday and just think, how do you outshine this guy? Playing on the support, as we keep on mentioning, and doing all the damage that he has done. Shaiko's been quiet this season, and I think he'll be happy with that he isn't the only one being relied on to be the fragger for his team. And I say fragger not by role, I mean more just in the number of kills that are being picked up. Has been a slow start for them, but at least starting to move their way through. Some of those X-Caros get impacted off church wall as well, so it will be enough to open up a sight line, but not enough to make a little crouch hole to get through. You see how patient BDS is being here. The drone work is coming in. They are in no rush. They still have 80 seconds to go. But no kills being picked up on either side just yet will probably mean that if this goes a bit too slowly, you'll see it go the same way that G2 did. It comes down to a last-second rush. Normally, that's when we start seeing mistakes being made. It's why we often say that the timer is the 6th man for the defenders, the lower it gets. That's such an easy impact as well once the bottom's been opened up. That'll be all of those X-Caros gone, and Church Wall most definitely will not be getting opened unless Playday can work some magic.
But about 20 seconds ago, Renshiro got a really nice drone all the way into Church. Virtue, though, does frag him out for it. That's around blue side. Playday to open up this avenue on the Church wall. Now BDS have an opening, but Kanto's waiting on the other side. Virtue as well, getting ingressed by a Lems, but Pengu to save his life. 5v3 now. G2 has a solid chance here, but Playday, the man is still up. You can't doubt him out. He's been such a strong player so far, but there's only 25 seconds to make it happen. The numbers are falling. Rafael and Playday to hold on against 4 players from G2. And there you go. G2 do lock it out by the end of it. They've struggled here on the defense, but Church and Arsenal is where they can redeem themselves, but they can't just rely on that. They'll have to defend on some other bomb sites as well.
It was rough because I think the slowness in trying to get Church Wall open and the eventual denial of it being open really played against them there. I think the intent was to get control of Moto, get control of main stairs, drop their way through, and then go for a plant in behind the black box. But impossible when you can't get the Church Wall open. It means you're kind of segued into pushing down a nice long hallway, or you're pushing in through a single door from Moto itself. So uncomfortable for BDS. Well played by G2 to push back there and be so aggressive and good at their denial game. We get to go ourselves back upstairs now in towards CCTV and Cash. And this time around, the mirror will not get 6 picked away. Instead, it will be 6 picked in. And we'll see how they can fare off against on this defense.
I like that from Kanto to tease out the castle, make BDS think that G2 were going to Gym Bedroom, which was the first bomb site they attempted after Church Arsenal previously. And it's totally plausible looking at the operator lineup with the castle in there in place of the mirror that you would be going to that bomb site. Now for Citizen, a lot of barricades placed on the master side to try to slow down any push from that direction from BDS, top floor and bottom floor. This will just give G2 a little bit of a sound cue if there's a player nearby, if BDS attempt to push this direction. Also just slow down BDS, and I think that that's demonstrating how G2 has slightly changed their strategy here on the defensive side from more aggressive to a little bit more passive, trying to play the time denial game. Wow. Very unusual reinforcements from Citizen. This indicates to me that G2 intend to hold bar with quite a significant presence, in particular so that they can C4 late in the round up through either stock or through lounge onto either bomb site.
And they've left the kennels walls soft and electrified the bottom walls into garage. Okay, I mean, they've mirrored it as well. I feel like I've just stepped into a rank game down in silver or something with how I've seen how my games go so far with these mirror windows. But no doubt there are some big brains. There are definitely big brain players on the go here. Do not worry about that. I'm curious to see how it shapes out because infamously, if you're defending bar and stock, it is such a difficult site to hold for reasons like it is so large. There are a lot of walls around it. They have got to hold onto this with an iron fist if they do not want to concede this one away too soon. BDS, this will be a bit different to them. I think one of the defenses that you might not have ever seen for their side before. So there is going to to be work to do, I think. Speaking of work being done, that's Shaiko off the field as Kanto finds the opening kill.
Where on earth was that for Kanto? An important early frag, though, because that's the Hibana gone down and Shaiko no less, but it's happened before, and we've also seen the last time G2 won their Church and Arsenal, first time it was taking down Shaiko. Now this extended strategy here starting to be countered, but G2 do pop that mirror window so that it can't be used by the attackers. BDS have seen this setup and they're deciding to address it head on, with LMs taking control now in bar. But G2 still have that numbers advantage, and I think BDS is still trying to figure out how to take this. Importantly, you mentioned the Kennels walls being soft. It actually does prevent make it a bit more difficult for BDS. Like, they need to use soft breach to get that wall. What are you going to do? Sledge it open? You're completely exposed. You can't use your thermite exothermic charges on it. You could try and use the explosions from LMs, but that's some dire utility you can't use then. Oh, never mind. That utility ain't happening at all. Citizen to find that peak. G2 are reading BDS right now, and it is beautiful.
The attack response user has been dropped.
More like BDS just can't read G2. They're just not quite sure how to approach this right now, and they have got themselves upstairs already and got this soft breach open by the looks of it. So they have a way in, but as you mentioned earlier on, you're coming up against 2-3 C4s potentially here, assuming the Bandit Mirror and the Valkyrie will have them. Can you really afford to just go for a push in here when you know lounge control is not in your favor? The answer is absolutely not. So we'll see what smart inventions they've got here to try and deal with this setup.
We know BDS are good at following the checklist, but are they good at rolling with the punches here? And Shiro to claw things back at least a little bit, but still BDS are at a numbers deficit. And if they execute here in 20 seconds, they can't just reflag it out. They have to come up big. Brade is still up on the thermite. He's in a very difficult position. The jump into CCTV here may well be suicidal. Rafael has the diffuser and Citizen is on for the flank as well. He takes down Renshiro. Brade has to go huge. He finds one, but Virtue trying to refrag. He does. It's all on Rafael now against 2 players from... What is that, Virtue? To flick and finish him off. G2. I love it. Unorthodox strats. You are absolutely discombobulating BDS right now.
Discombobulating, that's a new one. But
you can thank
I think the
Tolkien
word,
for that word.
a nice, long, complicated word is a great way to describe this game. It's going all the way into max time here now, all the way through to the 12th round. You mentioned that unconventional strat. We saw similar stuff coming out of Na'Vi earlier on Villa, opening up all of Master Bedroom. What is that all about? But it worked absolute wonders for them because teams aren't quite sure how to adapt. And this is the kind of thing we're going to start seeing, I think, more in future. In a world where teams are slowly beginning to deal with things like the Goyo shields, the Evil Eyes, whatever else is being thrown in their way, teams are generally responding very well. How do you upset that apple cart? Just completely surprise them and bring something new that they have barely seen before. And I love that we're seeing all this innovation coming out this week. Gym and Bedroom going to be where we head to here potentially for the final site. And you see that clash, Sick picked away. This means to me at the very least there's a slight change in tactic here. G2 are playing the mind games here with BDS and keeping them guessing at every single turn.
I want to know how many more crazy pocket strats Shaz and Sua have in the book here for G2, because it works. I mean, they whipped out a Tachenka at SI, and it works. They whip out a strat like that, and it works. And here, once again, they change off the clash and bring the mirror instead. They didn't win this defense last time around, and BDS have looked strong, but there's an opportunity here for G2 to tie it up.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. A hole in logistics is going to be. Construction, clearly not a room they want to concede. This is where we saw BDS with a bit of aggression earlier on attacking in towards this site. They pushed their way through, and despite not being able to get control of West Wall and to Jacuzzi and find their way inside of the hallway, they were happy to make construction their own and use that as their push. So what have G2 done? They've adapted and said, no, this is ours. And thank you very much, Easy, pointing out a wonderful single floor. I say maybe double floor. Can we go down a floor, Easy, and look inside a kitchen for a second? Is it a double or just a single? I think there's one at the top side as well, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a shame. Yeah, there is. Sorry, underneath the bottom of it. So yes, you can play in the default spot as if you were playing on the site downstairs and shoot up through both of those. We've seen Na'Vi do this, I believe. I want to say in Tokonami, I can't quite remember, but I've definitely seen Nello been playing that angle before. It is filthy because it is so hard to contest those angles without an absolutely perfect angle all the way down. That, wrapped in with the fact that you, of course, have the mirror window playing here, just means there's 2 or 3 guns at any given time being pointed in that general direction. Good luck trying to deal with that.
Really good time management here for BDS, though, with Jacuzzi open in only 50 seconds. That said, Uno is still in a strong position to bandit trick NEX Kairos, but attempt to take out his mirror window. Cancer also aggressively playing in office with Virtue to refrag to prevent BDS from dropping down the Logi hatch. You can see for the most part, G2 are just heavy stacking site. They only leave Citizen to try to contest Cash for as long as he can. Remembering that previously, oh wow, that's actually so good there from BDS. They play the vertical game to take out that mirroring window from Uno, and that makes this so much more difficult to play for the Bandit.
That room is soft, of course, so you can destroy that floor underneath. We have seen some players play underneath with C4s, and as soon as the push comes into that area, bam! C4 from underneath, 1 or 2 dead, attack over. Still, this has been another relatively slow start for BDS. We saw this on the downstairs earlier on, where they kind of paused mid-round. They got open what they needed, and then they were like, right, how do we deal with this setup coming out of G2? We're not quite sure. And it falls things all the way down to the wire. We're into the final 60 seconds of play between these two teams, and Renshura is going to kick things off with a kill onto Uno.
Virtue under the pump here as well, trying to play this mirror window in Logi as long as he can to prevent this construction push. BDS, they didn't have to deal with this last time, and once again, we'll have to see BDS adapt. Pengu to hold, and that's the diffuser down in Gym. 35 seconds remaining. Brudet is down. Can G2 hold on for another 30 seconds to tie this up?
Oh, stop looking. It's Pengu with a double kill once again. Always in these big spots. It's him finding the kills. It's a 3 versus 2, and here they come. Shaiko from construction once more. Might have just turned this around.
way.
Turns around and finds the
What
third.
is
How
that?
does he do it almost all the way? It's a 1 versus 1. Virtue versus Rafale. Plant is going down. There won't be enough time for Virtue, but can he swing this one back? They've got to find each other. It's going to be coming to head inside a hallway, and all that's left from Virtue is to go aggressive here and go pushing outside onto Jacuzzi. Can he do it, though, in time? He's got about 25 seconds as that diffuser waits for no man indeed. He knows where it is, but has no idea where Rafale is right now. He must know. This diffuser's coming through. He's going to swing in, finds the kill, and BDS will close it 7 and 5. G2 was so close, but BDS will be defeated by no one as they go 4 and 0.
Unbelievable. That's what that was from BDS. Shaiko and Rafale to hold it in an unbelievably disadvantageous position, but Shaiko to go nuts with 3 kills. He almost got the 4th, but no, it wasn't even needed. You can trust Rafale to hold that one. A huge game for BDS. It looked like maybe G2 would be able to stop them, but apparently no one can. That is BDS continuing their flawless campaign here through the European League.
Unbelievable. How can Shaiko get away with it twice, man? The flanks through construction and finding 2 kills, even with the mirror window there. G2 did this to set up to counter it, and they still managed to make it happen. Absolutely unbelievable. So much to unpack in that game. We could be here for an hour talking about it, but you know what? There's some other guys that have been watching this game as well. Let's go over to the analyst desk and get their thoughts.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, a hell of a game. I know I'm not in Australia, but I could hear James screaming all the way from there. I'm sure you could, Jess. Let's put this into everybody's perspective, okay? First of all, congratulations to BDS. Undefeated. That clutch was absolutely insane. That's what Shaiko does. Crazy plays from them. G2 more than doubled the rounds that BDS has lost so far. So close to a tie, but even G2 could not do it. BDS, what? How? Just please, let's start with the first half. I'm trying to get everything in my head because there's so much to unpack in this, and we only have so little time. Jess, BDS started off on defense 4-2. It's Clubhouse. That's completely fine when you look at it, but what was really happening during that first half?
I think for BDS, a big strength for them was their shield placements, for example. I mean, they weren't outlandish, and they had shields to block bandit tricks, for example, which I thought was really nifty. They banned the Mavericks so that they could bandit trick, which I thought was really smart. They didn't get too many successful ones with them. In fact, G2 was even more successful with the bandit and Kaid tricking, but it goes to show they were aware of all the angles. They had shields to block those angles, and it was a smart, calculated play by BDS. Really impressive on that first half. And like you said, that scoreline's very indicative of what you would expect.
And then talking about shields, when the bans came through, there was a Legion ban to come down. From the likes of G2, there was no Monty ban from BDS, something we expected to happen. and there's no multi being played. I was absolutely stunned. I was absolutely certain a multiplayer would come through. But like, besides that, there was so much more that G2 could have gotten out of their attacks. Like, for some reason, they went in for these plans time and time again with a 5-on-5 situation, but they weren't ready for an after plan yet, so BDS could quickly respond, go for the retake, and make that successful time and time again. And also a lot of poor used utility. In round 6, I counted a team kill with a grenade, then a concussion onto the player onto the balcony, and after that, like, impacts being used in positions where impacts didn't have to be used. So, like, there was way more that G2 can get out of that first half.
Yeah, well, on the second side, though, BDS were so good at responding to G2 trading so well. You finally get the opener, Jess, but it's not enough.
I mean, like, G2 were taking a lot of the opening kills in their defensive rounds, which you would generally think, oh, sweet, that lines a team up to be really ready to take that round. But the moment they took the kill, if you guys go back and check the kill feed, almost instantaneously BDS turned around and said, trade. Next kill, trade. It didn't matter what player they picked off. BDS said, no, we've got someone waiting in the background ready to trade them. And that is pure coordination. Their attacks also so coordinated. It blew my mind how good they are and how consistent they've been.
Yeah, and that coordination definitely put Kento off his guard. He wasn't able to really do what he wanted to, but there comes the flexibility of G2, of course, because in these first 3 rounds in the second half, they weren't really able to get their marks down. They went for a little bit of a role swap. After that, the confidence seemed to be coming back. They seemed to be able to go for a comeback and put the draw 2 up on the name, but, well, then Shaiko happened.
Yeah, one thing to highlight is that G2 pushed BDS to the edge and adapted so well. You know, we talked about those role swaps. This is what G2 is known for. It's not just 1 or 2 players. It's everybody making this decision together to say, okay, let's swap what's necessary and make the right adjustments for the moment. And it was great. But again, how well can you count for Shaiko? Undefeated still are BDS. Let's pull up that rankings board. I'm sure everybody's so happy to see that now. Number 1 team in Europe, 12 points. That's huge for BDS, undefeated, but got so close to that tie today. Rogue at 6 and Virtus.pro at 6 themselves, not too far away, but Rogue will be playing right after this. Chaos, their opponents, only have 1 point in the league. I don't know how this is going to go. We're going to break it down, and that's right after the break. Chaos versus Rogue. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at EU League. I got brother and sister Jess and Derry on the desk. We're going to talk through our next game. First of all, let's remind you of where we stand and what is up next with our schedule. We've gone through the halfway point. We've gone past it here. And 3 games have already elapsed. 2 more to go. Rogue Chaos is coming up. Tempra Secret is our last matchup of the day. Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, and BDS continuing their undefeated run here. BDS themselves, 7-4, 7-4, 7-5 is the scoreline. Close game between BDS and G2. Highly recommend for people to come in and watch over the weekend. As of course, you can't go watch it after the stream. NA League is on, so don't go anywhere. That's for sure. Let's start off with our game. We got to run this quick here. Rogue versus Chaos. And let's start off with the rosters. Going to bring it up here. Rogue has popped off the 2-win, 1-loss. It's still okay. Leon and Kajika have been doing so well and seem to mesh pretty nicely with the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's been a bit of time for these boys. I think the start of the season looked a bit rocky. Things didn't go the way they intended. It was the 3rd or 4th or maybe even 10th super team at this point inside of EU kind of coming together, and we thought we'd see a bit of magic from them, but it hasn't been the prolific start that we expected. They looked fantastic against Na'Vi the other day, but the previous 2 games left a little bit to be desired. However, the players keep on saying we're seeing ourselves getting better and better each week. At some point, we will be unstoppable. Today could become that day.
Take a look at their opponents, Chaos. They're getting knocked around in EU League, that's for sure, but Cryan, their newest addition, has had some good moments, Chaz.
Yeah, look, he's had a few good moments. He's obviously surrounded by the legends and the experienced players like Shate, Renaults, Red Groove, and Vito, and I think this lineup has a lot of potential. We haven't seen it. I don't know where they're hiding it. I'd love for them to go grab it out of the back store and just bring it forth, because they have so much that they can show, and we just really haven't seen any of it. Cryan's one of those guys we spoke about before that he has so much to offer. He needs to bring it out.
It's a Nordic team, so it's possible that they left it in the sauna over the winter. They're going to need to dig it out at some point now. So let's actually move this forward. We got our head-to-head between Chaos and Rogue. 2 players, Leon Gids and Cryan. Now, you might not be seeing the highest rating, but what is the direct reasoning of picking these 2?
Well, I mean, the reason that we wanted to get these 2 gunners essentially is because they are the entry fraggers, or meant to be the entry fraggers for their lineup. And you can see they're actually running that negative sort of like that ratio, or that KD that you're seeing there, the 25-26 for Cryan. I think that's really showing that Cryan really hasn't having the impact on Chaos that he's meant to have when they brought him in. So I think Des will agree with me that Leon Gids is kind of not having the showing that we would have expected of him either.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say about Leon is he stepped into this team as the IGL, right? And it takes time to really gel as a team to how you guys want to work. And you look at how the rest of the lineup's been doing. You've got Aces, who was the best KD player last season, and you're seeing Karjeka, who's come across from Empire, also playing absolutely incredibly. It is hard to shine when you've got such good players around you. Give Leon a bit of time, and I'm sure you'll see him grow into the role.
Very much so, or else it's going to be get in the bin with you. That's what we usually hear. We have our pick and bans ready, so let's put up... Exactly. Let's put up our picks and bans up there. Again, 7-map pool, ban. Consulate is where we will play on. Chaos had that decision, Cafe or Consulate. Yeah, exactly my reaction, Jess. Why take Rogue to Consulate? Go for it.
Not even why take Rogue. Why did Chaos go, hey, this is my most banned map, and like I have a fierce opponent of Rogue. Why not when I get the decider, I don't pick Cafe, I just pick Consulate. What?
I mean, just look back at the game against BDS, right? Even 5 or 6 rounds in, they were being spawn peeked by Shaco and still being killed. They just didn't learn their lesson the other day, it seems, and they're here now for a second hiding on Constant. Now, look, let's just acknowledge there has definitely been some thought process going into this for Chaos. I'm just questioning what that thought process was, because I think to us here on the desk, and no doubt many at home, it's a very questionable decision.
Definitely so. Well, with that questionable decision in mind, Des, how do you see this game going? Scorelines, give it to me.
Ooh, 7-2 to Rogue, I'm going for.
Oh boy, Jess.
Oh, I was going to say 7-3 to Rogue, so maybe Chaos.
Come on, join the edgy side. Come on, get with me,
All right, you know what? 7-1. 7-1 to Rogue. That's where I'm going now. You're pushing my buttons, big bro.
All right, fair enough. Let's see how that happens. Rogue were able to do that to Na'Vi in the last Playday. If you see it, it was 7-1 on Clubhouse. So definitely not too weird to look at. Social media. What do you guys think about this game? Go and vote at R6 Esports EU. 87% to Rogue, 2% on a draw, 11 for Chaos. I think that tells a decent bit of the story, and it's completely understandable. There's a reason why is that disparity is there. Let's just toss it to our casters. James, Gio, all yours.
Well, I'm still recovering from the previous matchup, and I'm sure some of you guys are too, but we have a cracker of a game coming up here. I know that a lot of people think maybe this is going to be a whitewash for Rogue. Gio, are you on that bandwagon?
Yeah, I mean, we all saw what Rogue did to Empire on Consulate, and in every other game, Empire have actually had, been doing fairly well. And then we also saw what BDS did to Chaos on Consulate, and I mean, Jess said it on the desk, right? She was like, why would you go to your most banned map when you had the decider? And this is the map that you have had the worst scoreline on so far in EU League. They went 1-7 against BDS, and I want to believe in Chaos. I really do. I think they have some great players, but I've just got a load of question marks over my head right now.
It is funny for Chaos. They never picked this map outside of when they played it just the other day against BDS and got smacked about. Rogue, though, we're not quite sure how they're doing with their roster changes. Bit of good, bit of bad. Still coming into form, but as you said, a strong game against Na'Vi next week will help them out. Let's jump into this operator ban. And Rogue's just going to get rid of the Capitao. Really impactful operator on this map, taken away. So in particular, that yellow stairs hold will be made a little bit easier. You're just mainly worrying about grenades rather than the firebolts from the Capitao. Also, Thatcher ban from Chaos, super common thing there. Having a look at last time they played Consulate, it was actually them who banned the Capitao against BDS. Both of these teams just love banning Capitao on Consulate. So I guess Chaos is just like, yeah, let's ban the Thatcher. It's cool these days. Everyone does it. That's the unusual one, though. Rogue banning out the Clash. Something we've seen come out from a few teams, and I don't know if that's going to be the most impactful ban. I've seen a couple teams use it to try and hold that yellow stairs, but I think in particular with Rogue banning out that Capitao, which is one of the best counters to the Clash, I think it makes sense that they also get rid of the Clash just because they know that's something in Chaos's arsenal and they want to lock it out of there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these shield bans come out a little bit more frequently recently, but I'm looking right now at the fact that we're seeing the Doc and Jaeger. Obviously, you would expect to see the Jaeger, right? But we saw this happen when Rogue were playing against Na'Vi, and we saw what happened when, despite the Jaeger going down really early on that yellow stairs hold, Leon Gibbs was able to just stand in and keep control of that entire area of the map himself. So I'm going to have a lot of eyes. I know I only have two, but all two of them are going to be watching those two players just to see if they can continue that history of being able to have so much control there. We did see a couple of 6 picks come out as well. I believe, I saw them out in my peripheral vision. I think the Maestro was one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Didn't quite catch that personally, but
Nope.
yeah, I didn't quite catch it, but oh well.
Well, there were a couple of 6 picks. Also interesting that the Gridlock is here, especially as Nomad is also available. A lot of teams like to play Nomad. If she's available on this map, you can kind of prevent those runouts, as well as being able to do things like prevent flanks on those stairwells. So the fact that they've opted to not go for her is an interesting choice.
Yeah, they've decided to pick that Gridlock instead, and a bit less common, to be honest, and it doesn't really put a hard stop to those defenders running out, but it can make it difficult if you throw them in the choke point, whether that's yellow stairs, or whether you're throwing them in meeting, as we've seen before from the A windows. But let's check out how Chaos can do this. What is this suppressor meta right now? We are in Vido's been watching too much APAC, it seems. But from Rogue's side, let's have a look at this yellow stairs hold. Once again, it's Corey with an absolute ton of ADSs there. That won't save him from a bullet, I guess. And there, Red Groove to get that nice early pick. Very good stuff. But Leon won't be able to hold by himself for too much longer, you'd think. But he's going to commit to playing in private as long as he can, trying to keep contesting here onto Shate.
Well, the tracks just got thrown in. Oh, no, they didn't. My bad. It wasn't them that got thrown in. But regardless, he's going to be able to stim himself up despite taking some of that damage. And so we're not going to see an exact recreation of what happened before, where he could hold the top of the stairs. Oh, Karjeka. That looked painful. I don't know if he's even going to get to be able to be picked on up.
No! Fido!
Brutal.
What is that, Fido?
I mean, he's going to be punished for it regardless, but, whatever floats your boat, I guess. You managed to get the down onto Karjeka, but he got picked straight back up as well. And Renewals is also going to be taken down by that revived Karjeka. Constant backwards and forwards, though, here, Dev. Red Groove, he's going to be getting the next kill.
That's a second on the round, but everyone seems to be dying around yellow stairs. Chaos cleared it with only a minute. And Rogue is like, yeah, no, you don't get that. We want to retake it. We want to retake private. And Leon's also found one too, putting Rogue here in the numbers advantage. Those magnets keep chewing up those nades, but finally Shate to punish Leon for his off angle. Now, Rips and Aces to hold, but of course, Chaos, they're the ones who have to take the initiative here, and they're low on util. No smokes left or gridlock track stingers for Shate. No nades left for Red Groove either.
Well, they know where their opponents are situated, and they've got just about half a minute remaining. So there's still some time for them to move in, place down that diffuser, but of course they actually have to get these shots first, and it looks like Shate's going to be able to get one, but not before Aces can get Red Groove. That leaves just Shate remaining, but straight into the door frame he goes as he's finished off there by Aces. But I have to say, Chaos did look, I mean, you said it there, they looked like they had a relatively swift control take of that stairs area. And I think the fact that they invested so much utility in clearing out the bathroom to stop Leon from being able to hold it there meant that some of the positioning of Rogue was influenced, and suddenly there was a lot more of this backwards and forwards when it came down to the actual gunfights.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned the gridlock versus the Nomad earlier tonight. And if there was an air jab on that public bathroom or private bathroom door from Split, then we wouldn't have been able to see Rogue retake that. So maybe that would have worked out better for Chaos. But of course, that's just theory crafting. What we do know is that Chaos had such an effective clear on yellow stairs in private. In 1 minute 10, they'd taken out one player and scared off the second. But they'll have to rethink their attack and what went wrong later, because for now they need to focus on this garage attack. I think it's safe to assume that it'll probably be garage, and well, on Consulate, you have to assume that it's going to be garage every round where you don't know it's going to be, and because garage is basically the only bomb site where you need to bring a hard breach, or it's highly advised you need to bring a hard breach to breach open the garage walls, and that's Red Groove once again on the Maverick. Fortunately, Maverick is such a versatile operator. Great fragger, plus got those nades. But for Rogue, they're going to reinforce up in private and public. Oh my goodness, I always get the two public and private bathrooms mixed up. Public is the big one, private is the small one. It makes sense.
I just see it as like, you know, you've got to be important to actually get up to the top floor. So, you know, if you're just if you're just anyone, then you can stay on the middle floor, but you're not cool enough to get up to the top just yet. Kajeka having a look out of the bathroom window to see if he can get his sights on anyone, but so far going to be nothing. And you'll notice both he and Rips are situated up here on the top floor, so they'll be able to carry out that roam. And that is exactly what Chaos are going to be looking for as they begin to drone out. There you go. They found that Jaeger straight away, and that's going to cause him to drop on down.
And there was no one playing outside the piano windows to cut off that rotation, which is something we've seen quite effective from other teams in the past. In particular, the Empire Virtus Pro match comes to mind. But we'll see Rogue now. They do have this hacked drone from Karzeka. Player contesting from yellow stairs. It is Aces. The drone taken out, but it was worth it as Leon was allowed to get that C4 injure, trying to take down Karzeka finally. It's the Mozzie. I don't quite know where that went down, to be honest, but Leon is keen to find more here roaming. He is a 1-speed, though, so has to be careful not to overextend as he's very slow to rotate back, which is exactly what Aces does, all the way down from yellow stairs, back onto the objective alongside Corey, whereas we rely on Rips and Leon to hold around lobby and piano.
And you can see Chaos have started to move in here on the west side of the map, opening up the floor. That's why Rips is trying to see what angles he can hold, but actually Leon's going to be going down and Rips joining him as well. So pretty successful clear there of that first floor, and that gives Chaos the opportunity to begin to move on down. Not too far away now before they can move down into the garage. Corey does get his revenge there on Crying, but there's still only 2 members of Rogue remaining, and 1 minute left here for Chaos to begin to move down. They've cleared out the rest of the building here, so all they have to do is begin to enter in here to the basement, and they do have this man advantage. They could just begin to overwhelm Rogue.
That's the most important thing here for Chaos, that they don't let the time slip too much because they have that numbers advantage. Goal here should be Red Groove. Open up that garage wall, get it breached, and then just start to force your way in. That mirror window will make things a bit more difficult. But I think the idea here for Chaos, with 35 seconds left, as soon as this wall is breached, they should be going for the execute. Because even if the plank gets denied, it can be retaken by Chaos if they can just refrag it out to the remaining players. 25 seconds left, completely breached now, but they'll be going straight into that mirror window, which is being watched there by the player in security. That is Aces trying to peek. There is the Legion. Aces trying to desperately find something to help his team out. If he can deny this plan, it is huge, but not going to happen there. Renewal.
Oh, no.
Okay, sorry, Shate, but that's my bad. All on Corey now, but he's shut down before he can deny that plant. And yeah, Vita is pretty happy about that one. Chaos do manage to steal away that round.
Rogue were really facing an uphill battle by the end there. We did see Aces place his goo mines at the bottom of Spiral, and of course that's going to alert you if any of those flanking members of Chaos were to come down from that direction. But because you had to have one eye through the mirror window to be sure who's coming in through Garage, you also have to be aware of what's happening behind you, and that means your attention's going to be split either way. And of course, Yellow Stairs in that case were left completely wide open, and it really made the positioning options there for Rogue incredibly limited. But now we're seeing things change up, going over to lobby, so playing here on the first floor, and instead of bringing that mirror, we're going to see Rogue bring the Rook.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It does make me wonder whether we're going to see this long vertical angle from Corey once again, all the way from downstairs in the basement in cafeteria. Yep, indeed we will. So Corey is going to throw an impact grenade onto the floor of meeting. And yeah, where Easy's looking right now, there will be an angle all the way from in the basement, underneath the hatch, through the hatch. If we go up to the next floor, through the hatch, and then up to the next floor, through the hole in the floor that was made with the impact grenade in meeting, and then onto the meeting balcony rappel. If players rappel upside down, we can see it later. To be honest, last time Rogue did that, it wasn't actually effective, but if Chaos try to leverage a position on that rappel of the meeting balcony, then it might come into play, especially as Corey has the ACOG, which is perfect for contesting long engagements like that. I like that from Karzeka, though, to chuck a magnet outside on the balcony. It means that if the attackers try to put an air jab down on those windows, as is common, it'll get caught out by the magnet. But, of course, no Nomad picks. Red Group takes a lot of damage there from the attempted spawn peek from Leon. No punishment there for the Jaeger player.
Very early on there, and of course you don't want to be losing your Hibana, least of all because she holds 3 of those key flashes, and you want to be able to burn out the utility that's gonna be here from the Jaeger and the Wamai, as of course neither of them are banned out in this series. Now we're just starting to see, there's that angle being held there by Corey that we spoke about before. Is he gonna be able to get anything from it? Oh, very close. It looked like he was going to, and now Vito's going to be incredibly aware that that's exactly where the Rook is positioned. He's going to have to play a little bit more reserved to be sure to not get caught out. Not quite going to be able to hit that shot, and there's a C4. But he's able to take most of the brunt of it, but without going down.
I'm out.
Chaos want to dislodge this position that Aces is playing in meeting. Oh no, Aces, how is he allowed to get away with that? He surely knows that he got the injure there, but didn't have the time with the SMG-11 to reload and secure the kill. Renewals will likely be picked up, but Chaos have to be extra cautious here. And what is that? A peek in from Aces once again. Man is doing more than enough here in this position and staying alive as long as possible. Both of those players pushing up through Printer are very lit. He might be able to find it, but no, he backs on out after getting flashed up, decides it's better to just escape from his life. No one from Shate, no one from Chaos, rather, to cut him off as he drops the hatch, but Shate does find one. That's Karzeka the Wamai. So at least some progress here. They get something out of this, is Chaos. Now droning up ahead. They don't have full control of top floor because Aces decide to rotate up Yellow Stairs. The man cannot be contained. And Leon is still up here too. So Chaos may think they have control of meeting, but still, Rogue are fighting for every inch of this top floor.
With less than a minute remaining, it's a little bit concerning. That problem, Renewals. He's going to be taken down there by Corey. And now we're starting to see this drop down here from Red Groove. There are a couple more kills that have come out, so that's going to even things up, but Leon gets turning things around there on Shate. Just 2 members remaining of there on the balcony without really achieving much other than getting rid of maybe 1 ADS is part of that problem, Renewals. He's going to be taken down there by Corey. And now we're starting to see this drop down here from Red Groove. There are a couple more kills that have come out, so that's going to even things up, but Leon gets turning things around there on Shate. Just 2 members remaining of Chaos here. And they've got to crouch and creep slowly towards the site. Just 16 seconds remaining, and there is still a player there in bathroom. Leon, another kill. They mentioned on the analyst desk how he had to start picking up this series, and it looks like he might be doing just that. And there's that last shot onto Cry, and it's going to be Rips finishing things off, and Rogue successfully defend lobby.
So many offsite kills there for Rogue, or for both teams, to be honest. It was that initial engagement. Ace has got that cheeky headshot onto Vido. Sade found one elsewhere. And it was like one kill, no refrags. It was also very separate for both the teams. Overall, I really like Rogue's delay on that top floor. Got to credit Aces in particular holding meeting. The fact that he got that kill, got an injured, delayed tons of time, dropped back with his life. And of course, playing the mute means there's some util there. So Shate and the rest of Chaos struggle a little bit to clear that top floor with their drones. And then, of course, after he dropped down, he just rotates back up yellow. And there was no punishment at all from Chaos for so many of these rotations that the Roamers are making. We saw it in the earlier rounds where the player dropped down the CEO hatch into Piano, and there was no one outside the Piano windows to cut that off. I think Rogue being allowed to get away with a little bit too much freedom here on their defensive side.
Well, it's interesting here that we are seeing Chaos switch over to having that Yana. She's going to experience relative impunity given that there isn't a mute that's being brought out by Rogue, so there's not really that problem that you have to worry about, and that should mean that Chaos have the opportunity to get a little bit of extra intel. Well, actually, not anymore. Vito, unfortunately, no longer going to be a part of this side of the game, so there's going to be that call for a rehost.
5 seconds to go.
Not good.
Likely to get approved here. There we go. So we can just theory craft about what's going to happen in this round once Vito gets back in. We're talking about the console meeting office once again. I feel like, Gio, we may as well talk a little bit about what happened last time that Rogue defended this bomb site, which they did win. Although I got to say, Chaos were off to a pretty early advantage once they cleared Yellow and Private Bathroom with a 1 minute and 10. Like, that is so good.
Yeah.
It's in just over a minute and you've already have that control. That's usually a really good sign. You usually push your players up Yellow and use that control to force down a plant the CEO. But the ability from Rogue, in particular Leon, to retake into Private and keep that pressure on meant that Chaos just weren't able to execute that next step in their plan.
Yeah, and I think also, the fact I mentioned just then the Yana, that was a 6 pick off of the gridlock, which was one of these key things that they used to try and limit the amount of positioning options that Rogue have for themselves and clear out those spaces on the map. So, of course, she also carries in smokes, which they use to help with that. And I mean, Yana has frags, right? So a little bit more destruction available to you from that perspective. But the point is, because they don't have the exact same composition coming into this round, are they going to be able to do things exactly the same as they did before, or will they be going for something a little bit different? I think if they can get some value out of things like those frag grenades, then that could maybe even get some kind of earlier kills. I mean, you got to remember that there were people like Karjeka who ended up going down, but he got, res. He got picked back up again by his teammates. If you can use the Yana in that situation to ensure those early kills, you could be seeing an even quicker clean out of that area of the map and not having to worry about, potential help from the teammates in Rogue.
Yeah, one of the tough things with Yana on Consulate, in particular, the top floor console meeting office, is you're trying to use an operator that can't activate the ability while repelling. And most of the ways to get into this bomb site, to get onto the top floor, are via repelling. And really, you're thinking of Yana and you're like, okay, well, the only ways we can really use it effectively is either you push up Yellow stairs or Visa stairs or Spiral, all of which not super ideal. Maybe Yellow is the one that's most viable. If you're going for a Yellow clear, you have your Yana outside, just in the Gemini from there. The other option is probably if you're doing an admin side take, because you can actually get in the building and stand somewhere and then use your Yana to get info. But either way, I don't see it necessarily being the best bang for buck out of an operator. Having the frags is always nice, though, especially to clear out players like Corey. Now, in particular, Corey was that one playing Yellow Stairs last round, usually a position so difficult to flush out, especially with Capital banned out, as was done by Rogue. So you'd think that Rogue are trying to emphasize that position as much as possible, but Corey was taken out just peeking a little bit over aggressively, and that's not something that's likely to happen again here. So I got to say, I'm actually going to favor Rogue in this next round. But they did manage to win this on the previous time, but I think it's going to be even less likely that Chaos will get that early ground that they did last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really key, the fact that the reason Rogue were able to win it out last time is because of those kind of late round sort of gunfights that ended up happening. So it wasn't so much because Chaos didn't do well on their clearing. It was because of something that happened later. And now what you're saying is that it might be harder to clear. And I also think something that Rogue have been particularly astute at doing is being able to adapt to things that happened before. So not only is there that difference in what it is that Chaos are going to be bringing for their attack, but Rogue are also going to be able to look at it and say, okay, here's what we did. Or here's what went wrong before. How are we going to be able to hold on to this more strong? And obviously, it would be great to see someone like Corey on the Jaeger not go down so early. Maybe they can be a bit more prepared for that potential situation. And then they've kind of got more power on their side from that perspective as well.
Yeah, I feel like Rogue's probably going to be favored going into this one, but we'll have to wait and see. I want to ask you now, Gio. Like, we came into this game thinking Rogue is definitely favored. And while they did, I mean, we've seen good things from Chaos here, right? Like that first round we've talked about quite a lot on that console attack. Chaos got the early advantage. The second round in, Chaos destroyed Rogue on the roam clear and had what was almost a flawless round, attacking Garage. Lobby press, again, a bit of a struggle for Chaos. A lot of the Rogue players getting away with things that maybe they shouldn't. Does this maybe change our perception at all? Do you think that Rogue is going to destroy Chaos for the rest of this round or the rest of the game? Because I don't know, I feel like we've seen some decent things from Chaos here.
Oh, we totally have. And we absolutely have to give credit to that. They look a lot more put together than they did, when we saw them play against Virtus Pro on Cafe Dostoevsky, which even though it wasn't a particularly wide scoreline, it was a 5-7 to, or a 7-5 to Virtus Pro, a 5-7 to Chaos. It wasn't necessarily the neatest and cleanest game, and I think Chaos do look more put together here. The question is just about whether Rogue in those late round situations have the advantage, because so far that has kind of been what it looks like. And it's all well and good to have like a really, really clean roam clear, be able to make your way into the site well. But if you can't hold your own in the last bit when it really matters, that's when you're going to struggle, because you kind of got to live your way through those moments.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we're back in the game finally, and obviously we're going back up again to console and meeting. Once again, a very similar strategy here adopted by Rogue. Same operator picks as the last time they picked this bomb site, with Leon playing the dock in conjunction with Corey on the Jaeger to hold Yellow Stairs and Private, which is always a point of contention here on this top floor, unless if the attackers go for an admin push. Now, I alluded to the fact that maybe Chaos will elect to do that, bring in a Yana, probably an operator that's a bit more effective for an admin push rather than a yellow push, but we'll have to wait and see. Where are Chaos's drones currently? It looks like Renewals has one in lobby. Crine has one in piano. Red Groove one outside. I like that, Red Groove. So you'll notice the fraggers, players like Crine and Renewals, have their drones inside the building so that they can be pre-placed and flicked onto later, whereas some of the players that are likely to be doing more droning during the round, like your support players like Red Groove, have their drones outside the building so that they stay alive. Once again, Leon going for a spawn peek and gets punished for it. See you later, mate. And that is already an early man advantage for Chaos.
Oh no, and he was one of those key players we talk about on this site in particular, especially on that dock. Losing him could actually start turning the fates here. Obviously, it's a little bit early to say, but that was certainly a worthwhile opening pick. And you can just see Renewals throwing in a lot of these flashes are his teammates and getting ready to go in with the frag grenade. Question is it going to be able to get Corey? There is still those ADSs. And so far, he's not going to be facing the true heft of them. In goes a magnet as well, so he's got that extra protection. But he, of course, doesn't have that dog behind him to be able to stim him up should anything happen to him. Ooh! Yep. Okay, here we go. He goes straight onto the ground as he completely underestimates the fact that Shate is waiting there on the rappel, and the frag grenade will finish things off.
Pretty textbook stuff for Chaos, and of course it's very difficult for Corey to play in that corner when Leon, his teammate who's meant to be helping him, got spawn peaked. So I theorized that maybe Rogue would actually do a better job holding that, but Leon dying early was much more impactful than just losing a player. It was losing the support that Corey needed to stay alive in that position. So Rogue gonna have to go back to the drawing board for that one, but it's still not impossible. Remember that previously Chaos has maintained early man advantages for Rogue to only come back. And Aces has some good information gathering with that Evil Eye. No doubt Chaos has the utility to clear it, in particular the nades from Yana, which I don't believe have been used. Renewals might still have one left as well, and of course Fido with the lifeline. There you go. In fact, there is one grenade left, one opportunity to take out that evil eye, and that is from Sharte. Wow, nice shot there from Sharte. He's not in position to take out that evil eye, but he has a very strong position for cutting off Karzeka, who's put under the pump right now. Takes out Sharte. Aces to pile on as well. Now Red Groove forcing down this plant. Is there an opportunity to deny? Doesn't seem to be. Now it's a 2 versus 3 on the retake here. Very difficult position for these two Rogue players.
Well, I was going to say they're going to have to move forward, but Ace isn't even going to have the opportunity as Red Groove guns him down. That leaves just Karzeka remaining. He's been a particularly standout player here for this squad, but is he going to be able to take the 1 versus 3? Just waiting, trying to get those shots in, but he's going on the information being provided by the rest of his team. We see those pings there appearing. He's got 16 seconds remaining, and it takes 7, but he's not even going to get there. Red Groove finishes things off once again. And actually, we said maybe Rogue would have the advantage on this round, but Chaos proved us wrong.
Yeah, very much so. I think a lot of people underestimating Chaos here, and to be fair, like part of that is Rogue getting a bit over aggressive. I think maybe not respecting Chaos well enough, because I know I hopped on about it, and I'm not maybe the most avid champion of spawn peaks. Like, I don't love them, but they have their place in this game. But Leon dying like that was huge for Chaos because it gave them an opportunity, and because there was no one else from Rogue that could really fulfill his role and position of supporting Corey, it made it very difficult for Corey to stay alive. And then in a 5v3 for Chaos, like, they just have to kind of do the normal things, go through the motions, and it should be fairly simple for them to close out that round. And indeed it was so. There was no possibility for Rogue to deny that plant or get back into it in the post plant. So we tick on over to a 2-2 scoreline. The Chaos have evened things up and now going into an attack of the most favored bomb site their way. Recalling that previously Rogue tried to roam, Chaos punished it, and it was a 5 versus 2 with 1 minute and 20 left for Chaos to work with. Now, surely Rogue has to step it up here.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a little bit more vigilant about how they go about this roam should they decide to repeat it. Obviously, they're changing a couple of things up about the defense. This time, choosing not to bring the mirror, and they're going to take a pulse. So that leads me to believe that they want to have a bit more of this presence downstairs where they can provide that intel to the rest of the team and be able to have a better idea of where those players clearing from the top down are going to be. Because, as you say, one of the big problems that Rogue faced was that it got to the point where there were only 2 of them left and 4 players of Chaos on the attack, and suddenly their attention was going to be split. Once that garage door got opened and the plant was attempting to be made, it didn't actually end up getting done. Suddenly you're in a situation where it's very, very hard to go against all of those players who are coming down from different directions. It looks like Chaos are getting ready here to make their way in through Piano, and straight away the floor is going to begin to be opened here by Renewals. Going to be aware that there are members of Rogue in other parts of the map who will suddenly be getting this intel of where the players of Chaos are, and so they're all just looking out to be sure to protect one another should that become a problem. Oh, Aces, actually, he's taking a lot of damage.
They missed C4 though. I'm not sure where that engagement happened with Aces, but the C4 attempted to take out the Sledge of Renewals, opening up the Antechamber and Piano Core. Might I add, in really, really good timing. Like, there is no roam this time around. You can see that Chaos is still cautious for it. Well, there is a roam, and Aces upstairs managed to flank up Visa, but we did see Shate on a drone up there, so he may well catch him out. Really, really good time management, as I was saying, from the attack, however, and this flank being watched by Shate. It's so difficult here for Aces to make anything happen. Karzeka, though, to support, and in just a second, Shate is no doubt going to find this kill. Like, surely there's nothing here that Aces can do to take out this Gridlock.
He had a really fantastic round previously on the console meeting. This is an interesting placement here from Karzeka, and it means that he can actually tell his team that there's just the droning member behind. Oh no! Aces! He came out because he thought it could be an easy kill. Wasn't actually able to see Vito, and things got turned around on him. That was such an unnecessary death there. He was low health anyway, so there was only so much he could last. Karzeka here, you can see him trying to avoid those bullets coming in from Shate as he shoots on through the wall. That's going to force him to make a rotation. But really, really such a shame there for Rogue to have lost Aces like that.
But wait a second, there's only 30 seconds left. Chaos now in a position where they should really be getting ready for their execute, and with time slipping away from them, Red Groove needs to plant. Fido is going to go aggressive, but there's a player on the yellow stairs to cover. Red Groove can't plant there with the gas. CORSAIR still on the flank, but we're really focusing now on Red Groove, trying to get that plant down. Is there coverage? Crying to help out, but Corey to deny that plant. Vido's going huge as well, but the plant needs to go down. It's all on Rips from Rogue. He can clutch this, very much so, for his team. The track sting is going to make things a bit more difficult. It got close there, but Chaos do lock it out. My goodness, that was a heart scare.
And now suddenly Chaos are in the lead, taking 3 rounds for themselves. And I was thinking the same thing as you. Time is starting to run out and they're really taking their time. But as soon as we saw that, that's when we saw this push be made in from them. And suddenly these members of Rogue who weren't expecting shots in from the angles that they were, left Rips all on his own. Those gridlock track stingers, great placement of them. We mentioned how it's typically more common to see a nomad on this map rather than a gridlock, but I will absolutely commend the way that that was used. It made it basically impossible for Rips to deal with the situation. And now Rogue are facing this team who so far have been sat at the bottom of the standings here in the EUL. And Rogue might have to consider that they're going to be dethroned.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I think people are underrating Chaos a little bit. Like, yeah, they have been pretty poor so far this season in EUL, and yes, they came 7th in the Pro League last season, but we've seen some pretty strong performances from them in the past, and I would point out that last time these teams played against each other, it was in the Pro League, and Rogue did win 7-3, so quite decisive, sure, but you know, the week prior, Chaos almost beat Empire, and a couple weeks prior to that, they beat G2. So Chaos are totally a high-level team that can win these games. They've had interior roster upgrade with Kryne, who maybe hasn't had his full potential demonstrated yet, but he's still been doing pretty well, fulfilling his role, maybe not exemplarily, but at least doing his job. And Rogue here, they're still definitely finding their feet with these roster changes.
I think it's definitely a good demonstration of the fact that Chaos certainly aren't a team that you should be writing off. Evidently, they've had some issues with coordination coming into the EU League so far, but it's still early days. We're only in Playday 4, and it's really nice to see them taking such a challenge to a team that have had some pretty good Playdays in the recent past. Shate taking some shots in there through the bathroom. Now, he's obviously been impressing so far, and I'm excited to see what he can bring in this round. But so far, Chaos, they were able to take the last time that they came to this site with a plant, nonetheless, but not the first time they came to this site.
You'll notice from Rogue, there's been a complete change in operator and role choices for each team. Well, sorry, for their team, despite having the exact same operator lineup, except for that Pulse, which previously was a 1Y, but almost everyone is playing a different operator to what they were last time. So a bit of a musical chairs between the players, maybe saying, CORSAIR, look, instead of let's doing a heavy hold in yellow stairs and private, let's maybe just play the shield upstairs at long desk. And CORSAIR can play that with the dock long angle. Also, Leon Gids can have that long angle through the opened wall. You'll notice in the middle of connector into CEO rather than the sides, which is more common. It enables that long angle, but the angle works both ways. Leon is shut down, but CORSAIR is a power player here in this position on this shield. He needs to start contesting these windows and punishing Chaos for overpeaking, but Chaos might not fly.
Down go those tracks as Shate starts to move on in, and actually Red Groove's going to take the opportunity to begin to make the plant. Rogue do get a kill as Kryne goes down, and that placement of the diffuser is going to be changed. C4 kill, followed up by one from Aces, and suddenly only Shate is remaining here on the side of Chaos. Got to start sneaking up here on the yellow stairs, hoping he doesn't run into anyone, but CORSAIR giving himself a little bit of overheal, and there's other members left. He brings Aces down. All right, that means he's got 3 members left. Trying to shoot in through the wall, doesn't quite get what he's looking for, and 20 seconds remaining. Not going to be able to get the pulse just yet. He's trying to hold onto these angles desperately, but the intel's going to be coming out. Rogue knew exactly where he was. CORSAIR finishes things off, and that'll be a round to Rogue.
It's absolutely beautiful. Rogue made some changes, and look, it might not have started pretty where Leon got his head taken off in meeting trying to contest on the CEO windows, but after that, the other adaptations worked perfectly. And I know that Aces just ran around on Jaeger and got 3 kills. Like, sure, unfortunately, we didn't really see them that well, so difficult to analyze into that. But I want to point out the single operator that was actually changed in that operator lineup from Rogue, and that was the Pulse over from the Wamai. And that denied the plant, got that C4 kill onto CEO. It was a bit too much for Chaos to contain on that attack. I really like those changes from Rogue between rounds. And hopefully that continues to demonstrate that Rogue are the team we have been hyping up this season.
Well, you'll notice that now we switch at the half. Rogue have decided they're going to be bringing an Amaru, and this is actually not the first time they've done this. They brought Amaru a couple of times so far. I believe 6 of their attacking rounds that we've seen so far in the EU League, they've opted to bring the Amaru, and it's gone fairly well for them. It, of course, facilitates that aggression that they can play with, as well with the G8 that everyone loves to lord over and talk about how it's one of the best guns in the game. And obviously, if you can make it all the way into the building, then that's always a good start. Now, of course, when you look on the other side of things, you have the Pulse being brought out from Shate on Chaos as well. And as well with the Mozzie means that you do have that double C4 available to you. So as Rogues start to come down vertically, that's something that they're going to have to be pretty careful for, as we've seen the destruction that they can cause.
Yeah, notably Ace is actually playing the Amaru instead of Corey, which is the player who played the Amaru mostly in Rogue's previous game, but also Corey on the Nomad, an operator which Chaos just weren't interested in bringing despite how good she is on this map at preventing that aggression. Love this from Renewals, roaming top floor. He knows he's not going to get contest because he didn't hear the rappel, so he's happy to just freely shoot those drones. Also for Rogue, really good... Oh, you all right there, Vito? Oh, you all right there, Aces? Finally gets around the corner, but really good time management here for Rips, opening up that wall nice and early. Where was that Nomad air jab? What? What? Where was that? I didn't see anyone get air jabbed, but I just heard 2 air jabs go off. I am bewildered.
Bewildered. Yeah, no, I didn't see them either, so...
There's no Wamai, so it's not like they got caught in a magnet. And that's all 3 air jabs, if I'm not wrong, that have been detonated now. All 3 have definitely been deployed, as you can see from the overlay. But nonetheless, I digress. Chaos did have Aroma. Previously, it was Renewals, and he is, in fact, still in the cubby in the top floor, completely caught off guard. And Leon finally is on the giving end of those opening kills rather than the receiving.
Ooh, ouch. Well, there's going to be another one as Vito goes down there in piano. That's a great start there from Leon. Actually going to get a third. Beautiful work being done by here with the man with the G36C. He could just... Oh, there we go. All right.
What?
Flawless round for Rogue. And I feel like this is, you know, the perfect time for us to bring out the get in the bin. That he loves to throw about, but okay, yeah. I mean, I guess if you've got a pretty good Ashe on your team, just let her do all the work. Easy.
Wow. It's funny because I was kind of being a bit critical of Leon. I think rightly so in the first half. Got a bit aggressive. He was the first pick in 2 of those rounds, and then he's like, "Look, Dev, I don't really care what you have to say. I'm gonna pick Ashe. I'm gonna go nuts, and you're just gonna have to deal with that." We're having a rehost, of course, guys, and hello, it's back to us again. But hey, I mean, that's a pretty good sign, right, for Rogue. They maybe struggled a bit on their defensive side, only winning 3 rounds, which it's not terrible, but it's not great, especially since we're talking about Rogue being the drastically favored team here. And we're expecting what Jess called a 7-1. I can't remember what did Des say? 7-2,
I think it was a 7-2. Yeah, because Des was trying to convince Jess to go along with his, and she didn't want to concede to that, so she decided to take it further the other way, I guess. But yeah, no, I mean, there was a very impressive round to watch because obviously it all seemed to happen so quickly. It was all in a blur. They got the garage door open very quickly, and then Leon just killed everyone, I guess, you know, like you can always go and do that. And the questionable thing was the fact that Chaos just didn't seem to know where these players were. I mean, the fact that we saw Renewals get caught out as the Mozzie just running in the opposite direction without even thinking that there may be an angle being held on him from Yellow Stairs, it sort of makes you wonder, like, you know, why didn't you think of that? it would make sense, right? That you're going to have one of these players, especially we saw such a huge flank be made by Leon from around outside the building. There just wasn't that information available there to Chaos. And then they just kept sending players straight into the end of the barrel of the gun that Leon was holding. Yeah, here we go. Good night.
Really well played by Leon. Clearly there was no information on him sneaking up yellow stairs, but the Maestro was at least holding the angle, but Leon won that gunfight, snapping onto the head there. And I liked it after he got those 2 kills, in particular after he killed the Smoke here, who was trying to refrag. Like, you can't blame Red Groove for that. He was doing his best. As soon as that happened, Leon's like, look, boys, I'm taking this one. And he goes straight for it. Bit of a kill steal there at the end, I think, from one of his teammates. But overall, I want to point out that, look, Chaos, they had no information on Leon for that first kill. After that, they had information, and both of the players that died next to Leon were attempting to refrag, and Leon was just better. But that first player in particular, like you mentioned, the Mozzie, should have been a bit more aware. You've got a Mozzie and a Pulse. Both are attempting to info gather, but clearly there was no information on that push from a fairly normal position. So I'm thinking maybe a Lesion is the play here, maybe something a bit different here, because the roam game, it's very loose for Chaos. It doesn't seem to be very well supported, in contrast to Rogue's roam game, which was very much like, we are playing in this position, we have reinforcements, we have setup, we have info gathering, you guys can come and push us, but we will be here to stand our ground. We're not trying to hide here, we're just trying to hold well. And I think that's a bit of a contrast to what we saw from Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can't keep up with securing the information of where the attackers are coming in from, and you also are going to have to figure out how to slow down that more aggressive push, then something like a Lesion would make a decent amount of sense, right? Because you know, you'll hear where those goo mines are, it'll slow down, it'll give you more of an opportunity to actually get in those shots yourself, and it will just fill in those gaps that maybe you were missing before. But I mean, it looked like, you know, assuming once this rehost is done, they're going to be going to the site that they did just pick out for themselves. It looked like they were going to be heading to Archives Tellers, which would be, or Tellers Archives is, I suppose, more commonly known, which would be the first time that we've seen it today. And I'm kind of interested to see what it is that Chaos have up their sleeves for that, because I don't believe it's a site that we've seen from them.
No, in fact, typically, like, Teller's Archives is picked as a bit of a surprise site. Like, it was tried to be forced into the meta a few seasons ago, but only a few specific teams adopted it. Those teams that like to kind of do different things, teams like G2 and Fnatic, not so much like your everyday kind of team. But the problem with that, what? I
Just
feel like that's fair to
your
say.
everyday team, just, you know, like, we're just talking about the crazy ones.
Yeah, you know, there are teams out there that like to be, you know, edgelords,
Wild.
and those are the ones that I like to watch out for.
The
But
mad
anyway,
lads.
bringing things back in for a minute, Teller's Archives, usually you pick this with the hope that the attacking team isn't expecting you to go to this bomb site, right? Because you never have to if you can go through the other 3 and just cycle on through. Problem is now, with the stream being caught up, Chaos will be able to see that that was the bomb site that was picked if they do that. So element of surprise is kind of gone now with the rehost, and we know how Chaos, they had some good attacks previously. I don't know if Rogue can really figure this out, if that'll help them, if they know that Chaos is going to that bomb site. Difficult to call, but hey, one thing I do want to see is I want to see Amaru, and I want to see Amaru have an impact because of her Gyro hook. That's what I really want to see.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. I mean, I was wondering if maybe Chaos on the defense would bring something like a Mirror, since she's not banned in this round, because we're now in the era of some
No mirror bans.
flavoursome and spicy bands where you're actually seeing a decent amount of variety in them, and that means Mirror has been available for a lot of the games that we've seen so far in the league. So Mirror isn't, of course, banned here, so maybe having her placed down in the basement might be able to give Chaos the sort of advantage they require to prevent the kind of push that we did just see from Rogue. And of course, it's a different site, so it's a different type of push in and of itself, but nonetheless, I'm wondering if that's something that they'll consider bringing. Now that we're back into the game, we will find out for ourselves, Dev.
Certainly will. Where's Chaos going to go? What's Chaos going to do? They're going to go to Tellers. They are apparently the edgelords that we deserve.
But no Mirror.
No Mirror. Well, that's okay. You know, can't ask for everything. But operator picks that maybe a bit unusual. It's the castle. Not super duper common here, even on Tellers here. Oh, yes. That's what you like to see. Krine jumping on the Oryx. Who needs to counter projectiles? We don't need a Jaeger. We got someone who can jump up hatches. And hey, on a bomb site that's been tried to be explored a little bit, but not as common as the others. That's exactly where I want to see some innovative strategies. And the Oryx here, great operator for jumping up hatches in particular. And damn, there's so many hatches on this ground floor that go into the basement. You've got 3 in Visa, one of which is reinforced, one of which is pre-opened in the on the northeast corner of Visa. You've also got the lobby hatch, you've got the elevator hatch, and then of course if you want to jump up to the top floor as well, you've got the admin hatch. Probably not going to do that from Visa, but you've also got this hatch here in meeting from lobby, and then the final hatch, nice one, admin hatch reinforced, good stuff there, like that. And the final hatch, thank you so much, Easy, is here in the cubby of CEO down from Piano. I want to point out here some of the pre-placed drones from Rogue, though. That's a really nice one from Leon to get some good info in the top floor at split. Krine's going to run straight on past that, but I don't believe anyone was watching it at the time. Krine just going to open up that hatch. A lot of barricades upstairs as well. I really like this decision-making process from Chaos to try and remodel the map as much as possible and slow Rogue down.
I like that, remodeling it, completely changing the map to try and throw Rogue off the scent. Well, Rogue are going to be coming in for their attack now, and there's some of those drones coming out. You're talking about Leon Gids having a particularly good pre-placed drone, but sending in yet another one. And he's just going to be able to enter straight in. Oh, you gotta shoot him.
Oh,
But
no.
actually, he's going to get shot in return.
No.
That's really early there. Krine catching him out. And you're talking about the Oryx being able to use the hatches, but his ability to have those roams so effectively is the reason that they bring him. The logic bomb did come out, so, you know, hopefully he won't be too close to anyone where they can hear him, but of course Leon will be able to transfer over that information as to where he got shot from. That's why we see that wide rotation be made. Down goes proximity alarm as Aces begins to move in and just going to be whipping out his gadget all the time. Well, they know someone's at the bottom of the stairs there. That'll be Raoul.
Good ground taken for Rogue and good map control. Good time management aside from the fact that Leon died. If he didn't die that would have been so good, but now it's really on Chaos to hold as long as they can. Red Groove back to site. Where is the Oryx though? Downstairs in the locker hallway, ready to jump up the hatch if needed for that flank. Currently in an engagement though with the Dokkaebi of Aces. We know how good Aces is on this operator, and Rogue no doubt aware that the Oryx is on the cards. They have to be careful of flanks up through hatches. Now Corey pushing in through Visa. 1 minute left. Nice job there to take out that bulletproof. But can they make progress from here on out? Shate is getting all this information to his team about the progress from Chaos. 50 seconds left. What's Rogue going to do here on this attack?
Well, hopefully not get caught out through the floor. The pings come out, but
look at that.
it looked like Sade was going to be able to get it, but not quite. Rook's taking a little bit of damage there,
Wow.
and actually Kajek is going to be taking a lot as Red Group is able to bring him down. Still all 5 members of Chaos remaining here.
Nice shot.
Well, Red Groove falling to Corey. So not quite as good as I was maybe saying, and maybe Aces is going to be able to be picked up here. When the flash, that's going to provide some opportunity, but just 13 seconds remaining, and as soon as Corey begins to drop down, Biden is ready there to catch him out. It doesn't look like there's really going to be any time here. Aces finishing things off, and a nice C4 kill. Chaos, they take the round.
That's what you got to be so careful of on this bomb site. Archives tell us it's the C4s. Look at that, Vito. I want to have a look at your MOS files, mate, after that one. Love to see it there from Chaos there on that defensive side. And, well, I think it helped out that the opening engagement fell their way. But on top of that, Rogue kind of played into the strategy, to be honest. Like, firstly, Rogue took some great ground. But for the most part, you'll see teams attacking that bomb site, trying to execute onto the archives rather than the tellers because of how vulnerable you are on the teller's room. And that's because it's such a small room and it's all soft floor. So you can be C4'd anywhere in there and it doesn't really take much guessing to guess where they're going to plant, and usually you got info for it as well. Such a small area, it's so difficult. So most of the teams attack archives, and they go for a garage take in through lockers, and Rogue didn't really elect to do that. They had some presence there down bottom red stairs, but they didn't really want to focus on that. They decided to go for a bit more of a, in theory, easier take in through Visa, where it's a bit easy to get that ground, but of course you fall into the trap that the defense has set for you. So once again, we are tied up, and Chaos, who have been, in my opinion, grossly underestimated in this league, are holding their own here against Rogue.
I like how they've set up these shields there and in the front desk area. That's going to require some utility from Rogue to remove. But speaking of Rogue, well, it looked like they were going to be bringing along a Finker until they decided to go for that 6-pick, and instead it's going to be a Nook. Not one of those operators that we see a significant amount of the time, and that's going to make it a lot harder for those defenders to be aware of where that player is. And not only that, she also brings those frag grenades, which are all important these days in this current meta, so they're not going to be missing out anything from that perspective. I'm very interested to see how Rogue are going to apply this attack, bringing this operator.
It's safe to say that Aces from Rogue is the most prolific Nick player in the world. In particular, there was an insane 4K or ace he got against G2, I believe it was last season. We definitely want to keep an eye out for what he can accomplish. What are you doing, mate? Just shoot the camera. There you go. Funny there, but we'll see how he can make it happen. Now for the rest of Rogue, focusing on, it seems to be a yellow stairs take, as is on brand for them and on meta for what we've seen so far in this game, in this map rather. Renewals to hold it. One of those Goyo Vulcan shields already taken out, thanks to the breaching round from Ash. A drone to spot out Renewals here. I just want to point out everyone from Chaos seems to be running Suppressor on every primary, and it is just so sexy. I love it.
Well, Renewals was backing off there as he did get flashed, but actually, wow, all right, that's going to be a frag grenade landing straight at his feet. Thank you, Aces. You get 2 birds with 1 stone there. You get rid of the Vulcan shield, and you get rid of the Jaeger from the other team. Fantastic play there, and not one that he was expecting. I really like seeing how his positioning was forced by the flash into the bathroom, and Corey's going to be following things up with that straight onto Red Groove, but he's going to find himself falling off that rappel as Chaos start to get some kills for themselves. Kajeka joining in the fray, and it's a 2 versus 3 with the advantage to Rogue. And following things up, that leaves Shate just on his own. Here's this lonesome Wamai playing, currently going against these attackers, one of which is Rips, who is holding the diffuser. And this puts things quite a difficult position here for Shate, able to bring him down. That means that diffuser is going to be hanging out there. But there's that crossfire that's going to be brought up, and he gets taken down pretty swiftly. Rogue taking another round.
I guess it goes to show the suppressors might bring the swag, but they can't put the dub in the bag. So Rogue, another strong attack there. I really love their positioning. Not only did they get that opening pick there with the nade, the beautiful 2 birds 1 stone nade onto Renewals, top yellow stairs, but the control from Rogue was just perfect. Took all the way up yellow stairs in private. We had Corey repelling on connector window. He found 1 kill, was traded by the run out from Vigil, but obviously that put Chaos really off site there and offside. And Rogue was able to capitalize, take that map control away from them. I honestly have absolutely no idea where Aces came from, but he just appeared in connector as if by magic and managed to storm out the rest of Chaos's defense thanks to that. So we're looking at Rogue once again retaking this lead. It seems to be the pattern that we are continuing here on this map is Rogue gets a leg up, Chaos even it up, Rogue gets a leg up, Chaos evens it up. But we'll see, can Chaos maybe try to do a bit more than that, hopefully. I mean, I'd put my faith in them, but, you know, you never count out Rogue.
Well, I mean, you have to remember that by the time we finish round 5, Chaos were the ones who were sitting in the lead, so it's not just as if Rogue are consistently inching away and Chaos always having to catch up with them, because it has been the other way around as well. It just so happened that Chaos looked a little bit more strong when they were on the attack, but we're still only 3 rounds in, with this being the 4th of this half. Chaos still definitely have time to prove themselves on the defense. But they're going to have to be aware that, of course, Ace is bringing the Nook once again, this time not being a 6 pick, so they should be expecting it. But obviously, he was able to find so much power and so much value off of that operator on the last round. There's the garage door getting open. Once again, very quick. This is what Rogue were able to do before when they took this site on round 7.
Crying still in that room, Renewals as well, and he finds that opening pick. Man, it feels like Leon is in every single opening engagement, for better or for worse. For the most part, for worse so far. Unfortunately for him, he's gotten the opening kill once and then the opening death 4 times on this map. Chaos continuing to exact chaos on this roam. Crying and Renewals not looking to give up anytime soon. Ace is likely to try and get on that roam hunt, get a bit of a flank with that held presence reduction to hide him from the cameras. But Crying is ready for this jump in, and I don't think Ace has droned him out.
No, it certainly doesn't look like it right now. It's just going to be creeping down, though. And there's a lot of this presence here from Chaos downstairs. So they're not going to find themselves in a situation where there's too many people upstairs. They all get cleared out and suddenly Rogue can start to rush in. But of course, you have to remember, there's Kajek. And actually, there's Rips's drone straight in on the site. He's going to be getting all that intel there for Rogue. Chaos going to have to get rid of that if they hope to protect themselves in this situation. Cooking the nade here is Kajeka. Not quite going to get Vito, though, but doesn't matter. He's able to get him with his gun. Rips following up as well onto Red Groove. And suddenly, this defense is looking considerably weakened. Ryan trying to hold on to this angle. He is going to be able to get the shot there onto Kajeka. That cleans up that very key player who we've spoken about a number of times. But Ace isn't going to make it down Spiral. Crying, doing his thing once again. And now it's in a 3 versus 2. Make that a 3 versus 1 with just Corey remaining here for Rogue.
And surely Renewals is just going to wait till he can take this final kill. Corey, a couple of shots exchanged, but the patience on Renewals tends to be a vice and virtue, rather, not a virtue, a vice. And Corey in a 1v2. Basically impossible here. No way, surely you can't make that happen. That's 1 kill, but so much info here for Shate.
15 seconds remaining.
Trying to hold this now is Corey. He can deny that information from the camera, but can he clutch it out here? No, it's so difficult with the PRB, but there you go. A bit too close for comfort, but Shate to lock out that one and even it up.
Again, it makes you wonder, you know, if they didn't lose Leon so early, would Rogue have been able to have the advantage in that fight? Would they have been able to apply the aggression much better? They did have a lot of those early kills, and Chaos turned things around. So now things even, 5-5. Whoever takes this next round will have secured themselves the draw, but will they have secured themselves the win? It's so hard to say given how close this game has been, and I think it surprised us so much. You said it before, but go back to the analyst desk at the beginning of the game. They said 7-1, 7-2 to Rogue, and suddenly we've had a game that looks nothing like what we were expecting. So once again, returning back to Teller's archives, Chaos were able to win this site before and no plant was made, but there are a couple of things that have changed. There's going to be the double hard breach being brought out from Rogue here, rather than bringing that Nook once again. And on the side of Chaos, you are once again having the Oryx, which they were able to find so much value out of before. They caught, was it Leon that they caught out really early?
Yeah, Leon just repelled straight into CEO and ran through split, but I guess didn't check yellow stairs, and Crime found that. But, you know, for Chaos here, exact same operator lineup. And for the most part, I assume the exact same strategy. Slightly moved the bulletproof from Renewals, but overall it seems to be the same for Chaos, and I guess it did work last time. The question for me, and you mentioned the double hard breacher on Rogue, are they going to go for that garage take this time? Are they going to try to take control of lockers instead of just committing to that maybe a bit less reliable visa push? I think it might be the case.
They are heading around to this side, and there's Rips' drone going in. Crime might end up getting caught out here if they know exactly where he is. He's going to try and hold onto that angle and shoot in through the soft part of the door. but instead deciding it's worth his while. Oh no, actually, he's not going to be making too much of a rotation. Instead, we're seeing the movement be made away there from the members of Rogue. Leon Gids, instead of going down first, he is going to be getting that opening kill. You mentioned how he's always involved in those opening engagements, and that means the castle has been taken off the board. If you remember correctly, Renewals had quite a part to play the last time they came to this site, sat at the bottom of the stairs. And there's the X-Kairos to open up the hatch. Oh.
Yep, good control from Rogue so far. Oh, one X-Kairos did not manage to stop there. Now, there is one more X-Kairos for Aces. I don't quite know why he only put 3. Yeah. Oh, well, I guess they're not going to use it elsewhere. They got plenty of hard breach to spare, so not a big deal. But for Rogue, it is very much this vertical take from admin. You'll notice Karzeka opening up all of the floor in copy, which goes down into the little antechamber hallway. Not antechamber, little hallway here that Aces is going to try and open up. Deciding how he wants to play this one. And Crying there on the Oryx to find out. Corey, still not able to contain this roam is Rogue. And while they had that opening engagement, numbers are even now. And the flank attempting to come through from Crying at some point. Still off site, still safe. Not playing too early. Rogue looking to take this from the admin side, but it's going to be so difficult to plant here.
It must be incredibly frustrating for Rogue to not know where he is, and actually incredibly frustrating to have Leon drop just like a fly. Red Groove will get refragged by Karzeka, so at least that's something that Rogue have going for them. And now it's a 3 versus 3. They can begin to open up those castle barricades into tellers. This is a nice angle being held here by Vito. Wow. Okay, Shate. Once again, another refrag there from Rogue. Now down to the 2 versus 2. 37 seconds remaining. And Rogue are still yet to go in and make the plant. Is it safe, though? They have to figure that out for themselves. Crying, holding on to this angle here. And they're just going to be using these cameras to figure out where these opponents are. Is Vito going to be able to successfully bring down these members of Rogue and secure the draw for Chaos?
15 seconds to go.
No way is this possible here for Rogue. Rips is going to force down that diffuser. Surely Vito can deny this. No, how is that allowed to go down? But Crying on the retake and Vito to help as well. That is match point secured here for Chaos of all things. People were saying 7-1, 7-2, but Chaos says, I don't care what you say. I'm going to make sure that we tie this up, and I'm going to go all the way for the W.
Great round there from Chaos. And the fact that Rogue were aware that Crying was there. I mean, obviously, when we saw Rips go over to the garage door and he was put off from that kind of entry because he started to get shot through, decided it wasn't worth it for them. But it also meant that they didn't really know where he was a lot of the time, and they just were very aware that there was this threat hanging over their head. Well, that means now that the best Rogue can do is draw.
Yeah, that's crazy to think. I mean, having a look at the previous results from these teams, right? Chaos is yet to find a win. And yes, they got smacked around by BDS and they drew Tempra. I mean, surely they are here gunning for the full victory. And it is just so difficult against a team like Rogue, but they're making it happen. And in contrast, Rogue coming off a 7-4 against Empire and a 7-1 against Na'Vi. Like, Rogue are looking in top form so far this season. Yes, they didn't quite beat G2, but things have looked so good for them outside of that, and we thought maybe they were back in form and that the first match of the series against G2 was just a blip, but Chaos is proving otherwise. Not only are they proving that maybe we shouldn't have had as much confidence in Rogue, but really we shouldn't be just talking about this like it's Rogue's map to lose. This is absolutely Chaos's map to win. From second last in the Pro League in Europe last season, Chaos have a lot to prove with that roster change, Crying coming in, and it seems like they might be able to close out this game.
And I think one of the things you have to remember about Chaos is that in spite of the struggles they've had so far in this season, they've always remained really confident in themselves. And a game like this is exactly why we're seeing that. I mean, despite the fact there's been some roster changes, this is still a team that lost to Rogue twice in Pro League Season 11. This is their game to win because they are here to prove that they do have a place in this competition. We're seeing exactly why that is now. So if they take this round, this is going to be the win here against one of the biggest thorns in the most team sides that we have seen so far in the EU League. So Chaos, Lobby, Rogue coming in from the east side for their attack. Renewals is sat here in meeting. You've got Vito very close to him as well. How are they going to be able to deal with this attack?
Aggressive peek out there from Renewals, but no one there to see it other than the drone. And we're looking at Leon, almost once again the victim of that opening engagement, but he gets just out of dodge of that C4. We're looking at Aces to step up here. He's had quite a quiet game, but we know how impactful he can be. Gonna chuck out a nade. Surely this will get chewed up by an ADS. No, it doesn't, but there's a magnet there to help out. Leon droning out Renewals, but there are 3 players from Chaos up here to contest. There you go, Leon does find that opening kill. We know we need him to show up here for Rogue if they stand a chance at drawing this out, and he does.
Now, forceful repositioning there by Rogue onto Chaos. Vito here has to try and hold this angle if anyone is to come up from towards Visa. Just looking to get a shot there onto the balcony windows, doesn't find anything. And this is where we're starting to see Aces make a push on in. Rogue don't want to be too much in a rush, but Vito's starting to creep on forward. Ooh, okay.
Careful. What is that? The upside down rappel from Leon finds 1 kill. All right, then. I didn't even realize that was the rappel, but all right, nice. Very dangerous spot to rappel, but it looks like Rogue may well be able to even this up, but Vito's got something to say about it. So close to finding the headshot there onto Leon. He's already taken a bit of damage, but got to reload the AUG now. Just 45 seconds here for Rogue. They have to make sure they've got the top floor cleared so they can execute. We're also going to be looking a lot at Red Groove on site. Now that Vito's been taken out, Leon's stepping up huge this round. Red Groove has to hold this now. 2 gas babes remaining. The diffuser is not in hand yet. 30 seconds left for Rogue, and so many players lit up. Crying, the newest player on the roster, to help out, taking down Leon kids. The Ash who's showed up so far for Red Groove. Not missing that smoke. Not quite landing, but there you go. To go in, Rips is so low. He needs to get this down. It's all on Red Groove now in a 1 versus 4, but if he can deny this diffuser, it could be everything. But Rogue to hold out here, crushing Chaos's hopes at taking a victory and tying up the map.
They managed to secure that draw for themselves, so they are not entirely out, but Chaos, they're going to be feeling the heartbreak there. They were so close to securing such an impressive win, but I think regardless of the scoreline, it was such an impressive series. Anyway, the fact that they beat the expectations of the analyst desk, and I think it's fair to say they beat the expectations of us as well. But Dev, after all of that, I'm so excited to hear what our analysts have to say, because that game was wild.
All right, well, in a second, we're going to have a chat to the analysts. There you go.
No, we got it. Don't worry about it. James, thank you so much. You're having a chat. I wish I had you here. I'm sure there's a lot of things I would like to fill in. But we're back with Jess and Des. Look at that. Jess has her notes ready for it. I would like to preface everything. You guys saw a lot of suppressors. I just want to get the conversation going and reminding everybody that when you're being shot by someone using a suppressor on their weapon, there are no damage direction indicators. So it's possible that it's not just farming the battle pass points, because it happens so often, that that actually played into it. That's a question for more the players to answer and maybe hearing more details on it. But let's start talking about our first half. Chaos on the attack looked pretty composed, Des.
I was pleasantly surprised, to be fair. Yeah, it was very cautious. You saw every single time they were trying to attack into console, for example, everything came via yellow stairs, not trying to get themselves involved with roamers, not looking to turn this into a frag fest with the other side. And I think overall, trying to keep Rogue quiet. And I think it worked for the most part. Obviously, it ended 3-3 in the first half. But overall, I think Chaos came with the right approach.
I think that was good that you point out that Chaos was kind of composed, because I felt that Rogue was the complete opposite. I mean, we had guys like Leon Gids, for example, who had some really good peaks and then some really unnecessary peaks. I mean, I think, what was it, round 4, he spawn peaked out of the windows of the top floor and he kept staying there, even though he had already taken shots. I don't understand that aggressiveness, whether or not he thought he was invincible at that window. So I would have liked to have seen him back up, be a little bit more passive.
Yeah, in the second half, Chaos, even on their defense, were gathering intel pretty effectively, but it seems like the whole game was very hit and miss, and not many people were working together in it.
Yeah, that second half descended into a lot of 1v1s, essentially. It was a little bit wild at times. We had 2 rounds, the last round and round number 7, start as you mean to end, I guess, of Leon literally going 1 versus 3. And the fact there are no trades coming through, there's no effort to shut him down, just goes to show that sometimes maybe Chaos are a little bit too afraid to push back into Rogue as they came in towards the building.
Oh, I think it's good that you had that notion there that there was a little bit more of composure, and then when they got into defense, they also kept that composure a little bit too much, I felt. And then we had guys, and I'll say this again, guys like Leon Gids, unfortunately, entry, he's droning himself, he's pushing alone, no trades are available, and even when he was across the map by himself, he just tried to jump in and take the engagements himself, so couldn't even up the number count, needs to be better into the future.
Rankings, let's put it up on the board. You saw it was a tie, but Chaos will double their points. I know Chaos's social media team is right now listening to this saying, oh, don't do us like that. But there it is. Chaos doubling their points at 2. We'll see 1 extra point for their opponents as Rogue now move on to 7. Our second to last game is just done. We still have 1 more to go. Tempra versus Secret. The 2 teams coming up for Challenger League. We'll tease you about that. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EU League, our final matchup of today. Tempra versus Team Secret. We'll talk about that in just a second. First of all, let's remind you of our schedule. We've already gone through 4 matches of this evening. And there it is, 7-4 for Na'Vi, 7-4 for Virtus Pro, Empire, Vitality falling, G2 falling as well to BDS's unstoppable run, and a tie between Rogue and Chaos. Our last one is a big deal on its own because these 2 teams, Secret and Tempra, came through the Challenger League top 2 teams. Tempra having been Easy Dream back then, and they were number 1 in EUCL. So let's talk about those rosters. Let's bring up Tempra first. They surprised everybody, I want to say, in their victory against VP earlier, right? It happened in Playday number 2, 7-3 for Tempra, but it's taking them a bit more time to adjust from CL to PL. Gio, what can you tell us about Tempra?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it's taken them a bit of time. They've had 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. So you've got everything being thrown in there. So here is our lovely roster that you see here. Void, Chaoxis, Shinka, P4, and Durza. They've all been together for quite a while. And if you've been around for a while, you might remember the names Chaoxis and Void, both of whom have been in Pro League in the past. But they are, of course, this French roster. They came first in Challenger League Season 11. And they were known for being exceptionally aggressive. This really great team made of 5 gunners. It's just as they've come here into the EU League, it's not that they're struggling per se, it's that they're up against, harder opponents and suddenly you've got to shoot even better.
Well, their opponents, Team Secret, back from CL, KS performing, a lot of Kali in there, but, hit or miss. Last time, they couldn't really do much to BDS. Now, did they? Only really putting up a big fight against Vitality and Na'Vi with a tie here and there, both of these games, actually. Jess, what can you tell us about Secret?
Well, as you guys can see on your screen, it's rocking the roster of KS, Draven, Prano, Expo, and Hyphen. I think the big thing to point out here is that this team has shown that they're quite a methodical team. Every attacking round that we've seen them on, I've been quite confident in pointing out that I feel very impressed by the way that they go about it. They've obviously got a lot of strategies in their pockets, and they're very confident in employing them. I think the big thing has been, and I mean, a loss to BDS doesn't say much, right? Because, I mean, you're looking around
Right
at everything
now?
else. I mean, it is what it is, but I think they've been stuck in getting, I suppose, you know, you've seen the Kali play a few times. I think they're getting stuck in the repetitiveness, and other teams are noticing it. So I'm hoping they just show a little bit more variety and a little bit more versatility. It's something that will, I guess, escalate them in their EUL play here compared to CL play.
Yeah, let's see if KS can live up to his name as the boosted rocket for for a lot of viewers out there. They'll know what I'm talking about. So there it is, Secret versus Tempra. We have our head-to-head. Our analysts have picked up one player from each one of these two teams to talk about, and we got Shinka and Prano. Girls, can you tell me why these two specifically?
I mean, they've both been pretty impressive so far. They're taking slightly different roles, as you can see. And I mean, even when you look all the way at the bottom there, two of those stats that are particularly notable is the fact that Shinka's been very good with those plants, very consistent. Even when you look back to Challenger League, he secured 16 over the course of the season, whereas that's not really what Prano does. He's someone who you want to be looking out for getting a lot of those kills.
Yeah, I think you see the KD ratio there. This is why we sort of chose it, just to show you that two different players who are topping the ratings of both of their teams at the moment. I mean, that's pretty impressive for Shinka, for example, because like you said, he's on the smoke, he's on a flex like Gridlock, he's not on the two fragging operators like Prano is, and he's still able to put up the best rating for his team. So I think it's important to show that it's not necessarily always the fraggers that can get that, you know, really high KD ratio, or whether or not, you know, they get a lot of kills in a row. I think it goes to show that maybe for Team Secret, some of their fraggers are lacking a little bit, and Prano's picking up a little bit of the slack and boosting that rating to where you saw it there.
Yeah, we'll have to see more of the performance in game now. Let's pull up our map picks and bans. See which map we're going to be playing on. These two teams have gone back and forth on many maps, at least in their performance so far. Villa will be the one up. Oregon, again, not picked up to... I'm sure Des right now is watching this and crying his heart out. But unfortunate that Oregon is not in. Secret played this on Playday number 1 against Na'Vi. That was a tie, one of the two that they had, the second one being against Vitality. Technical map on Villa. Jess, is this the wise choice?
I think it's not a bad choice between both of these teams. We've seen Tempra have a really good adaptation on multiple maps, even fragging maps. So I am worried for Secret if Tempra throws a spanner in the works and goes, hey, we have a really random setup for this map you've never seen before. That could be really detrimental for Team Secret. So I'm leaning towards Tempra, you know, probably winning this quite closely, however. But yeah, I'm feeling a Tempra day.
I think it's
Yeah.
definitely worth noting that back in Challenger League, when these two teams faced each other, they did play on Villa and Tempra did win 7-3.
Huh.
So
Okay.
it's interesting seeing that it was the option of Team Secret at the end there. So I would give the edge to Tempra, I think, but I'm very excited to see what it is Team Secret have up their sleeve.
Well, what I would usually do in this case is listen to what Des said and just pick the complete opposite of it, because that's how things have been going. Sorry to throw you under the bus
Wow.
there, Mr. Holt. I know, but you know, we gotta lay it out how it's supposed to be. We're 32 seconds in before we start. Let's have a quick look at what people think about this matchup. You can vote on all these games going on our social media at R6 Esports EU on Twitter. Hope everybody's enjoying this, of course, in the meantime from home. Let's put up our socials. Come on, there it is. Team Secret is 47 to Tempra's 45 and a 7% draw. Pretty much the closest we've had now. I think they're the widest gap of 3%. Now it's down to 2. It's the fat-free milk. Let's send it over to our casters. Let's go Villa.
Well, let's go Villa indeed. It's our Challenger League sweethearts, isn't it, Des?
It is. Bit of a memory in this one. Has Sebby seen them play before? Tempra were the victors back then. Who knows? It's been a little bit of time now. Teams have had a lot of time to develop. So hopefully there's a different result waiting for Secret here today. But I think I've been excited by what I've seen from Tempra until the last game where I felt a little bit disappointed. But who knows? Every single day we're being surprised here. I can't get predictions right. So at this point, you may as well not bother believing a word that I say.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, you're kind of banned now from making predictions on the casting desk, because normally they actually, back then it came through. but today you've been kind of wrong, so we're not going to be talking about that anymore. Let's talk about the match at hand, as Secret will be starting off on the attack, meaning the first ban will be going to Tempera, and they're pretty decisive about that one, as it is going to be a Maverick.
Is indeed no big surprise there. Maverick Thatcher is a very common banning pairing. We speak about it seemingly every single cast at the moment, Hap. The teams do seem to have a tendency to taking that away at the minute. It does slow the game down a little bit. We tend to see a lot of teams bringing along electrification. It's always dealt with by things like the Maverick, so it definitely comes as no big surprise. Otherwise, there have been a mixture of bans coming through on this map to follow up, but the next one coming out of the other side of Secret is going to be the Habana. We spoke about this earlier on as being the safe ranged opener. You're not having to risk yourself getting up against walls with a Thermite or a Maverick. It makes a lot of sense, but it does leave only the Thermite available, exactly the same as we saw in a game earlier on today.
Yeah, Mirrodin being removed, basically, well, default for the EU. However, not that much anymore. There's a lot of Mirror actually being played lately. At least it feels like definitely a lot more than we can than we had compared to previous seasons. And at Pulse, I kind of like that as well. Of course, it's a very vertical map. You have 3 different sites you can go to, the 3 different floors you can go to. Excuse me. So a lot of information can be gained right there from that one Pulse player. So removing that will definitely take out a lot of the info game.
Absolutely will. Straight away, we're seeing Draven hovering over onto the Iana. It's been one of his go-to picks on Oregon, especially. We've seen it coming out there. So not surprised to see it being translated across to other maps. The Nomad, a similar story. Because as we know, this being such a massive map with 3 staircases, there is a lot of opportunity for roam play to come into the fore. And this just screams the style of play that we love seeing out of Secret. It's very controlled. It's very composed. They tackle problems as they come across them, and to me, it's all about controlling the side of Tempera, who, as I've described in the past, are a bit of a firecracker team. They like to be explosive. They like to get up in your face and cause a bit of trouble. So it's very much a clash of styles here between these 2 teams today.
I was going to say it's directly the opposite of one another, as Tempera is very aggressive in the way they play. They're very dominant in the way that they take their control, while Secret is more holding back, making sure they do it right. If they do it methodically at that, they use everything necessary, and they use their strat book step by step to make sure that eventually they come to the, well, proposed end result. And that will definitely clash here. In the past, it went into the favor of Tempera. I believe, if we're checking back on Challenger League, I believe they won the first one with 7-3, then they lost on Cafe with 7-5, so the overall round differential still in favor of Tempera. It's both the same lineups, nothing has changed, only time has passed, so we can see who improved the most right here on this Villa right now.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see how things have changed as the weeks have gone by. It's only been 2 weeks as the EU League so far, Hap, and already you're seeing teams changing around what expectations were. In the last game earlier, we saw from Chaos a great example. I think everyone came into that game expecting them to get dumpstered after their last few games. We're bringing it back up to be a draw. A crucial point for them. Admittedly, still only sat on 2. They're still at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but it's a start, and at this point, I'm sure a team will take anything that can start getting them back into things. Lucky with that drone, I guess, not quite hitting the right place, but they see the the doorway being reinforced there for a second. But sadly, no kill to come through onto Chaoxis, who is down to about 2/3 of his HP, but nothing he'll be losing sleep over.
It's definitely not too much of an issue for him. Just has to play a bit more passive now, maybe not go for every single peek he can find. As Secret are really willing to make this push happen from study. It's Expo and Hive on this side. Draven will be below. Let's get a Prano. So there's a lot of, well, control hoping to be obtained right here by Secret from this on the southern side. As in the meantime, Durza will be pushed back slowly by all the pressure coming down. Flashbangs being tossed in, will be fully blind, but able to relocate himself into safety. As smoke canisters being tossed by Shinka, just to slow down that push just for a little bit, as B4 gets the first kill into KS. Just the roamer we know and like him to be. However, Draven was ready to go for a refrag, and that brings it back on 4-4.
Good reaction from Draven as well to move himself from playing down by those south stairs and instead move himself up to catch the perpetrator red-handed. P4, one of the big fraggers that we always speak about for this side of Tempera, has been removed nice and early. Speaking of removal, though, Secret are without many of their drones left here. We still have about 1:20 to play when they got themselves down to these final 2 remaining. Now with 60 seconds, they have held onto them at the very least. But the big question is, if you're having to rely on Draven here to be on the Iana to give you the information you need to go for a push, is it strictly going to be enough? As you mentioned earlier on your cast, Hap, If they get shot out, it does take quite a while for them to respond. So if you lose it here, guess what? It's probably not going to find itself coming back alive before the round ends.
No, definitely not. So you need to be careful. You need to use it at the right very moment. Shinka spots at the head there, but will not be able to hit the shot yet. Follows it up with one and his last Toxic Babe right there, meaning he has no more stall potential left. Expo will be able to pick up. Chaos is there, and that leaves only Durza and Shinka alive. This 2-4 situation. There's only 20 seconds left. The time is slowly ticking down. As the announcer calls it in, it's going to be the kill from Draven to start things off. We're down onto Expo though. That will be making sure that the diffuser will not be planted. Will be staying alive right here, dealing a bunch of more damage, but as he gets flanked from the actual hallway, from the rotation to make themselves, it's Hype with the last kill. As you see him run with that Magnum, make sure that he makes ground quickly. And a Secret to pick up the first round.
These are some of the reasons why I love watching Secret, right? Is everything together was just pieced step by step in that round. It was make sure no one was playing on 90. We had some coverage of that coming out of the Nomad early, I believe. Get themselves down towards Study, clear Durza, who was playing at the top of the south stairs, take control of that area of the map, force everyone back with flashes and more utility, and then just start finding picks as Tempera start trying to move around and find angles to potentially catch members of Secret out. But even when they do find someone out, with P4 on their own, for example, there's a trade that comes through literally 2 seconds later out of someone else on the Secret lineup, and they just made sure all of their bases there were covered. Really good round for them. We now head up towards trophy and stat tree. It's always good to start off with an attacking round win.
It's definitely good to start your day off with an attacking round win on a map like Villa, knowing that there's going to be 2 Heartbreachers banned, which will make it significantly harder to get in some of these sites. So what saw Secret do was open up what they could and use the rotations that were made by Tempera to take them out eventually. And well, Secret is kind of looking for a bit of revenge right here as well, right? Because they basically were top 4 of Challenger League Season 11, whilst Tempera basically on top continuously without actually being challenged really by any of these teams. And as Secret managed to make it in at the very last matchup of the whole Challenger League, they're right now into European League with their number 1 counterparts, and it's up to them right now to show that they actually are better prepared right now. So that first attacking round win is definitely going to be helping them as well for the rest of this match. Let's hope they can get some extras in.
I mean, Tempera are regarded as a team that I mentioned earlier on are a firecracker team. They like to do creative, exciting things. We see them running things like the Armory quite a lot when it comes to things like Consulate. They love Lion for playing the Roma Hunter game, and when they're the ones on defense, they're the ones who like to get out in the map and cause a bit of trouble. And I thought maybe coming into here we might see something along those lines coming in, but the problem is when you're restricted from moving from something as simple as that through Astro to a bullet hole that you just saw get set up just a couple of seconds ago, it's really going to put a dent in the sails there, and you will not be playing as aggressively as you might do normally. They have still got someone at the bottom of Astro stairs, mind you, so maybe there's hope for Durza here to cause a bit of trouble, but knowing how Secret like to play things, this should be very, very simple for them to be able to drone out and identify what it is they need to do in response.
As soon as they get that one entry right here, they're just going to be slowing it down just a bit more, make sure they're not making any rush decisions. That's kind of the strength of Secret as well, where their tactics come into play. Impact will be used to get rid of the shield that might have been protecting Durza right here. As he is walking up a little bit on these stairs to be a bit more aggressive onto that bathroom door, hoping that someone will be walking in. That will happen soon. As he gets some pre-fires down, but it's actually Draven to get that kill in. The Yana moving through, not the Gemini, but the actual human. Able, with the G36C ACOG, to get that kill on the board. And well, that's 2 right now in favor of Secret.
Chaos hits. Oh, they didn't anticipate that with the flank drone. They should have known someone might come running up there. We spoke about Tempera a second ago being this aggressive team that like to get off site and cause a bit of trouble. This is 2 kills now that they've lost in the space of about 10 seconds that has undone all the hard work they did in the first 2 minutes of this round. It's unfortunate, but now I give some advantage over to the side of Tempera. The best thing, I guess, going in Secret's way right now is that Shinka is only down to 1 more smoke canister. That may yet come back to bite them as we go into the final 50 seconds. And there's the final one.
Yeah, there's the final one indeed, meaning no more stall available, just gunfights to close things out right now. However, that is something that we kind of commend the likes of Tempera for. So Tempera might have an opportunity right here of managing to actually get this round in. They have some crossfires ready, they have the plays and contact ready as well. All they need right now is to actually find out where the push is going to be coming from, and it seems like it will be from both master bedroom and the bathroom. As Draven is tossing in some grenades right now. Prano is ready to support as well. This grenade might be actually, well, no, actually did not do a single point of damage onto Shinka, who's laying prone in that same doorway. Draven unaware on where to push right now, but it's a kill to come in on the likes of Secret. Tempera will be finding one. It's going to be go for a refrag, gets one, but doesn't spot the one on the ground right there. It's only up to Prano now, and the likes of Secret gets one to start things off, but needs to go for the plant with only 4 seconds left. There's no way he can find it. The Jaeger swings wide, and it's Kioxis to get the last one, and meaning Tempera are now trading that round.
There's good movement from Kioxis in this round as well. We spoke earlier on around him replacing Durza. Once he died on Astro Stairs, Kioxis replaces him, finds a kill, rotates straight back downstairs and up red to rejoin his team, and gets that final kill to close out the round as well. So good for him to not get so aggressive and cheeky, I guess, in the mid-round. On the side of Secret, they were the ones in control to start things off, but it kind of came to a halt once they lost a couple of members in the mid-round, and we saw how it ended, them having to take a bit of an explosive entry in towards the sites and trying to force out gunfights. So probably in their books there, that wasn't the best ending to a round that it could have been. It does put the score up at 1 apiece. Was going towards Aviator and Games down towards the south once more. Let's not forget, Secret had a very good attack onto this site back in round number 1. Basically played it entirely by the book, and Tempera were left completely lost and unable to respond.
Attackers need to locate
And I might have, however, figured out what actually went wrong. I might be able to work on that right now, make a little bit of an adaptation into their setup, or maybe their playstyle, which would force them to actually keep a hold of this side. And this right now kind of stands out. You only see the Bennett reinforcing one of these walls right here, so that tells me that Shinka is going to be opening up the left side of this study wall, as that is still soft. They might be creating a long angle right there, putting a shield possibly inside the vault door to play right behind it. Use that as a little pocket mirror window. Try to go aggressive onto the likes of Secret like that if they want to push from study. Because if you have that open and you have that angle, there's no way going to be able to reach into bar.
Not a whole lot's really going to change here for Secret. It's my fear from the setup we're seeing coming out. It is very static, and this is the curse that we saw come through in the game earlier on today. I forget who it was that played on Villa already. Really should be remembering this one. I think it was in the first game, actually, of Empire versus Na'Vi. The only couple of rounds that we saw Empire coming out on top on the attack were when they were pushing in towards Aviator and Games, because Na'Vi played quite static on site. And there wasn't really all that much work for Empire to be doing otherwise. They were just like, well, we know downstairs is pretty clear. We can just send one down there to keep a flank drone on the go. Otherwise, worry about actually pushing into the site itself and picking off the members of Na'Vi one by one. We might yet see the same come from Secret here if Tempera keep on playing his passive. But you can see Draven is underneath, and let's not forget, he has grenades. He could potentially find a couple of free kills for his team from below, as there is no one on the side of Tempera to contest him while he's down here.
No, not yet at least. We might see a late flank to come in, something that Tempera really loves to do. But right now it looks like everybody's actually located near or around the site. Kioxis being the one that's furthest out, really. As Draven is still playing below, managed to do a lot of damage into Shinka.
A bomb has been located.
A single grenade could be ending one of these lives. These gentlemen on the likes of Tempera. And he has 2 of them, so all he needs right now is just information to guide his throw, as it deals about 50% of damage, well, even more onto P4. As the first one of his grenades used into, well, pretty good effect, so to say. Could have been better, but it's a good start.
Secret a little static right now, just kind of doing the intel collection I expect on the drones. They've got one still playing up towards the north, might see a late round flank coming in from the master side. Otherwise, it is a push in from the east, trying to find their way up these south stairs. In this case, there is still one holding, and there's a couple of shields spaced out at the top as well. There we go. Chaos with a great shot onto Durza is going to clear that area out. Still going to burn a bit of utility to remove those shields, and you're still having that clock being run down by Shinka on the smoke. So no panic. I think that's the second grenade coming out from the other side. So hopefully they're at a spot where they should be able to sit quite easy here, Tempera, and just wait for the push to come in.
I like how they have a pre-placed smoke on that shield every single time. Like, as soon as the player falls there, instantly Shinka pops it to slow down a potential push from the Lexus Secret. However, if you do that twice, it will be pretty... like, people will know what's going to be happening, right? So they're not just going to be pushing up to just wait for the smoke to be executed, and not a single point of damage will be done. There's a Gemini right there, will be spotted, basically not gaining a single... well, human worth of information out of it, so they're still clueless of where these players of Tempera are, whether they're even on site or not. As Cass will be dealing with the motion sensor, but 2 of the last smoke canisters of Shinka now have been used. Before, gets a response. Gets a second response as he's just thrown right here next to the door, waiting for the likes of Secret to walk in. Keoxys gets the kill onto Expo. It's Shinka to follow up. It's only left to Draven now. He spots the butt, but cannot hit it. Managed to get one into the vault, but his life ends there. It's Tempera to win round number 3 as B4 cleans it up. What a huge round of him.
A little bit slower that time round, admittedly. It came round to P4 causing a bit of trouble from Aviator and pushing his way inside a study, baiting out the members of Secret, only to push in and find themselves being shut down again. And I understand the intent there. You want to push after you've just lost someone inside a study because they're probably still trying to rebase themselves inside a site. Might not be in the most super ideal position at that time, but thankfully it is P4 in the right spot and he's the one who nets the kill. Going into dining and kitchen then, downstairs going to be the focus. Curious to see if there is a vertical focus coming out of Secret, or if instead we're going to see something more horizontally based coming through. I'd expect to see Pirano here bringing out the charges on the Zofia rather than something like the Claymore. If not, then at least there is the Ashe and the Zofia in tandem to make that happen.
All right. Tempera right now will find their second round. AVG have been returned, and Kitchen will be the next. Now, Secret in the past, especially in Challenger League, have shown that they are very well aware on how to attack this bomb site. It always looks a bit messy, but they managed to get quite a lot of rounds out of it. So I'm kind of interested to see whether or not they managed to improve on that strategy, or if it's going to be like a very messy round with a lot of kills going left to right, but eventually, well, Secret to clutch it one out.
Could come down to it, but there is a bit of work going on the upstairs already from Tempera. So they are aiming to, I think, have some kind of contest coming from below. I can't imagine we'll see them all holding upstairs in this case, maybe outside of the Jaeger and the Alibi. Right now, there are still 4 of them on the upstairs, and I think it's just getting ready for this to come through. Very often you'll see teams, or at least we used to, they would hold the top floor, and they simply drop their way through a hatch when the heat got a little too hot, when they couldn't stay in the frying pan anymore. It was time to get out of there and get yourself safe back onto site, ironically into kitchen in this case. Let's see how this assault goes in from Secret. Going to start out onside of the master bedroom. Decides to get a push in from here. Let's see if this works out. If they try and space any more out and try and go for different angles, it's always good to have some pressure on the downstairs as well as the top floor. So maybe you're going to see someone looking to hold an angle on the downstairs just to try and restrict the movement, whilst the rest on the upstairs try and get to work on opening these floors up and trying to either squeeze the defenders to stop them from moving or find early kills in the round.
Now, well, first minute is about to be ran out as B4 holding on a shield right there. Knows people will be coming in soon as Secret is looking to take control of the master bedroom right here. And then P4 decides to go aggressive, something he normally does really well. If he managed to pick up a kill and safely return back to his shield, that could be super huge for the rest of his team. But it's going to get blasted out by the Nomad. No, the air jump right there. It's Hive to get that kill. Nothing right there to actually trade him back. And that means a lost frag for the likes of Tempera. They lose the entry. No one was there to recover it. And that means they now have to either slow it down or be a bit more aggressive to, well, return the favor.
Draven's expecting this run out from Void to be a thing here. He is holding close and almost daring someone maybe to push into the door itself so he can pick them off. But unfortunately for him, that doesn't appear to be a plan for anyone right about now. Instead, they've got the way in towards Pantry here and started to find their way through. Upstairs control, I don't think is a worry for them anymore. They do have one more member running around somewhere. I'm not quite sure exactly where he is, but here comes the potential contest. Draven spacing himself up. There might be a drone watching this flank here, so they know there's someone playing inside. Maybe not quite, otherwise a pre-fire no doubt would be on the agenda. They've got a couple of drones still in back pockets, so they don't have to make this risky. They can, if they want to, hold back and maybe make use of either the decoy or these drones. They are all out in the field, mind you, some might be set up in flank watch positions here rather than being strictly based in for a push in or a breach in. There it is, they know where he is. Going to try and go aggressive on towards the door, will win that fight. And that's Hype getting shut down. Boy, taking the first kill for his team this round.
That is now that Nomad of the board. No more airships being deployed if they weren't already. See the Secret instantly wanting to return on that. So Pirano is rotating around. And with that Zofia, hoping to be able to respond. It's KS in the meantime, though, that will be able to finish him off. But instant trade from Keoxys from above to come in. Meaning that the top floor control still in favor of Tempera. They have it in their hands right here. They cannot give this up because this is huge. He has eyes on the breach. He has eyes on everything. A secondary jet will go off. That will at least give away his position, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's Shinka to get the kill on Soprano. They want to go for the plant right now, but it's Shinka. There's actually to go in with the second. And then it's Keoxys to finish things off. It's Tempera just with a quick 3 kills to finish it all off. That's right here. Keoxys portraying the verticality that was given to him by the attack side of this map of Secret. Not really dare to contest it actively.
Slightly worried, to be fair. I mean, Secret was seeing the same kind of signs coming out of them as what we saw from them in their game against BDS the other day on Oregon. She's looking a little bit hesitant at times, not quite sure of when to pull the trigger and go for it. And sometimes when they do, as you saw at the very end of that round, 3 or 4 kills flying very quickly over to the side of Tempera as that clock becomes the 6th man on their team. I'm wondering where this kind of snappy Secret that we saw back in round number 1 is. Maybe they're coming up against things they aren't necessarily expecting. Tempera moving a little too much for their liking. You saw the 2 air jabs being played upstairs inside of the bathroom, which suggests to me that they wanted to take control upstairs. They wanted to prevent them getting flanked while they were taking control of, say, Master and Closet and open the floor up. But eventually jumped off that plan entirely and focused on going downstairs. So things not going super well in the last few rounds for them. I want to see that team that we saw back in round number 1 stepping back up to the table and taking some attacking rounds here.
Secret really does need to get a second attacking round in. If Tempera is going to be able to get this up to 1-5, then it will be quite troublesome for them to, well, to strike back. We know Secret, of course, is this team that is, well, outstanding on their attacks. Their attacks are often so coordinated, so thought through, and pretty disciplined as well.
10 seconds to go.
So, like, you would really like to have them pick up 1, maybe 2 more rounds in that attack, so we can get into a very good second half to decide who will be able to take the win home. Of course, history is in favor of Tempera. That's the C4 jump out. No one will be caught by that as they were waiting for it. Durza goes a bit more aggressive as well, but fortunately, no one will be hurt at these first 13 seconds of the round. It's a bit of utility wasted right there, as Secret was just holding off of it. Seemed like they were aware of the fact it might happen. As eventually it did not.
Would have been woeful if they managed to run into that. Would have been very, very uncomfortable. I mean, touching on the attack and defensive round thing, Secret are a team that I regard as a brilliant attacking team. The setups they bring, we saw back in round 1, we've seen it on previous maps 1 and 2 of this competition so far, their capabilities and prowess. My number 1 concern comes on the defense. Sometimes they can find themselves getting rushed out and losing more members than necessary to one player on the other side stepping up and going big. So in my mind, if they aren't taking at least 3 rounds on the attack, there is reason to be worried when they go onto the defensive side. So for now, we need to see at least 1 more, I'd say, swinging their side in this half. Once more, a very one-directional attack coming in from the boys. Focusing mainly on the upstairs. You can see Prano hanging out downstairs here, looking to do something on the downstairs. I think he's more looking for the flank drones downstairs to know if someone is trying to do anything particularly cheeky from below, if there's a C4 player down there. Just letting safely take over bathroom and also looking towards Astro. So it is very slow and controlled. My question is, though, how slow are you allowed to be until it comes to hurt you? Because last time round, they spent a good minute and a half on this site with control of Astro, not really being able to push forwards.
Just kind of confused. Like, did Europe forget that Thatcher is an actual operator or something? Because you see, they keep on trying to use utility here to, like, rid of these bandit wires. Grenade will do the trick, but, you know, that could also be used to get a kill in. Will now be used to deny void from the bandit trick, but a simple EMP, then you would have had 2 of your grenades left to make sure that you could maybe, well, dig them out of their little fortresses on the side of Tempera. And even though, like, yes, Thatcher is getting banned a lot, but it's kind of available right now. It seems to become like a bit like Mirror, you know? When it's finally up, it doesn't get played.
I think because so many teams get used to playing without the Thatcher, that they're happy bringing like the Ash and the Zofia together and destroying gadgets from below, especially on a map like Villa where most of the flooring is soft. It does mean normally like an IQ might help, and I guess in their case they're saying, you know what, drones are enough, we can find out where these gadgets are and we can destroy them. No doubt P4 on the mute is making a bit of trouble towards those efforts, but at the very least they've managed to do their job and get the wall open once again. I'm somewhat concerned that they're all trying to push into the same angle here, unless we've got Prana looking to make a late round flank up Astro or Red.
Hive will be starting things off, taking down Chaoxis as Voy is getting flashed time and time again, but so far not really being pushed as of yet. Before is playing on trade right here. It's going to be a kill from 2 players right here. Voy with an actual double kill to come in. Shotgun being blasted out. We'll be able to hit him twice. That's the down. It's the kill to come through. Only up to Prano now. Moving into Statuary. We'll be able to pick up 1, but as the time runs out, it's Tempera to win yet another round right here, and it will put their scoreboard up to 4. Knowing that with 1 more defensive round to go, they have completed their full rotation, and they are confident that they can take Secret on this next one as well.
Tempera look very, very comfortable so far on the defense. The way that execute came out was exactly as we thought. We saw Prano come charging up red stairs at the very end of the round, and I believe the intent was to have him burst into sight as the rest of the team go for the execute. You arrive at the same time, you get nice crossfires set up. The side of Tempera shouldn't be able to adapt. However, Tempera were very, very quick at snapping out. You saw Blue stepping down from Astro in towards the archway and finding kills into those trying to push through the breach. They were prepared, and Secret sadly couldn't find too many kills in response. It has been in this final round, we go down towards Aviator and Gains, and Clash going to be brought along here. No doubt to cause a bit of trouble and once again try and slow Secret down. Completely understandable given how slow Secret have been playing so far.
Yeah, definitely Secret has been playing quite slow. Tempera have been able to put in the passiveness into their game style. Not peeking anything really until they desperately have to make sure that they should be able to win these rounds. And Secret kind of struggling if they do not get the opening they require to force themselves into that side. And that's kind of a recurring theme. If Secret cannot find their first opening, or just a kill in general, they are really slow on their attacks. That's like the only weakness I can spot so far over the past 3 play days. Like, they really need to get an opening if they want to get their attacks down.
Problem is finding that opening, right? Like, if you're relying on Prano to be the guy who makes it happen in the late round with you, rather than being the guy who's charging in and getting 2 or 3 kills, you know, who is the big impact player for you? And so far today, the answer you probably look at across the scoreboard and say Draven's been that guy. But I worry that the kills he's found so far haven't been the high impact ones that turn into round wins. They've more been the occasional kill here and there and around that ultimately Tempera still take away. It's not super ideal for them, but it does come down to, as we always say about Siege, if you don't win your gunfights, it doesn't matter how well-timed your attack is, how well set up you are for it. If you're losing gunfights, there is nothing much you can do about that, except shoot better, of course.
Yeah, just be better, get good, as people would say. That's the only way you can solve that issue. 2 of these ADSs right there onto this onto these stairs right here. Kiox is body blocking them, so the grenades and flashbangs that are falling in are not going to be able to start wasting them. But Draven is ready to actually go for it, as it's going to be the battle of the main stairs right here. There's still a Clash on P4 available to maybe rotate down just a small bit to assist if a potential push would be to come down. There's a lot of drones, however, being tossed towards the likes of Kioxis. Tries to go for a little bit of a shot here and there, but so far Secret not able to get a reply yet. And you look at that, 3 guns currently aimed towards these main stairs. KS is going to be taking care of the bot wire. Flashbangs are being tossed in. They should surely soon be able to clear it out, but as I said, that Kioxis just rotates out, and well, the rest of the utility is just going to be wasted by those 2 ADSs located on those main stairs, and they're not going to be able to find a single kill out of it.
So far, because there's no real need for the side of Tempera to get particularly aggressive here. There's a bit of work being done by Secret. They are starting to get themselves into the kind of positions they want. Bottom and 90 now assume control with air jabs going down as well. But again, it's same as last round. It came down to the actual pushing towards site. They got barbecued by P4 once he pushed his way through study. No doubt being a bit more mindful of it this time round. Air jab should no doubt be on the door. Indeed it is, it looks like. So we shouldn't see a similar setup coming out this time from someone else looking to charge out. Maybe someone like Chaotix, who right now is out towards 90 corridor instead. It is a slow start, 45 seconds left, and they've still got to look to deal with P4 on this clash, and could be so problematic in the dying seconds.
In the meantime, I believe you see Prano rotating all the way around, going up to the 90 window, hoping to put up some pressure there as well. KS spots out the feet, but won't be able to hit them yet. There's a little bit of a ping, like someone is in this room. You got to be careful with me. There's need Prano right there now, onto 90. We'll be pushing through. This is what they need. They need to go from both these sides, because they're not going to be able to just get it down from pushing one. And as Kioxis is prone here again, it's Kies to get the entry kill. They want to continue from here, but it's Kioxis to pick up 1, pick up 2 right here. There's a third one. Does he know? It doesn't seem like it as of yet. We'll be able to get that one as well. Draven to go down for one kill to go in. Kioxis completely shutting them down right here. Sweeping to his pistol. It's Prano, the last man standing, up against the Clash in a 1-on-2 situation. It's not the ace to come through, but very well played there by Kioxis. Basically, single-handedly carrying that round in as the execute started to happen. That could have gone wrong in many different ways.
perfect play coming out of Chaos 6 as well. You identify that if you stay laying where you are as they push around the corner one by one, someone is going to pre-fire you and you are going to die. What do? You get aggressive in those situations. You push into those coming onto you. You saw him first look right, pull back, and then look left and manage to find all of those kills. You are the one then with the advantage because you are the one swinging around these corners at your chosen pace. And all the side of Secret could do was fire back. Brilliant play there to close things out. And that's been another round, not unlike the previous one, where it has turned into an all-out bloodbath at the bitter end, with Secret pushing most of their players through a single doorway or a single breach. It becomes a little bit easy for Temper to focus their fire, and they sit at 5-1 after that first half. It's looking like this could be over quickly, unless we see a very different Secret come out on defense. My biggest fear, as I said earlier on, is that Secret I regard as an attacking team. They like it when they have pace, and they're the ones doing the coordinating, when Temper are the ones who might come at them with pace here and prevent them being able to roam with things like the Nomad. This could hurt.
Right now, Temper onto their attacks, and well, they are a team we know of that could be very effective on their attacks as well. They just drive that spear deep inside the map straight away, get some early control, cut the map in half, clean out the first part, then go up to the attack. They're really effective in the way they do things here. I hope Secret is going to be ready to counter that off by using some effective roamers. Here you see again Chaoxis. That huge 4K right here, all from the single door in games room. Getting it down, getting the second down. It was only up to Prano at that point, but he was not really near to go for that refrag, so the ace wasn't given at the end. But still, impressive performance.
We'll see how they set things up a bit differently here. For Secret, it was very one-dimensional for the most part, pushing in from the same direction, as we said, always ending up inside the same doorway or breach. Temporary looks like a bit of a spread coming in the north side building here, looking to contest onto Astro window, something we didn't see too much of earlier on, admittedly. This should be the big difference for them, is a bit more of a spread assault.
All right, grenade being cooked, will be tossed from below before, not able to hit someone, but at least they know the desk is clear. They gotta be careful as Prano is looking to go for a little bit of a flank right here. He knows someone is on these Astro stairs. But in the meantime, we'll be taking down Expo. P4 seems to know now as well, especially with that drone to come in. Prano will be falling back.
Yep.
Oh, he's actually coming back again. Look at that.
He's
not
95,000.
scaring off.
I think he's worried about that push maybe coming down there. As soon as you see the drone coming through, it's very likely that you're going to see an attacker swing around that corner and just pre-fire the hell out of that room and try and catch you before you can retreat away. So I think it was the good call to fall back to a more defensible location. The thing is now you're going to see the side of Temper being very aware that he is downstairs below them. Just be careful that he doesn't come up too soon and cause a bit of trouble. Trouble being said, it's those guys making the trouble right now with a couple of kills coming their way, or 3 kills to be precise. As a Trey coming back from KS, big time though as he swings round and fires 2, but sadly Voy is on the window covering that location. Great cover by him, and it's all down to Captain KS here to win things back for them. Goes for the spray down and will get a 3rd kill, but it doesn't prevent the plant, nor does it win them the round. Tempera, with a very decisive attack and a very quick one at that, will put themselves up to match point 6-1 over Team Secret.
6-1 indeed. And they will put themselves up to 5 consecutive match points. 5 points of 5 rounds, where Temper can find themselves yet again victorious over Secret on a map like Villa. And they have the opportunity to do it better than they did last time around. But Temper, most importantly, they want to go for those full 3 points. The round differential probably wouldn't even matter to them, as long as they get the win in the end.
Oh boy. BDS are clearly rubbing off on Tempera. It's passing between the French, what can we say? They're in a spot here where it looks like actually the same story as what we saw in CL Season 11, where Tempera finished in 1st place ahead of everyone else a couple of weeks early. Secret scrapping their way through to make it into the European League on the final Playday, with a little bit of help admittedly from Penta slipping up against Sisu to enable Secret to collect enough points at the time called August, of course, to pass through into the European League. It does look like even against their former competition all the way back from inside of Challenger League, the same storylines still persist. I struggle to see here how they can hold on. It's going to be a case of defending Aviator games, with aggression, I think, here, getting up in the face of Tempera and stopping them being able to do their game plan. The biggest fear for me is we've already seen Secret try that. You saw Prano on the roam trying to cause a bit of trouble, but by the time he kind of decided enough time had passed, he could get back up to playing aggressively. Already, 3 of his team members were dead. It's just a sad story, but no one is really hitting shots here for the side of Secret today.
All around him were familiar faces as Secret right now need to be flawless if they want to still be able to get a point out and not be drawn up last with Chaos. As right now, they are only on 2 points. Tempera doing a little bit better. Looking right here to get their next couple of 3 points in to show that, you know, what happened before in the likes of Na'Vi, of Empire, can also happen right here with this Secret, with this Tempera. Just instantly push through, show that you have the potential, and end up top 4. Maybe even, you know, right now not an international pro league with the mini majors. Just win the mini major. It's basically the same thing, showing that you're graduated top of your class of Challenger League and going to be there to win it eventually. But first minute has passed, and Tempera slowly starting to take the control. They need to go for an execute.
All about this gradual control with Tempera. And no, it's almost like a bulldozer that keeps on moving forwards, and it's like, you can stand in its way, you can try and break it down from the sides if you want, but it's still going to keep on moving forwards is the biggest problem. It seems tough to slow them down. However, Secret have gone for that in this round with both the smoke and the Goyo being brought along. That's a question of can they do enough to hold them back. You've even got Hive looking to contest on 90, but the problem is, look at how many drones are still flying in from Tempera and not being picked off by the side of Secret. They've got the intel they need. Managing to find themselves in the spot. I think one did just get picked off. There we go. They found another one as well. So they are starting to shut this intel down, but it's still enough provided here that they know what's going on. This might be the 3rd drone they lose here on 90 if they're not careful, mind you. Nope, Shinka will keep it alive. It's Voy who finds himself trying to go aggressive, but Draven springs up from behind the shield and will shut him down. I think this is one of the first rounds in a while now that we have seen Secret take the upper hand early on.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Just kind of worried why there was no one there to actually try and follow up onto Voy. As right now Shinka is here, but it's a bit too late. He could have been actually able to cleanly take off Draven there as he went for the secure kill onto Voy. Did not happen in the end, but Tempera not really scared too much. They keep on pushing, they keep on rolling right here. They know they have to deal with KS on top of those main stairs. C4's now being tossed in. It's going to be the Goyos to be exploded as well. C4 potentially being tossed over. No, not yet. On the likes of Draven. Just waiting. There we go. The rip comes in. All he needs to do is release and press that button once again, and potentially he will get a kill out of it. Because this last smoke canister is being used. It looks like a plan behind the vault door is going to be it. And that means Kioxis will have to hurry. He needs to quickly cut himself into the vault if they want to be able to get this. But look at this position right here for Prano. This is such a good position. As the time runs out, they need to go in now. But he's going to be here to potentially stall this out even longer. Gets 1 kill. It's going to be Test with another. It's before and Durza left now. They need to go for the cover, but they don't know someone is in study. And this is only up to Durza now on a 1-on-4. It's Secret to win the round. They managed to bring it back, at least for now. As that is one of the match points denied. But still many more to go.
Taste of their own medicine there, it feels like. It was Tempera the ones who ran down to almost nothing on the clock, and Secret who were holding a variety of angles to spray them down as they came through a one-directional burst in towards the site. Well played by Secret to draw that one out. And when we saw the smokes and the Goyos coming along, turns out only the smokes were required. Came up maybe a little bit early, but ultimately gets them around on the board. 6-2 we sit at, and we now go back up towards trophy and statuary. Let's see if this time round Secret can hold on. It was Prano on the roam downstairs on the bandit that we saw, roaming up a little bit later on, being picked off by Voy. Going to change that one away instead to playing on the Mozzie here, and I assume part of that is to make sure he's a little bit harder to hunt down, and actually so we can see the drone work slowed down from the side of Tempera, which in that last round, as we mentioned, lots of drones being focused on 90, although no real push is going in that direction.
2-6. Secret. How much do you have in your fuel tank to make sure that Tempera is not going to be able to close it out right here, because they definitely have that big advantage over you. Going to be bringing the same kind of lineup, really, as it worked quite well last time around. But how well will it work when you're going to trophy statuary? Where are you going to be deploying these Goyos? Where are you going to be deploying those magnets to stop a potential execute from happening? Last time they came from the bathroom and from Astro, so I would assume there's going to be a lot more attention right there from Secret at this moment in time. they can at least hold on to it a bit longer. You see two ADSs, a shield being deployed. Expo playing there with the Wamai, able to, of course, aid himself by tossing up these magnets on the roof. Seems like a last-second change been called as the shield has been removed and deployed behind their 8-bomb site.
The shield inside of Astro makes a lot of sense, right? Big black box there, bulletproof, can sit behind it very safely. And if you do get a lot of undesirable attention coming in towards Astronomy, chuck a few magnets out and slow the attackers down because things aren't so simple for them then. You may even see a Mozzie or two dedicated up there, but I expect a lot of those right now are focused towards the south. That's where Tempera are looking to come in to break apart those who are holding down here. Very common to see two roamers. I know Hype is down here. I'm not sure who he is joined by in this case. Looks like they've got drones in. It's going to be KS. So Expo even holding on 90. This is quite aggressive, actually, as a extended hold coming out of Secret. Expo's got to be so careful here if he wants to back his way back towards site, because you might just find that Chaoxits managed to find an angle onto him and bring him down relatively comfortably. We even got Prano playing downstairs, so it could yet be a C4 play from downstairs at the same time. Very much trying to force the side of Tempera to get aggressive on towards the south and hopefully take a fight before they even get towards the site. As that first kill comes through, making a second, there's that C4 kill, but 3 kills for Anti-Fly their way. That puts a massive advantage over here to the side of Secret as they go into a 4 versus 2.
It's going to be Chaoxis right here to take the gunfight with the Legion. It's going to be the turnaround, but it's going to be Expo to actually win out on that one, leaving it all up to Shinka. Tempera had the right idea right here, trying to go for the pincer onto AVG, but they weren't able to win the gunfights just yet. As soon as they droned it out, they knew landing was safe. At that moment in time, Expo actually appeared up there, managed to create another crossfire and another angle that they would have to worry about. They didn't know of. And the surprise was there. There's going to be 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and I believe Tempera might be going to use this time. And it's 1 and 4 to either discuss what they want to do next, or to let Shinka try and work his magic, see if he can actually get this 1v4 clutch in. Is he going to be able to start it off with the first one? Doesn't probably know. Someone is in this bathtub right here. It's Expo that is going to be playing a peekaboo right now as he stands up. Will not be able to get the kill yet. Eventually will. It's the headshot to finish it off with Secret to get yet another round. And as we progress, it is going to get closer and closer to overtime, but still plenty of chances for Tempera to finish this off.
There are. I mean, it would be a miracle comeback for Secret if they managed to force it all the way back up to a draw. My heart would bleed for them a bit, actually. The number of draws they'd have coming through is quite ridiculous when you think about it. With how things are shaped up for them so far, it hasn't been the cleanest run. They had a draw against Na'Vi on Oregon. They had a draw against Vitality on Villa. They played that game very, very well. A few disconnects in the second half, unfortunately, gave a pretty big sway over to the side of Vitality, as it was Secret with the momentum coming out of the first half. And then just the other day, of course, saw them come up against the formidable BDS, who have yet to be defeated. And that was a 7-1 to BDS over on Oregon. So it hasn't been, as I said, the best start. It's been plagued by draws so far. I believe they're currently joint bottom of the table with Chaos. A point here today would at least lift them off that bottom. I think, though, they would still end up sat in 8th or 9th place, regardless, tied likely with another team.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look good here for Secret, knowing that at least, they're not going to be able to take 3 points home here today. Might have wanted to go for that, but it seems like the Challenger League team of Tempera so far is too strong. They still have the opportunity to draw, though. That is going to be their main priority. As Tempera, all they need to do is try and close this out. They are on Kitchen now. This is the tertiary bomb site on the likes of Secret, meaning there's going to be a lot of opportunity here for Tempera to take it if they want, if only they approach it the right way.
If only. I mean, the biggest issue so far has been time, right? I mean, for both sides, that's looked to be the issue. Is the time has forced them all to push through one hatch or one doorway, and the other team has been waiting there like crocodiles with their jaws gaping wide, just saying, come on, step into the trap. And before you know it, there are 3 or 4 angles all lighting up on them. I liked in that last round, I mentioned it earlier on at the time, was that how Secret had someone playing downstairs, Prano on the Mozzie, with a C4 contributing in towards getting kills when Tempera did go for a push in towards Study. And it's the small things like that, yeah, it's only a single kill. It's the fact that it's a kill that doesn't come down to taking an actual gunfight. You might even call it an unfair kill. They knew exactly when the push was coming through because of the intel being fed by the roamers anyway. And there was no real attempt by Tempera to go and clear him out on the downstairs. And it's always a conscious choice you make, I think, when you ignore roamers, is do you want to leave them to their own devices, and do you really fancy getting caught out by them? It's a lose-lose situation. You lose time or you lose lives. Go for it.
This is what we're talking about. Typical Tempera. Just as soon as they have control, they send in
Tempera.
people as deep as they can. Yeah, like just go deep. Oh, that's unlucky. P4 being picked up right there by Prana. It's a huge entry right here. He wanted to pull out a grenade to potentially grenade these red stairs, but he's not going to be able to find a single kill out of that one as he loses his life. And with that too, and their only grenades will be off the board. It's going to be Tempera now. They'll have to rely purely on their aim. As well, there is also no heart breach available, meaning that they will be having to go through these little choke points or try to push them out from above. As long as Hive is still here, I don't really see that as an option.
It's just constant traps being set up by Secret around the map. It's like guerrilla warfare here. They're just saying, you know what? We probably can't take a direct firefight and always come out on top as we saw in the first half. That was a bit unfair because we were pushing in. You were the ones defending. This time around, how about we just kill you before you even get inside the building? It's another similar story here. Dare try and go for a jump out here. I almost dare him to try and be aggressive. Gets a couple of shots in towards Voy, but won't bring him down. That should at least alert the members of Tempera as to where he is and what he's trying to do. And hopefully shouldn't find themselves walking headfirst, literally into this gunshot, into this line of sight.
He just tried to go for a little bit of a pre-fire there, but he was, of course, prone on the ground. So that missed him eventually, as the diffuser now has been dropped. There's going to be a lot of time wasted on the likes of Tempera as well. They need to recover that. That's going to be costing them some time. C4 is being tossed out. 24 seconds left on the clock. They're counting down. Chaoxis goes down as well. It's a 5-on-2. The Lady of Durza be able to at least find Prana, but he's going to be left all alone right here. It's going to be Secret that will be continuing their comeback, their valiant effort, as right now they will be unlocking the primary site again as they manage to win Kitchen off of some beautiful frags to come through.
Well, it feels like everything I've been saying today, including my predictions, has been totally off the mark. Secret, I always said, are a team that I love watching because their attacks are so good. They're very structured. It's always very well approached. It's normally quite timely. Today was not the case, as it was a 5-1 victory to Tempera on the defense, but in this second half, we are seeing a rally on the defensive side for Secret. We're currently climbing their way back up as well. You'll see across the whole scoreboard, everybody weighing in today. There's no one man dragging them forwards. Everyone is making themselves known. And you know what Tempera said? You know, what did Vitality do to us to stop us having fun the other day? Oh, right, they picked Monty a bunch. Yeah, stops people having fun, stop people being able to kill us. How about we do exactly the same thing here against Secret? This could get ugly if Secret were not anticipating this setup. We've seen what Monty can do quite a lot in the last week. We saw it between G2 and Na'Vi. We saw Vitality bring it out to almost flawless execution against Tempera on Clubhouse. Now clearly Tempera thinking now is our time to give it a go.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it, they have some shields both on the Goyo and on KS and Expo to try and slow them down just a small bit. They also have these smokes and, well, 2 nitros available, so there should be plenty of utility on the likes of Secret to make sure that that Monty will not survive long. However, of course, you never know how Tempera will be playing this one, and if Secret is going to be aware of the fact of the existence even of this Monty. If they don't know, they might be not really utilizing their utility, putting it into the exact same places as where they actually want to have it if they're playing against the Monty. And of course they can't know because it's a 6-pick to come in. So I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing some relocation to appear soon, as they will be aware of the existence of this Monty.
Yeah, at least with the smoke of the Goyo, it's not the end of the world, right? Like, C4 sat inside or 2. They've got 2, they've got a couple of shields they can burn through as well. It will make things a bit more tough for Void to be able to push through those. So fair enough. The one thing I'm kind of clocking on their side right now is there is a pretty distinct lack of shield removal. You're looking towards P4 here on the sledge to be doing that kind of work. And if he can't get rid of those shields, the crucial ones that are going to block them onto his path, this could get pretty ugly for the side of Tempera. And for the first time, well, not the first time, but one of the first times, you will see a team being unable to deal with shields that could really impede the round.
They only really have these 2 frag grenades, or well, 1 frag grenade to work with to try and take care of this utility. There's 4 shields on the board right here on Secret. You only have 1 grenade to try and deal with them, but on the other hand, you also have 2 ADSs and a bunch of magnets all located around the map that will make it basically impossible for you to get rid of those shields. At least they take steady control right now, something they didn't have the last time around. I think that's quite key to get going. However, Prano is going to be able to start off with a kill onto P4. Instant trade to come out. Yeah, indeed, the smoke's gone. That's a huge one. And especially if you look at that shield located into the actually aviator room, is located not in a position where it can directly deny the plant, especially not if they want to be going for just a reverse shield plant. So as soon as they get control of Draven, it should be coming right for Temper. And they keep on getting these C4s in. Void now with a pistol kill. 1 minute 13 on the clock. Secret need to be careful, as it might just slip out underneath them.
Well, Prana's up on 90 and Draven's playing on Aviator at the minute. A bit of time here for Temper to take it nice and slow and just kind of find out where these last two are before looking for what the play is going to be. So in my mind, they've still got a bit of vertical control if they want it with Shinka. We already saw that grenade, the C4 kill, coming out from below. So it could be a case of finding a scrap on the downstairs if we see Prana choose to rotate back down there again. Not that he should at this point. The whole aim is to try and deal with this Monty, keeping guessing. Because as soon as that Monty goes into a 1 versus 1, he calls on a bit of help and things start falling apart. Here we go now. Unfortunately, it's all Draven by himself. We tend to know how these ones go. All they've got to do is sit and watch the angle. Almost managed to find it down, but misses it out just about. Plant is down, and this is the impossible situation for the poor man in Draven. Has the C4 remaining, but probably wants to try and save that one for the Monty. Gonna swing out and try and find a spray down. Just about misses the buck into the air jab. Gets sprayed down. Temper will take this one 7-4. It was close. It looked like a comeback was on the way for Secret, but I'll be damned if anyone can stop a Monty here in the EU League.
Yeah, Monty seeming to be so effective in the EU. Well, no one been able to actually stop it yet, and I really like how Void was so patient on that last one. It was a 1-on-3. He wasn't even being watched at, but he just kept his shield extended, even though when the air jab came in, he gave the kill to his teammate right there. He didn't want to risk anything whatsoever, and that kind of showed that they were really eager on winning that one. As long as that Monty stays extended in a 1-on-1 situation, there's basically nothing you can do, especially not if there's some other assault rifles there to back you up. And talking about backing up, we got our analysts to back her up.
Thank you so much, Time. It's so cute how he throws it back to us. I love Hap so much. All right, ladies, we are back on here, and we're gonna start digging through this game. First half, Secret, Jess. They didn't really go through with the Thatcher, right? I stole that from you. I'm going to be very clear. She was rage commenting it.
She was
I tweeted
mad.
it out. Fair and completely understandable, but both teams didn't use it. Now, let's talk about that first half. Let's try to break things down because both teams were pretty effective on their defense.
Yeah, I think if we start off with Secret, for example, I mean, we had, no Thatcher, like you said. And of course, we had a long time during the start of the round, and then when they got to their executes, I just thought to myself, what's taking you so long? I mean, yeah, sure, the Thatcher, the lack of the Thatcher definitely played into that, I think. And I think Temper just abused the hell out of the fact that they weren't getting the walls. So they just kept bringing the Bandit, which I thought was great. But yeah, I think overall, Temper was just able to abuse the time in the end, and I don't know. I think they had a couple of mishaps there themselves, but I think it was both teams had a lot of mishaps in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of the first half, it looked like it was pretty definitively going to go to Temper. And obviously things kind of switched over a bit at the second. But I don't know, you say there were a couple of mistakes. One of the things that came up were that Temper were being a little bit too aggressive in terms of taking some unnecessary peeks, losing players kind of early. We did see some things turn around. I mean, Keoxys had a pretty good game. He was one of the players who we were saying needed somewhat of a bit of improvement because he had a pretty good challenge league, hasn't shown up so far in EU League, and this was a relatively good day for him. And then obviously when things went over onto the defense, that's when the story started to change and Secret started to show up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Secret showed up. They had a few rounds here and there. It was a lot of the same problems that we were seeing also coming out for Tempra. What Secret were doing on the first half. It's just, we saw that even, second to last round, it was an attack into kitchen. You're trying to take control of bed, and there's just nobody coming in attacking from Aviator game room. For you as a coach, you look at this, Jess, and what is your adaptation?
I mean, I think for me, the biggest thing is that, on Villa, for example, you want to attack kitchen, you need that verticality from top down. And if you want to get it and you're having struggles going through bedroom, for example, which is very one-dimensional push, you can get peek from bedroom door or bathroom door. I think it's really important that they turn around and go, hang on, maybe we could just do a side sweep, a whole horizontal sweep from study over, and then we would have better success. We'd have more entry points. We'd have more angles to hold. And I can't even believe that Alibi was allowed had to lay down next to the
Yeah.
bathroom window for so long with a vertical, net themselves a kill, and then no one spots them. Where were the drones? Where was the refrags? Where was anything to do it? I have a lot of questions about this match. The Thatcher one is huge, shows a lack of versatility, something they need to go back on and fix.
Yeah, something both the teams need to look into for their next play day. As Temper will play Navi and Secret will be playing against Virtus Pro. So maybe we'll have to see. Let's take a look at our standings, the rankings at the end of play day number 4 of EU League. The second week done, almost done for us because we'll be back in the morning for APAC North. Remember that. 12 points for BDS. Rogue and Temper at 7 points each. Virtus Pro at 6. 5-5 for G2 and Navi. 4-4 for Empire and Vitality, and a 2-2 for Chaos and Team Secret. Unfortunate for some, beautiful performance from for BDS and for others. I gotta say, pretty exciting Playday number 4. I can't wait for what happens on Monday. We're gonna have a lot more to unpack then, but we're done. It's pretty much it for tonight. Thank you, ladies, for being here. For everybody watching from home, NA League is starting in just under half an hour. So if you're still craving some more Siege, don't worry about it. We got you covered. And I just got to say, lots of love from my mother, both to my coworkers and to the viewers. I was just on a call with her before she went to sleep. So there it is.
Wholesome.
Very cute. So thank you guys so much for watching. We love you. We'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Reload! Attackers have dropped the bomb. 10 seconds to go. Load him back!
I'm out!
5 seconds to go.